like a jump bike. I asked him if he was tired after doing 2 bikes. He said, yeah, I am a little bit. And especially when he's got Miss Holly Bishop to deal with right on his back wheel as well. Sammy Stark, Layla Dixon, Josh Bean, Emma Dean. Emma's got a birthday. I've been asked to do a birthday shout out for Emma Dean, so I can't remember exactly when it was, but happy birthday for whenever it is, Emma. Your mum sent me a message and let me know. Right, race 4, Tessa Johnson, Arthur Mason, Bradley Grimm, Rocco Jenkins, Jack Swales, William Arnold and Xavier Darley. That is Fast Signatures, Jack Swales out there in front. That'll be Team Air in there in 2, Arthur Mason. I can see Rocco Jenkins in there in 4, chasing down William Arnold at BRE Racing. Bradley Grimm doing it for Nightwood. And Tessa Johnson, Retro Racing, chasing Xavier Darley down that final straight. 13-14 cruisers, that is Adam Arnold out in front. Bodie Markley, Oscar Abbott, Charlie Labras, Jet Thompson, Finley Murphy and Benedict Marco all in that one. Benedict Marco in there in 3. Jet's in there in 4. They're all chasing Arnold down to the finish line. Race 6, Yusuf Almus Fordham. Again, try again, Rich. It's early. Charlie Cotton, Lucas Storm and Louis Cheffy, Kieran Brownson and Max Livingston. All in race number 6. Charlie Cotton doing it for Sorted Race Gear. In that second spot. Chasing down the Bradford rider into the turn. Team Mine, Louis Cheffy in there in that 4th spot. That's going to be Max Livingston in there in 5. And the rider out of Doncaster, Kieran Brownson, going through as well. Race 7. That looks like a Brixton jersey. Out in front. That'll be Hunter Mallion. Merseyside BMX in there in 2. Joshua Lewis battling away with the Bruntwood rider. Sam Dolan into the corner. Bram Heaver going through in 4. Machine King in 5. And they're all chasing the Brixton rider to the stripe. Race 8, Alfie Ford, Toby Duff, all. Jacob Aston doing it for Midlands. Xavi Fox Cooper in this one as well. Xavi's in there in 3. Harry Swales out front. Fast Signatures. Alfie Ford for the Hawks. Shout out Scott Dick in 2. Jacob on that 511 plate. He's in there in that 5th spot. Pushing hard aboard that. For the ladies, Ailey Watson being chased by the 764 and the 22. That is Emily Green. About 5th spot at the moment. Got Sadie McSwitty, Elizabeth Graham, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, Clara in there. I think I've mentioned everybody. So as they go in and out of the final corner, Watson, Emily Grimm, 1 and 2. Isla's in there in 4. Paige Cathcart, Cunnison. Going to move down that final straight, stealing a position away. 15-16 cruiser now. That is yesterday's winner. Not so little Cotty. I think he's taller than his dad now. In there in 1, McSwitty in 2, Notman in 3. Cooper Westwood, always good to see Cooper. He's in there in 4. Addison Milburn going through as well. Evan Jones, Benjamin Dean. Race 11. Owen Miller, Isaac Caulfield, Lucas Smith. Alfie Sim doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Trying to make some moves in the corner. Didn't quite go the way he wanted it. From 3rd back to 5th. Keep it going, Alfie. Caulfield's on the outside looking for a move in that turn. Is he going to get it? Dives underneath. Has a go. Taking it to the line. Is it Decoy or Burnham? I'm not sure. Oh, my hands are cold. I don't know what's going on this morning. I should have brought some gloves. Rubbish, Rich. Right, Thomas O'Brien, Robin Mattern Alonso in there in 4th. That is Tom O'Brien in 3. Cooper, McCrum leading it out. Hometown rider. Adam Stevenson going through. Freddie Walk as well. And Logan Young. Moving on to race 13, Lewis.
15 and 16-year-old cruisers into turn number 2, and it is Bruce Anthony leading the pack at the moment. He's got the 17 plate of Max Surridge in there into the 34 in 3. That's Daniel Borrachini out of the Titans under a bit of pressure as Jack Walford looks to pick up a top 3 spot in and out of that final turn. Here comes Samuel Wood. He's going to work his way from 5 to 4. Walford back to 5 then as Anthony picks up that win. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser heading into that second turn. Olivia Firth, sorted race gear, EMV graphics. She's out there in front. She's got Maybo Factory Team UK right there with her. Hurry. Oh yeah, you have actually. Rich is repping EMV graphics today. He's got his coat on. I haven't got a coat. I'm very jealous of your coat.
You just don't dress for the weather, do you, Lewis,
not
really?
at all. I should really remember.
You've not turned up in shorts and your Crocs again.
It was tempting. It was tempting. I don't always wear my Crocs. They were just it was a wardrobe malfunction. That's
well,
what
we'll call it that.
Out on track then, race 15. Lily Chisua. Whilst we're talking of Chisuas, I had Annie Chisua come over to... Oh, she's actually on the gate. Annie Chisua came over earlier on. She was telling me about... essentially, when we get to Derby Regional later on in the year, there's a books system through university. So books is basically where you could get a year of your university degree funded by a scholarship. I hope I don't butcher this. So Annie was telling me all about it. So if you've got any questions around it, make sure you go over and see Annie Chiswa or Dina Green. What it is essentially, when we get to the Derby Regional, there'll be a race dedicated to books, and essentially they'll pick someone to fund with a scholarship for 1 year of university. So if you are in uni, or you go into uni, make sure you go over to Annie or Dina Green, find one of them two lovely ladies around the track, and they will give you all of the information. I don't know all about it, so I'm just the messenger today. It is worth a few bob. Am I allowed to say figures? Is that... Yeah, 8 grand. You get 8 grand. £8,000. They'll fund pretty much 1 full year of scholarship, of university fees. So, yeah, if you are in uni, go into uni. Make sure you go over and see Annie Chiswa. She'll be in the Team Bunnies tent. Not sure where that is this weekend, actually. But, yeah, she's got all of the information. Yeah, somewhere over there in the gazebo for fellas. Yeah, exactly. But she's in there. She just picked up 4th in that moto. I'll go back to racing now. Sorry about that. It's going to be worth something to someone, though. But yeah, that's taking
little diversions, don't we?
We've got to, haven't we? We've got to. Yeah, that's happening at Derby Regional. So if you wasn't planning on going to Derby Regional, make sure you get over there if you do want to be involved in the Books Scholarship Fund. Out on track then, 30 plus women's cruiser. Grace Turner's in there. That's race 18 on track. Lindsay Cumin, Fran Clements, Suzanne Jenkins, Joe Gray, Karen Evans, Claire Mardell, and Grace Turner. It was Fran Clements picking up that race win. As we move on to race number 19, that looks like the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Mr. Pie and a Pint, Chris Evans, second yesterday in the final. Last year's national champion, Rab Racing, he's out front of the pack, bringing it into that final corner. RTR got a rider in there as well. That's Mike Whitaker on the 7 plate. He's inside the top 3, chasing the 13 plate of Ian Smythe. Gosport National Race Team. As Chris Evans picks up that moto win. Race 20. Second rack of 40 to 44-year-old cruisers for day number 2 here at Glasgow. Not so sunny. SVT Mongoose. That is Andy Groves in the 2 spot, chasing your British champion. Dylan Dixon leading the pack. Matt Eaton on the outside, heading in towards that final corner. Just worked his way from 4 to 3. Rob Harris shuffled back a spot then. That looks like the Northeast in there as well. Michael Parks on the 470. He's being chased by RTR Resilient Team Racing. Lee Grant in there for 6. Kieran McAvoy on track. Took the win yesterday. Sorted race gear. Cool and collected out front. Smooth as you like it to that final turn. Joel Marsden, Nuneaton BMX Club in there in that 2 spot. I won't repeat what Andy McCoy said to me earlier on. We can't say them sort of things, Andy. Hello? 1, 2. Oh, we're back. I've got yours today. I'll swap them over, yeah. 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Daniel Wilson, European number 7. Took yesterday's win. He's absolutely flying this season. Picked up a couple of podiums in some Euro rounds as well. In Teal, I believe. He's going 1 or 2 with Theo Pope, John O'Haradine. Doing it for MK Evolution and all of the single ladies out there. He's inside the top 3. As we look at Luke Davis-Hayes, back on track after his crash yesterday. Good to see him out front. Going 1 and 2 with Alex Stokes out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Pete Watson in there in 3. Daniel Popel racing down with the 1729 guys this weekend. He's usually 30 to 39-year-old cruisers, but he's mixing it with the young guns. Inside the top 4 at the moment, repping the Absolute Bicycle Motocross colours down that final straight. Well, Luke Davies-Hayes going to take that race win. Next up, Fast Signatures into turn number 1. Mr. Brooks in there in 2, but your race leader is the 2 X-Plate Stanley Palmer. Looking good, heading in towards that second turn. Alex Brooks, European number 2, in there in 2. That looks like Connor Blythe. Inside the top 3. Nathan Abbott in there in 5. Joe Wallbridge in 4. Alex Brooks just working his way around the outside. Triple it to the last turn. Giving us a bit of a show. Stanley Palmer, Alex Brooks. Brooksy going to pick up that race win as we move on to race 25.
Right, race 25. We had a faller, which was Ryan Jones. Not sure what went on there. Watching my mate William Alfie Harrison go past. Keep it going, William. Doing a good job, mate. Matt McHugh, where is he? He's in there in 4. The rider out in front on that 4 plate is Joshua Cates. Jack Mowatt's in there as well. Haven't seen any YouTube content from Jack for a while. I don't know whether he's just not appearing in my algorithm anymore. The 8 was Niall Moss and Arne Esselmont as well. More 17, 29-year-olds heading down towards turn number 2. Rocky O'Brien, we've got Jack LeBras in this one. Chris Hearn as well. That is Kean Brown, Merseyside BMX in there in 2. Smiley going through in 3. We are rapidly approaching the time where you'll be applying for school games. If you're 14 or 15 years old and you get the opportunity to apply to be part of the school games competition, absolutely, definitely, 100% do it. It is amazing. You'll have a great weekend up or down at Loughborough University. It's well worth the trip. You kind of live like a pro athlete for 3 days. It's almost like a mini holiday / BMX race. Just go and do it. If you've got the opportunity to apply for school games, get it done. Lecture over. Right. Oh, and I'm missing Big Nige Smith winning a moto as well. Well, that was rubbish timing, wasn't it? So we'll move on. Where are we up to? Who's out in front? Is that Mr. Marco? I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Race 28. Luke Brown in there in that 4th spot. Haven't mixed him up with the other guy from Bradford who I usually mix him up with, whose name I can't remember right now because it's early. Matthew Trinkart in there in 2. Simon Toogood in 3. Graham Stark, hashtag Keep Our House Racing. And Pete Butler, Dave Stokes. Where's Dave? He's got his away jersey on, his Sunday jersey, in there in that 5th spot. And Dominic Elliott. Dominic's in there in 2. Chasing Salted Race Gears, Butler. 50 to 54 cruiser. Steve out in front. Darren Reedy in 3. Darren O'Brien. Matt Phillips, good to see Matt. He's in there in 4. Look at that gritty little. And Mr. Stanley out of Bruntwood, but it's Stevie Hassel to the line. Kevin Now, there was a monumental shift there. Actually, Hill not win a moto. That was frightening. That's like, I don't know, summit. Again. Yeah. Sad day. This time by winning the one that he's actually in. Followed by Ian Archibald, Brett Knight, and Gary Carver. What a palaver. We have to do it in the voice and everything. Can't do it in a normal voice, can we?
I can't pull that voice off.
Yeah.
I cannot.
There's only me daft enough to do that. James Musgrove, Stuart Campbell, Dave Knowles, Billy Stupple. Oh, Billy Stupple doing it for the 80s. Not the over 80s, the 1980s. I've completely lost where I'm up to. Dave Lindsay. We nearly had a repeat of the Paris Olympics yesterday with like 3 Scotsmen going across the line, 1, 2 and 3. Yeah. Not so much Yoris Dode, but Doris Dode. Dave Lindsay. Anyway, talking. Look at him. He's like a coiled spring crossing the line out front. It's Bond. As we move on to the 6 and unders. This was one of the most entertaining age groups, I think. Look at them, they're here again. Milo out in front, Maxim. I've no idea. They're in 3. Maxim's got his way past Milo. Look at this. Straight to the line. Maxim in 1, Milo in 2. Oh, Rupert slipped his pedals again. Same place as yesterday. Mum and Dad need to get some Velcro on the bottom of them shoes, I think. Anyway, second rack of 6 and unders. Milo Ryder Bays, Grace Snell, Lenny Holiday, Hudson Needle, and Mr. Ellis Dowsing. Ellis out front. That'll be Milo in there in 2. 660. In 3. Lenny Holiday as well. And Grace Snell. Grace is in there in 4th doing a great. We're just blow drying the start hill. Doing his thing. Right, race 36. Here we go. Hello, Foxborn, Alfie Baglin, Jackson May, and Patrick Dempsey. When I said Patrick had come straight from the hospital yesterday, that was a reference to Grey's Anatomy. Apparently, half his family didn't get the message and thought he'd been laid up in a hospital somewhere, causing all kinds of havoc, apparently. But, yeah, he is fine. And he's not doing any life-saving procedures between motos. So Patrick, he's working his way to the front now, doing it for Ice Bikes, battling with a 630 of Billy Late. I'm sure Billy's granddad is watching on the live. 6'6", Dennis Turner. He's on the 782, doing it for Team Bunnies. But look at the battle out front, 630. Billy Late battling with Patrick Dempsey. And the Glyn. Well done.
Race 37 in and out of turn number 2. 7-year-old boys charging through that third straight. That's the 509 of Luke Barron. Repping the Allen's factory colours, heading for that final turn. Got, I think that was Jack Byrne. Jack Byrne's in there in 4. The rider in 2 looks like Amari Bamford Burr. On the 4-5-6 plate, Owen Wheater inside that top 4 spot as well. 277 on the plate, Jensen Dyke leading through race number 38 into that second corner. Burnham BMX Club looking good at the moment. We've got Bruntwood Park National Race Team in there in 2. Alejandro Crudo Estevez chasing down Dyke as they bring it towards the final turn. The 831 in 3. That is Reggie Rice, the 595 in there in 4. That's Finley Jones. And in there in at 5, we've got the rider out of Dragon Riders. That is Cooper Shearing on the 420. These 5 lads are doing a cracking job down that final straight, but it's Jensen Dart picking up that race win. Shelby Yates on track in that 2 spot in race number 39. He's chasing down your British champion Jasper Eels out of Gosport BMX Club. The 163 inside the top 3. That's Charlie Bromelo absolutely flying through that 3rd straight, closing the gap down to Yates in there in 2. Repping Preston Pirates in and out of that final corner. Eels, Yates, Bromelo. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Race 40 on track. Merseyside BMX Club, Ruben Lamb. 821X on the plate. Charging at the front of the pack at the moment. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got a rider out of Gosport National Race Team. That's the 299 of Arthur Kinge. Being chased down by the 312, Oliver Bridle. Crucial Racing. Exeter Eagles in and out of that final turn. Then front 3 riders charging through that final straight. Nico Jocelyn Black in there in 4. Bradford Bandit's got a rider in there as well. That's Killian Brown, and Ionis Chorkos in there in a 5. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross at the front of the pack in race number 41. Isaac Tomlinson, Eddie Brown in this one as well. Ronnie Hill, Harry Taylor, Roberts Catkins in there in 3. Being chased down by the rider out of SVT Mongoose. That's Harry Taylor. Wiz Lou and Jamirez in there in that 2 spot. John Joe Blundell in there as well. He's in about 4 or 5 at the minute, chopping and changing positions, chasing down Taylor through that final straight. Catkins, look at that for a late charge. Gonna nick that 2 spot on the line. Jamira in 3, Tomlinson out front. Race number 42, Benji Ross Foster. Merseyside BMX Club is going 1 and 2 with the rider out of the Brunty crew. That is Leon Kozoziak on the 301. The 818 isn't done though. Sandis Orns. Oh, I didn't know that was Sandis. He's normally got that bright yellow kit on. A little bit more subtle today. Didn't spot him in that 2 spot, but he's charging down that final straight, trying to close the gap to Benji Ross Foster out front of the pack. Look at the battle for 4, ladies and gents. Who's going to be the rider picking it up on the line? That looked like William Beckett out of Smiley's Flight Club. He went through in 4. Sophia Rees, Esme Anderson leading out the race number 43 on track in the 8-year-old girls. That looks like Molly Tomlinson in there as well. Sorry, that's Hattie McGoldrick in 3. Complete wrong jersey, wrong team, wrong everything. Sophia Rees going to pick up that race win though. Tight on the line for that 2 spot. Anderson just about hanging on to it, I think. 9-year-old boys, Frankie Jones. Having moves put on him in turn number 2. Oscar rather fast. Was absolutely charging yesterday. Took a tumble in that final corner. But he's out there at the moment, chasing down Frankie Jones into that final turn. Peto Bunchik in there inside the top 3. Looks like the 767 in there as well. That's Oliver Payne. Under a bit of pressure down the final straight. The 025 of Cooper Crowley working his way through for a top 4 spot. Crucial Racing British champion into turn number 2. Archie Fisher being chased down by ProStar BMX. That looks like Rapid Roman Burfield. It's his 9th birthday today, so massive happy birthday, Roman. Lucky to give himself some birthday presents today, and he's doing a cracking job so far in that 2 spot. In and out of that final corner they go. Decoy BMX, Ollie Underhill inside the top 3. Peckham in there for 4. That's going to be Vincent Olivier. Race 46. 9-year-old boys into turn number 2. That looks like Telford BMX. Archie Walsgrove. Exeter Eagles right there with him. Arthur Claydon. Atlas Lewis Field in 3. The 700 plate of Albie Blight in there in 4. But here comes Rudy Pleasance Ford. Making his move into that final turn. Works his way into a top 4 spot. Last straight action then Claydon putting the pressure on Walsgrove as they bring it down to the line. Who's going to pick up that Moto win? It looks like Walsgrove kept it to the line. Logan Aceto on track. Race number 47. Cameron Joseph. Charlie Crossley. Finley Kerr. Toby Brook. Roman Barker. Oakley Ryder Bays and Ethan Thorrows. It is Aceto though out front. Moto want to muck off. Going in 1 and 2 with a 3-3-4 plate. That is Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton. Cameron Joseph, Brixton BMX in there in 3. Retro Racing got a rider inside the top 4. Finley Kerr throwing it under in that final corner, working his way from 4 to 3. Joseph isn't done yet though, looking to put the pressure on down that last straight. Kerr's going to hang on for that 3 as Acito picks up the race win. 9-year-old girls heading in towards that second corner. Looks like we've got Izzy Moore out of BRE Racing. She's under pressure though from Maggie Devine, a Mabo Factory Team UK. Heading through that third straight at the moment, the 655 in there, that's Freya Forrest. Rusting Up Racing in their away kit for the Sunday. The 113 in there in 4, that is Evie Farrington Bell. Along with Merseyside BMX's Sophia Jones in at 5, but it's out front with the battle. It is going to be more hanging on to that race win.
Race 49 on track, Mabel Pine doing it for Exeter. She's out there in front at the moment. Flick Brentnall going through into that's Ola Dewis in that third position now, making some moves. The Manchester rider, that's going to be Verity Kay, looking for a way around. The 074 belongs to Charlton Barron, and Racing have got Kylie Dixon. I have had a message from Robert Cardoza out in Arizona. He's sat there with matchsticks holding his eyes open, trying to watch the feed because it's some ridiculous in the morning. I'm not sure what it is. But he said it's a bit cooler in Arizona. He said it's only 85 degrees. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. It's just hot. It's Arizona, innit? It's always warm. Let's have a look. Who else have we got in the next one? Race 50, Matilda Hewitt doing it for Pro Start. That is Abigail Henning, BM Racing in 2. The Hackney rider in 3 is Bella Henry. Madeline Malloy, she had a great day yesterday. Susie Wyatt and Millie Moore all in there as well. And as we move on to race 51, Callum Wood doing it for Green Machine Tribe in that lead position. The 783 is Jack Colwell doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Harley Laker for the Hawks in 3. Barter David Dunn, one of our Irish riders. Always good to see them over. Joseph O'Brien, Joey Fraser and James Todd. Race 52 and Moto number 1, Henry Sullivan and Tech Perebny. I think it's one of the battles of the weekend for Arthur Mason going through as well. The 19, that belongs to Leo Brits. Fluent have got Josh Bean in there as well. Yes, Damant. I think I've got everybody mentioned. And Bodie Holiday as well. Race 53, Jake Avis at Vernell Challenger Oakley Hill. Oakley's out in front. Where is Ned Wills? Ned's in there somewhere. Yeah, apparently it's Ned's mum's birthday at some point soon. I'm not sure exactly when it is, but I have had the message to wish Beth a very happy birthday from the kids and everybody else connected to Pro Start. So happy birthday to Mrs. Wills. I think it's Friday or something, Friday next week or something, I don't know. But happy birthday anyway. Race 54, Seb Perry, looking all camouflage. He's wearing camouflage kit and on a light bright green bike. How does that work? Do you want to be seen or not? Make your mind up. Anyway, the 13 of Seb Perry, stealth most of the time. Hang on, race 55. Oh, that was a bit of a... Oh, 2 riders down on the first straight. Seth Robinson crossing the line in 3. We've dropped 2 off on that first straight. I'm not sure who they were. As the 0-1 of Ethan the Great White leads it through. BRE in there in that third spot. That's going to of Oscar Marco. Got the 23. That was Oliver Ford from the Hawks and the 39. Finn Yerbry, both of those boys hitting the deck on the first straight. Hopefully they're all right. Right, picking them both up. That's good. Finn's walking off. Oliver as well. Right, 10-year-old girls heading down the hill. Moto at number 57. Moto 1. Muck-off Phoebe Millar getting an absolute flyer. Being chased down by Ella Grant. Ella took it to the skies yesterday. Looked really good out there. And the rider in that third position. That looks like Exeter Eagles on the 12. That's going to be Autumn Moore. I know Mum was watching the live stream yesterday. I'm assuming she's watching it again today. So good morning to you, Mrs. Moore, if you are watching. And Madison Stupple in there. Alice Barron. Alice is doing it for Allens and Supercross. Just being passed there by the Ice Bikes rider. Emika Gibson. Peterborough have got B. Smith. Ellie Robertson doing it for Cumbernauld. I think I've mentioned everybody in Moto 57. Moto 58. Maisie Dyson. We've got Tessa Johnson. Tallulah Widdowson. Panonica Castro Latch. Layla Dixon. Grace Ledgerwood Barr. Snell and Megan Keller. Battle is out front between the Bradford rider on the 4. That's going to be Maisie Dyson battling with Lauren Snell into the turn. Lauren just right next to Maisie coming down that straight. Maisie just moving away out in front. Dixon looking to pick up that third spot. Passing the 17 of Panonica. Retro Racing in Arnold, Ludgate, Dent, Antal. Kacharik, Ryder Bays, Smith and Kincaid. So the guys going at it in this one. Seth Kacharik, Radco Racing, in and out the final turn. Looking very good. Jacob Dent in there in 2. Our Irish rider, Mark Antal in 3. Race 59, race 60. Otto Watt. Alice in 4. Oh, Anakin's lost his seat in the middle of the rhythm section. That's a strange one, isn't it? Losing your seat mid-moto. It happened to Barry Nobles. Talking to Barry Nobles, did you see the takeout manoeuvre at Tulsa?
I saw that.
Oh,
I have seen that. I think everyone around here is nodding saying, yeah, we saw that.
I'm surprised he was so... some of the people might have just thrown some handbags, as they said, on 2 in 1 out.
Yeah, I think that's where everyone saw it, to be honest.
Exactly that. So...
was that race 61?
I think it was race 61.
So that'll be race 62 on track then. 13 plate, Tobias Groves, SVT Mongoose, leading it from Reactive Racing, heading into turn number 2. That's George Spencer picking up that 2 spot. Rider out of Derby BMX in there as well. That is Charlie Sheriff on the 25 plate. He's inside the top 4, chasing down the 30 plate of Oliver Hawker out of TNT. Heading towards that final turn. Sheriff teeing up a move in the corner. Can he make it stick? Hawker just about hanging on, made sure he made it stick in that final turn. So it's going to be Groves out front, looking good with Spencer in 2. As your world number 8, Thomas Giles, sorted race gear. They've built up a massive team over the winter, I've sorted. Got some cracking riders coming into the 2026 season, and one of them is, of course, your world number 8, Thomas Giles, at the front of the pack. In there behind him, that's the 1 of Ethan Shaw, Pro Star BMX. That's going to be, one rider down in the final turn. Not quite sure who that was. I think that might have been George Kellum. Back up to his feet, though. Good to finish his lap. Put your hands together for George. Race number 64. Aidan Baptiste in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 9 plate out front. Arthur Donaldson leading it out then for Green Machine Tribe. The 5 is Jack Haynes in there in that 3 spot. The 22 in 4. That is Dougie Johnson out of MCR. Looks like we've got a rider out of Ireland inside the top 5. That's going to be Blake Melia down the final straight there. It's all about Donaldson out front. Had a cracking day yesterday. As we move on to the 11-year-old girls in and out of turn number 1, Astor Racing, Rosie Geddes out front, going 1 and 2 with a 9 plate of Puyet Lam, doing it for MCR. Who's the rider picking up 3? Looks like that is Hotshot Racing's Emma Dean on the 12 plate, heading into that second corner and back out again. Who's the rider picking up 4? It's another MCR rider. That's going to be the 14 of Florence Kay. Here come MCR. Puyet Lam's made a move around the outside, trying to make it stick. Has Geddes got enough 4 in the final turn? Didn't quite make it happen. Kay looking for a way through into a top 3 spot. Don't know if she's quite going to get close enough. Looks like it's going to be Dean hanging on to 3. Geddes for 2. And Puyet Lam, your race winner. Next up on track, 11-year-old girls, world number 8 out front, Holly Bishop, Halo Wheels race team. I'm sure Halo Wheels TM, Timmy Turnbar, Jules Allen will be somewhere watching on. He's raced his cruise already, hasn't he? Jules, he'll be stood round somewhere, won't he, watching? He always is. Always having a day off. Oh, right, okay. I didn't think I saw him earlier on. Oh, all right, okay. He'll just be watching from the sidelines then. Next up, race 67. Go on then.
I was going to say, old glass back Julian
Glass
Allen.
back. Hopefully he's not listening.
He loves it.
Right, on track then. European number 8, Eliza Powell. Maya Kolazaj under pressure from the 2 plate. That is Florence Dyson working her way from 3 to 2 on the line. Maya Kolazaj in there for 3. 12-year-old boys. Hewitt, Rack, Powell, Snell, Todd, Claydon and Shering. That is Arthur Claydon in that 2 spot on the 14 plate. PCR, Exeter Eagles. Chasing down Powell, Rains, Preston, Newmarsh Powell on the 5 plate at the front of the pack at the moment. The front 2 lads are running away with this moto down the final straight. Who's picking up 3? Looks like the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Finley Hewitt on that 46 plate. 0-1 on the front of the bike. Connor Hemphill. Sorted race gear, leading out the next moto. LCC got a rider in there as well. That's going to be your European number 8, Ronnie the Landshark Wood. He's being chased down though. BMX Widow Photography. That's the 18 of Murray Watson. Looking for a way into a top 2 spot, heading into the final turn.
Right, Grand Vets, Vets and Masters. I think you're going a bit earlier than you originally were. So if you want to check what moto you need to be in, and be in the pens on time. Vets, Grand Vets and Masters.
Race 70 on track. 3 on the plate. That's got to be Mr. Munro. Yes, it is. Alan's Factory. Teddy Jones in there in that 2 spot. BMX Hype and the Late to the Gate podcast. Looking forward to that on my drive home later on. That looks like the 26 plate in there in 3. Jamie Robertson under pressure from Crank BMX Coaching's Ted Harvey at the line. As your world number 8 hits turn number 2 in race number 71, Jacob Anderson took a big crash yesterday in his final, but he's out there at the moment leading out this moto. Smooth as you like through that 3rd straight. The 19 plate in there in 2. Otto Pass, Savage Racing. They are queuing up behind him though, heading into that final turn. That's Freddie Ray Orland looking up the inside, making the move stick. Who's picking up the 4th down the final straight? That's going to be the 20 of Arlo Steinmetz. Steinmetz then going to round out the top 3 spots as Parr shuffle back to 4. 8 on the plate, Benny Jackson, Evolve Collective leading out of the next moto. Pro Star BMX have got Sebastian Hewitt in there in the 2 spot, looking down the inside of the 3rd straight. The 12 in there in 3. That's Carlin Gordon out of tempo. BMX UK looking for a move on Jackson in the final turn. Makes it stick. Had straight action. It's going to be Hewitt, Gordon, Jackson in that order with the 17 plate in there for 4. That was Leo Bradley out of Rusty Nut Racing.
Right, race 73, Edward Cordery out in front, doing it for the Halo Wheels factory team, being chased down by Joseph McAvoy out of Maybell. Tom Henning in there in that 3rd spot. He's having some good laps this weekend. Will Lougheed in 4, Josiah Burge in 5. As we look at moto number 74, Ted Malkin, Joshua Coates in this one, Zachary Farrington Bell, Stanley Duffy, Jaden O'Connell, Hugo Dayton leading it out. Oliver Ritchie's doing it for Green Machine Tribe. He's in there in 3. I know Mum's always watching the live feed, and she sent us some Fox's chocolatey half-coated cookies. Quality biscuit choice. Can I say, Mrs. Ritchie's? Thank you very much for those. They came all the way from Exeter, which I'm very pleased about. So that was awesome. Next up, another birthday shout-out coming. Trixie Trays, Evolve Collective. I think her birthday is this Friday coming. So happy birthday, Trixie, for that one. Enjoy yourself. Have a great day. Isla Mill, Amelia Rowe, Isla Savratney, Jamie Puddick in this one. Maisie Surtees and Izzy Underhill. But it's the soon-to-be birthday girl, Trixie Trays, crossing the line in Moto 75. 76, Too Good, Pritchard Richardson, France Brotherton, Maisie Egan. Birthday this coming Thursday. Freya Monforte and Bonnie Dudley. So all the ladies are absolutely on it. I thought Maisie was up for the win yesterday. Couldn't quite hold it onto the line. Hopefully she's going to make up for it for today. Freya Monforte, sorted race gear in 2. That looks like Bonnie in there in 4. Just trying to check out that rider in 3. Not quite sure who that was, actually. Couldn't quite make it out. Race 77, Izzy Dolan, Darcy Payne, Jessica Cox, Aria Rosalie doing it for Astar Racing. The E4, Grace Hudak in there in that lead position by quite some distance. Beats doing it for the Manchester BMX Club. He had some great laps yesterday. Took a, I can't remember, it was the A or the B. Missed all of that, Moto, because the microphone wasn't working. Anyway, moving on. Lewis Hughes doing it for Crank BMX Coaching in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down the 30. That belongs to Finley Murphy. James Bibby in 3rd position. Look at the 2nd, taking it in the turn. Now having a crack at 1st. He's going to pick off Finley Murphy going down that straight. Gets himself back into the lead. Noah Bagwell in there. And the 51, I think it is, Jasper Kimber. Race 80, Marcus Mullen out in front, being followed by the 21 of Emil Challenger and the 26 of Akeem Brazier. Sam Ritchie's in there as well. Moses Dennis Essel, Max Livingston. That is Moto number 8, Moto 81. Being led out by Joe Rook. We've got Joe Laughlin in there. Jack Laughlin in there. Charlie Cotton, Salt in there in 3. 2nd lap of the day for him already. Zach Everly doing it for Mabo. The 640 is Lucas Gomez Sands. Right, we're still missing some Our grand vets, veterans, masters, they're not where they're supposed to be. They are shaking off the effects of last night's party. So, grand vets, vets, and masters, just check where you're supposed to be and when you're supposed to be there, because I think you're going slightly earlier than you were. So, just check, please, grand vets, vets, and masters. Right, where am I up to? Archie Crocker-White, Harrison Doe, Adrian Galitis, Archie Malkin, Reggie Somerville, Luca Milne, and Zach Parsons. This is moto number 83. Archie in there in front. That's the Braintree rider. Zach Parsons in there in that third spot, battling with Adrian Galitis. I think... have you broke something up there, Casey? It's all right. He's just having a minute. Let's have a look. Oh, that's Isaac the Sender Smith in second position, doing it for Rab Racing. Over there with the gazebo setup. Part Formula One pit, part Preston Cafe. Probably shoving Flavor Flav cakes down the faces. As we watch Brooke Fawcett lead out her moto. With Lily Mae Gould, Lauren Keller, Emily Barter, Lucy Stevenson and Beth Hewitt in this one. Brooke took the win yesterday, did it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. As we move on to moto number 86, Seren Pritchard, Holly Hume, Elsie Blight, Grace Gerard, Amelia Martin and Iris Hyder out in front. Iris going well. Elsie's in there in two. That looks like Miss Gerard just trying to work her way past into that second spot. Seren Pritchard rounding out the top four. Amelia Martin doing it for Bosch Racing, the new team out of Ireland. She's in there in that fifth spot with Holly Hume in there in six. As we move to race 87, Freya Harris. Elizabeth Graham, Mara McCarran. That is Elizabeth Lola Poole in there. And we've got a big shout for Lexi Adams as well out of Nightwoods. Apparently Nana Jen is watching back home on the live stream. I said I would give her a mention. Oh, I've got a mug. A Christmas mug. In, what, May? So you can do if you want. Every day is Christmas when you come to Glasgow. Yeah, it feels like Christmas. We've got Christmas weather. Yeah, I agree, Neil.
Right, we are on to the 14-year-olds. Josh Jepson. And that is Max McNulty. Race 89. I was gone a while. Sorry, Rich. Right, out on track then. Max McNulty, Josh Jepson. That's your 1 and 2. As DJ Casey gets the music back up and running. Looks like we're going to ride it out of... Team Mind, is that? Yes, it is. Charlie Wilcox working his way into a top 4 position, trying to find a way into that 3. Oh, a couple of riders hit the deck. Ruben Bishop was one of them. 2 riders on the floor in the race before as well. Oh my word, it's all happening. Max McNulty, Josh Jepson, that was your 1 and 2. Freddie Parkinson leading out the next moto. Who's there with him? The 28 plate. That is Mr. Stanley Farmer. Just going to make sure that the riders on the first straight are okay. The 61. Finney and Turner Smith. And the 26 was Ruben Bishop. Let's hope that them two chaps are all right. Finian's up to his feet. As is Ruben. Put your hands together for them, gents, ladies and gents. Next up on track, race number 91. 14 open class heading in towards that first corner. Crank BMX coaching leading it out, Charlie Craig. Going 1 and 2 with the rider out of Absolute. That is Riley Butt on the 15 plate. The 31 is Adam Arnold inside the top 3. Louis Kacharik. Radko racing in there for 4. Hunter Mallion's in 5. One of the Centurions cruising there. That is Fergus Suter in about 6 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do as they bring it through that third straight. But check out Charlie Bob Craig. 4 on the plate on an absolute blinder in and out of the final corner. Craig, Butt, Arnold, that's your order. Here comes Arnold with a late charge on Butt. Can he make his stick? Looks like Butt might have just hung on to it as James Miller enters turn number 2 for Crucial Racing out front of the pack. Joe Douglas right there with him doing it for Pure Bicycles. That looks like Absolute in the mix. Got to be Sully Collis on the 20 plate. He's under pressure from the 3 of JP. Jack Perkins, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching working their way into a top 3 spot then. In that final turn, Miller out front, smooth as you like through the final straight. Douglas trying to put the pressure on, not going to get close enough. Ethan Howell, yesterday's winner, out on track, leading it into turn number 2. Who's that with him? Looks like Roland Ells on the 10 plate, being chased down by Mark Torzardlo through that third straight at the moment. The 25 is Oliver Arnold out of Smiley's Flight Club. Torzardlo made his move around the outside of Ells into that final corner. Now occupies that 2 spot in behind the 2 plate of Ethan Howell. Evolve Collective, Mark Torzardlo gonna nick the 1 spot right on the line though with a late ditch to the stripe. 14-year-old girls, Ruby Warren, last year's national champion out front. Pure Bicycles looking good through that second straight. Naira O'Connell in there in 2. That looks like a Hard Knocks rider inside the top 3. Isabella Gerard being put under all sorts of pressure as they bring it through that third straight. That's Nora Syrit out of Team Mind. Heading into that final turn then and back out for Ruby Warren. Can anyone catch her in this race? I think not. She's absolutely flying through that final straight. Naira O'Connell going to pick up the 2 spot as they take it over the line. Race 95. That's not race 95, that's race 96. We're holding race 95 then by the looks of things. Alan Hill, Neil the Warlock Stewart, that's your 1 and 2 in this Grand Vets Moto. Pure Bicycles out front. The 23 plate is Neil Waddington in there in 3. The 576 in there in 4, that is Craig Bryan. Last turn action in and out. Hilly on the 1 plate, smooth as you like down that final straight. He's going to chill his way to a Moto win. The Warlock's under pressure. Here comes Waddington with a late ditch to the line. Waddington's going to nick it at the stripe. As we take a look at race number 97 going into turn number 2. Astar Racing at the front of the pack. That's Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. Got to be Stu Little chasing down the 7 plate of Ian Archibald. Christos Chorkos in there in 3. Ian Milne having a good old scrap heading into that final turn. That looked like it was the 836 of Neil Cheney. Cheney has the move stuck on him by Milne out of that final corner. Cheney, Milne, who's going to pick up the 4 spot as they take it down to the line. Ian Milne's going to hang on to it as Brett Knight goes 1 and 2 with Brixton BMX through that second straight. Dominic Elliott picking up the 2 spot then at the moment. That looks like David Knowles in there in 3, but it's Crucial Racing out front looking good. Looking good. Last turn action then. Mr. Knight, he's going to pick up this race win. David Knowles rounding out the top 3 with Dominic Elliott in between them in 2. Vets on track. Boom, boom, boom on the 96 podcast. Leads it through. Yesterday's winner going 1 and 2 with Matt Barnard. Stay strong. That looks like SVT Mongoose in there as well. Zontan Boudet inside the top 3 being chased down by Dylan Dixon. Grant Newbury's in there in 5. The 823 in 6. That's going to be Mark Vries out of Manchester BMX. Being chased down by George Salmond in 7. And the 8 spot going to be Nigel Smith. More vets hit the track. Mark Moore leading it into turn number 1. Jump Club S&M Source. MCR in there behind him, chasing him through Carl Svensson. The 6 is Adam Boudet inside the top 3, looking for a move on Svensson into turn number 2. Matt Eaton's in there in 4. chopping and changing positions in the 2 and 3. Boudet's made it stick, now chasing more like a predator on prey as they bring it into that final corner. It is going to be Boudet making the move. More shuffles back to 2. Eaton's worked his way into a top 3 spot for BRE Racing. DC Cycles out front though, with Boudet picking up the race win. That shall be race number 95. Anushka Jones, that is, making moves in turn at number 2. Holly Diver, I think that is out front though. Sophie Mee, Martha Cotton, Molly Fumi Carroll, Eva Zirzik, Eleanor Martin, Clara Salmond, all in that race as well. Masters in and out of turn number 1. Just the 4 riders on track for this one. Oh no. I was away with it, wasn't I? I was reading the sheets. Neil's back up after yesterday's win. Going to finish his lap. Put your hands together for Neil Brunez. Tom Palmer out front, Crucial Racing. Billy Luckhurst in there in 2 for Stay Strong. George Higley in 3. Romney Wybrow Parker in there for 4, but it is going to be Palmer picking up that race win. Second rack of Masters, gate goes down. Sean Issett's had an absolutely blinding start out of lane number 8, trying to make it happen from the outside into turn number 1, but it's going to be crucial. BMX, Adam Brazil on that 6 plate, leading this race through. The 28 plate near in that 2 spot, that is Connor Hudson, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Issett's in there in 3, that looks like it is the rider out of Green Machine, David James, in there in 4, being chased down by the 471 of Mitchell Smith, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club in 5. Adam Brazil, though, out front, taking it to him. He's going to pick up this moto win. Hudson Issett rounding out them top 3 positions.
Race 103, Rin Serafina Giannolino in this one. She's in there in that 4th spot at the moment. It is the 3 and the 5. Going 1 and 2 at the minute. Emily Eaton yesterday took that ODI Whole Shot Award. We're going to be looking for a Maxis move of the day as well today. We've got another one of them ongoing. Jalila Patel in there in 2. Libby Coppin in 3. Rin's in there in 4, under a little bit of pressure from Katie Millar as they go in and out of that final turn. Aoife Pick's in there as well, and Isla Young. Race 104, Ellie Moore doing it for BRE Racing. Emily Grimm, Evie Malkin, Alexi Kearns and Phoebe Blackwell. And it is Ellie Moore out in front, battling with the Stay Strong rider, Sidoni. Mongoose are in there in 3. That is going to be Ella Blue Chidley. There's a lot. He can't stop, won't stop. Brown. But yeah, Lottie had some great laps yesterday. Grand job. In the 4. Now 106. Emily Dean's in there in about 5th spot. Front 4 pretty much together. Ailey Watts. Tom McGlynn in there in 3. That is Grace Burge rounding out the 4 as we move on to 1-0. This Smiley's in there in 5. Annabelle Charlton in 6. Bethany Coates in 7. And Daisy Lavin going through as well. Meanwhile, Sophie Elwood takes it in and out of that final turn. From Sophie Kynaston, Alexis McCartney, and Amelia, the real deal, Everly. Lucy Groundwater doing it for Racing, chasing down Charlotte Stanley. Rusty Nut Racing, Sabina Ashman in there in that top spot. Hot Shots Isla Radcliffe in at 5, battling with Rosie O'Brien out of BMX Widow Photography. Who's going to round out the top 4? Race 109. Be handy if I could turn the page. My hands are absolutely freezing. Izzy Hurry. So good to see Ava back on track. Taking the top 3. I think it's Emily Green out in front. Not seen Emily for a while. Pops up, starts riding again. Wins the Moto. Izzy for 2. Ava for 4. Not sure who got the 3. Might have been Annabelle Townsend, actually. Oh, it must be cold. Ria got a big coat on. Big coat weather. Oh, dear. Anyway, race 110. No, it's not race. Is it race 110? Yes, it is. Yetska Hempstock chasing down Remy Godfrey. The 6th plate. That belongs to Imogen Gibson. Imogen's in there in that 3rd spot. Really nice to see Imogen and Spencer Gibson back racing. Big shout out to Neil. I don't know if he's here or if he's watching at home. One or the other. But be good to catch up with Neil again at some point. Fwan Clements, Fiona Barry, Claire Albert as well, as we take Remy Godfrey, Yetska Hempstock and Imogen Gibson down to the line. Race 111, Alicia Linscott, Ella Lamb, Lydia Webber. That is Pro Start's Hannah Drew out in front. The 9 and the 0-1. That is Megan Kirby. The 0-1 is Becca Gold, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Ella Lamb for Retro Racing, she's in there in 5. Alicia Linscott in the 4. Well, Ronnie Richards, Brody Geddes, Daniel Collins, Robin Alonso, Spencer Lench and Bruce Anthony. Toby in there in 1, Daniel in 2. Ronnie Richards rounding out the top 3 with Brody Geddes in there in 4. Ryder in 5, that is the 28. That belongs to Bruce Anthony out of Royston. As we Evan Bartley leading out Moto 113. He's got Dexter Moore. Deal with Henry Shenton's in there as well in about 5th. Harry Shaw working his way into that 2nd spot. In 5, Noah Buttery. Good to see Noah back on track. He's in there in about 6th at the moment. As we move on to race 115. Yesterday's winner, James Cottrell. Out there in front, battling with Heath Osborne and Elvis Lawrence. They are 1, 2 and 3. Callum Howe, Alfie Underhill, Lewis Linscott in there as well. Guys are absolutely on it. As we move to race 116, Ned Guppy, Evan Jones, Tom O'Brien, Maxwell Lawrence, Eddie Millington and Dexter Beerup. Dexter in there in 4, being chased down by the 23 of Maxwell Lawrence. Nate Hamilton in there in that 2nd spot. Rusty Nut Racing, Eddie Millington going through in 3. This is 117. Yeah, it's all right.
On track, race 117. These are your 15-year-old boys in and out of turn number 2. Gotta be the 9 plate of Oliver Tyres leading it through for Moto 1 and Muckoff. That is Newton Hinley in the 2 spot on the 14 plate. The 629 in there for 3. That is Percy Bradley out of Tiverton. He's under pressure though. Milo Weller squeezing a move in that final turn. Sam Woods in there at about 5, looking to pick up a place down that final straight. Couldn't quite make it work. as race number 118 hits the track. You are looking at Oscar Jewell leading it out from Harrison Barnes and Nathaniel Eames in there in 3, jumping his way around the outside in turn number 2, looking for a way round Barnes, who's picking up the 4, looks like a rider out of the Titans. That's going to be Reese Duggan. Dugan then inside the top 4, last turn action. Team here and Andover, Oscar Jewell looking good through that final straight. He's going to pick up that moto win. Barnes, Eames 2 and 3. Open 16 out on track then, the 9 plate leading it through. That's Freddie Franklin rusting up racing. Who's the rider picking up to? Looks like a rider out of BMX with a photography. That's the 17 of Eric McSwitty. The 144 in there in 3. Harry Taylor out of Birmingham BMX Club. The rider out of Green Machines inside the top 4. Ollie Kirby's under all sorts of pressure though, as Logan Widdowson works his way around the outside. Team Bunnies and Widdowson going to pick up that top 4 spots. But after a shout out for Team Bunnies from the team manager Chris Wimbledon, wishing them all well. Make sure you have fun, guys, so enjoy your day's racing. Team Bunnies. Next up then, you are looking at Freddie Entwistle on the 8 bike, leading it through the 13 plate. In there behind him, that's going to be Henry Radcliffe. Heading in towards that final turn, the 717. That's going to be a Doncaster rider, Jake Asher. He's picking up a top 3 spot as they bring it down that final straight. Race number 121 hits the track. Lucas Seeley. This lad is absolutely flying so far this season. Who's the rider picking up the 2? Looks like we have got Lucas Osborne out of MK. Cooper McCrum in there for 3. That's the 7 of Oliver James out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross in 4. The 273 in 5. That's Henry Shear out of Tiverton BMX. Addison Milburn out of Exeter in this one as well. So it's going to be Seeley, Osborne out front in that moto. As Reactive Racing's Bradley James goes 1 and 2 with Elijah Jamira in race 122. 16-year-old boy still going at it on track. Who's that picking up the 3? Look like to Blanche making moves in that corner. David Fearley just shuffled back a spot, but he's not done yet. Had an absolutely blinding day yesterday. He's in there at about 4 at the moment, looking for a way back into a top 3 spot. Bradley James went airborne into that final turn. Smooth as you like. James Jamira 1 and 2. Centurions on track, 17 to 18-year-olds. We are getting thick and fast heading in towards turn number 2. That looks like Eli Smith in that 2 spot for Rab Racing. Where's Ollie Coppin? He's inside the top 3 doing it for Crucial Racing. But your race leader is the 18 of Lewis Cook. He's under pressure as he bringing it into the final turn. Smith out of Rab Racing looking for a way through. Cook, Smith, Coppin, SAS got a rider in there in 4. That's going to be Sam Hamling. Race 124 hits the track. 4 plate on the bike leading it through. That is going to be Jaden Fawcett going 1 and 2 with Zach Twitchen out of Team Mind. Ice Bike's got a rider in there for 3. That's Max Burgess bringing it on round. The front 3 separating out from the rest of the pack. Tom Millar on the 127 plate in there in 4. Last turn action then. Fawcett looking good. Going to pick up this race win. His first race of the day. Taking it across the line out front of the pack. Who's leading out race 125? Henry Eyre, of course, on the 859. Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Looks like fast signatures. Stanley Palmer in there in 3. The rider in 2 is going to be the 9 plate. Josh Williams, BMX Widow Photography. I didn't see Josh yesterday, but he's out there at the moment in that 2 spot. Chasing Henry into that final corner. In and out they go. Well, looks like we've got a rider out of Fluent, Reese Toole. He's in there in 4. Chasing Palmer through the final straight. Palmer's going to hang on to 3, though. Absolute chaos in the next moto. Finn Collis, Nathan Baratta, both on the floor. Finn's picked himself up. Put your hands together for Finn Collis, ladies and gents. The 149, that is, leading it out. Malachi O'Reilly. Moves being made in that final turn. That looked like Marku Reynolds diving under. Just about making it stick. Battling down that final straight with Jaden Green. Green's going to hang on to the 2. A side note from our admin team, Bike Racing, ladies and gents. Please make sure you are keeping an eye out on what moto you are in. There is a slightly different order that we're running for today's racing, so please make sure you are keeping an eye out on scores for your race number and listen out for all the races that we are on. Me and Rich are going to try and cram in race numbers wherever we can today, so please keep an ear out and make sure you are in the pens when you need to be, please. Thank you very much. Looks like these two gents have picked themselves up. Tom Doran, Nathan Baratta. Put your hands together for Tom and Nathan, ladies and gents. (17 to 18-year-olds lining up on the gate, then race at 1-2-7. Scott McCallum, Amos Guppy, Onas Vincunas, Brian Turner, Jack Clark, Tommy Haddleton, Lewis Collins Nemo, and Thomas Kay. That is peak commissaire talent, that is, Andy. Drinking a brew, yellow flag up all in one. That's proper commissaire multitasking, isn't it? Impressive skills, Andy. Impressive skills. Throwing you straight back into the action then with the 17 to 18-year-olds in race 1-2-7. Gotta be Amos Guppy headed for turn number one. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading the pack. Astar Racing working their way in. And is Lewis Collins Nemo on the 13 plate. He's been chased down by the other 13 in this age. That is going to be Jack Clark out of 0-1 Racing. Centurion's going to ride it in the mix as well. That looks like it could be Scott McCallum on the 33 plate, but he's under pressure. The 22X is Thomas Kay out of MCR. He's looking for a way through in the final turn. Wasn't quite able to find it, so McCallum going to hang on to that fourth spot down the final straight. Guppy out front with the race win. Charlie Roy, Spencer Gibson, that's your 1 and 2. Che Young's in there in 3 in this first 19 to 29-year-old moto of the day. Who's the rider picking up for? That's a 21 plate of Alex Taylor out of Manchester. Check out Che Young though, ladies and gents, just gone from 3 to 1 in that final turn. Teed it up nicely through that third straight. Young leading it out, then Roy's just been shuffled back to 3 as Gibson nicks the 2 spot. George Gerard on track 1 on the plate, last year's national champion. He's going into that first corner out, second corner out front. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching leading it from CGR. Then that is Luke Davies Hayes, the 17X in there in 3. That is Joshua Simpson Jacobs with Brett Dove in there in 4. In and out of the final turn, Gerard Hayes. That's going to be your 1 and 2. Cal Strickland, the king of the hill yesterday, he's absolutely flying in this 19 to 29 class at the moment. He's going 1 and 2. With the rider out of BMX Woodard Photography, Ben Fitzsimmons, Dan Kay in there in 3 for Maybo Factory Team UK. That looks like the 20 plate of Kean Brown out of Merseyside BMX Club. Kay airborne into the final turn. Fitzsimmons throws in a high-low. Gonna go from 2 to 1. Fitzsimmons, Strickland, Kay. That's your 1, 2, 3. That's not the way to start a day, is it? Out on track then, more 19 to 29 action. Josh Cates, the 8-plate Jaden Seward, in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Ollie Cope into that final turn. Dexter Gambay, in there in 4. Tyree picked himself up. We're going to look to move on to championship racing then, ladies and gents. Your championship women up on the top of the hill. Looks like we lost a rider in that race. We can't see over the back of that jump, can we?
Is it Theo? Is it? Top of the 8 metre hill, we have championship women. Yeah. We are going to have to move all those bottles off that jump in a minute as well. Come on, Rhea, crack on. First up, the Jess Marriott, Lorianne Carruthers, Elsa Rendle, Todd Elizabeth Brown, Emmy Seward, and Taylor. Ready to go. Pun intended with Republica playing. Love Republica. Right, championship women underway. Marriott, Carruthers, Todd, Brown, Seward, Gaynor, all heading towards turn number 1. It is Elsa Rendle, Todd doing it for Stay Strong. Out in front, Taya Gaynor in there in 2, jumping. Jess Marriott looking good in 3. That is Emmy Seward in there in 4. Lorianne Carruthers in 5. Elizabeth Brown in 6. But Stay Strong. Elsa Rendle, Todd takes it to the track, takes it to the skate park, makes it all look good in and out the final turn. Elsa's going to take it to the strike. Taya Gaynor for 2, Jess for 3, Emmy rounding out the 4.
Second Racker Championship women hits the track. Freya, the Slayer Chalice out of lane number 2. Gonna hold shot into that first corner for Absolute and Mabo. In and out of the first turn she goes. She's being chased down by the 339. Gotta be Evie Webster also out of Absolute. So Absolute going 1 and 2 at the moment. That is Halo Wheels race team inside the top 3 with Annalise Cadman Carpenter, who's picking up the 4. That is Moto 1 and Muckoffs. Megan Roy being chased down by Carly Hayes as they take it into the final turn. Chalice has checked out from the pack. Gonna pick up this Moto win, her first of the day. After yesterday's win, Webster under pressure from Cadman Carpenter, bringing it to the line. That one was close.
Right, Junior Open up next. Larkins, Brown, Bowen, Clitheroe and Everly. Right, Junior Open, here we go. First rack of these guys heading down the hill. James Clitheroe, Kai Bowen, Larkins got squashed almost going into turn number 1. He's back there in 4. But it is, Bowen's not made it through the section either, so yesterday's winner has had to pull the ripcord. In and out of the turn we go. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Chase Bicycles, James Clitheroe into that final turn. Everly's chasing him down. Sean Brown's had a cracking weekend. Been going through his laps in a real workmanlike fashion. It's Clitheroe, Everly, Brown, 1, 2, 3.
Second Racker Junior Open is a Cody Coker out of lane number 1. Pure Bicycles looking to pick up the whole shot into that first turn. It is going to be Coker out front. Then who's there with him? Lucas Webster on the 157 has worked his way underneath in that first corner. Heath Thomas has had to pull on the ripcord. Oh, it's getting busy with Henry Rayner. 4 riders not making it through the full pro section then. But Cody Coker absolutely taking it to him out front by a mile. Webster, Tomlinson, Rayner, Thomas. That's your order as to bring it into the final turn. Henry Rayner and Heath Thomas banging boots in the final corner. It's going to be Cody Coker though picking up that Moto win.
Superglass first rack of 2 heading down the hill. The 262 belonging to Callum Russell, leading him into the... Oh, the elbows are flying. Harrison Bell, 1, 2 down. All mixed up, everybody all over the place. Let's hope everybody's okay. Gabe Simpson's up. Russell checked out and gone. Xander Mavalvani right in there in 2. Not quite. Dean Reeves in there in 3. It was a right mess coming out of the turn. The elbows had locked Harrison Bell. Couldn't get away from the rider next to him, which I think was Ruben Byrne. So Ruben's up and okay, Gabe's up, Harrison is up. Let's just hope he's in one piece. All right, we're just looking after Harrison at the moment. While I've got the opportunity, I know Ben Cornish is up there. Your dad's message, Ben. Grandfa's watching on the live stream. His grandfather been a little bit unwell lately, so hasn't been able to come to the races. But he is watching. So Ben Cornish, senior. Good morning to you, sir, if you're watching on the live stream. Enjoy the racing. Have a great day. We are just looking after Harrison Bell.
Traders. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, we love the traders.
We love the traders. They are over the back of the first. All your National Series merchandise, sorted race gear, Crucial Racing, DC Cycles, Green Machine.
Pure
bicycles,
over there, yeah.
Yes, for your new V7 Pure Bicycles frame with the new updated tubing and the T47 bottom bracket.
Rich has gone at full factory dad, knowing what that is.
No idea what a T47 bottom bracket is, but apparently it works really well.
Me neither. Rich knows what he's talking about though, so it must be
Rich
good.
Townsend does.
Yeah. I should have specified really.
I don't know one end of an Allen key from another.
They both work.
Anybody.
They both work.
Yeah. I'm good at this bit. This is my bit. The tech stuff, not so much. Also, let's talk about Abby Taylor's wellies. Does she know something we don't? Have you been to a festival? You forgot to bring shoes. Have you got the same wardrobe malfunction as
I was going to say,
Lewis?
I hope you receive as much stick as I did for my Crocs that weekend.
Crocs or wellies?
I know what I'd be choosing.
I think you went for the safer option, quite
Definitely,
frankly.
100%.
Especially as we're north of the border.
We've got the two food trucks this weekend, haven't we? We've got Kitchen Street Food over by the first turn, and we've also got Food Electable right the way over the back of the Gazebo Flavellas. So if you're after some of the Jumeirah's famous food, get yourself over to the back of the track, all the way on the far side behind all of the gazebos. They're over there. When I saw Craig this morning, was cooking up a storm, ready for everyone to get their curry for lunch.
I've pre-ordered my curry.
No, Conrad. No.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, definitely not. There are limits to what we can say. There are limits.
We ignore them most of the time.
Yeah, pretty much. The Warlock's just walked all the way across the track. Do you reckon he'll be alright for his second moto?
Yeah, he's alright, Warlock. He had a Nando's on Friday.
That's his race fuel sorter for the weekend.
That's his warm-up, that. Friday Nando's. Right, we're up to date with shout-outs at the minute, so that's good.
Put your hands together for Harrison Bell, ladies and gents. Gives us a thumbs up.
Yeah, Evil Knievel, thumbs up. Yeah.
Looks like we are about ready to... Just got to shake my head at... I've got a whole DM war going off.
Have we?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
All right, okay.
Yeah. I'm not saying any of it. None of you. You could both lose out.
Yeah, we have missed one actually. Birthdays for Josh Williams, Preston Pirates, and his dad Mike. Their birthdays are close together. Not same day, but close together. So the Williams boys, happy birthdays. ×2 for whenever they are. You said we get that one in. Happy.
The last moto then of the first set, lining up on the gate. Superclass men ready to go, locked and loaded. Back into the Superclass action, then here we go, ladies and gents. RC22, check him out. Triple into turn number 1. Cullen leads it from Cornish. In and out of that first corner they go. Who's picking up 3? George Hunter's working his way in. Bradley Russell's diving through as well. That looks like Danny O'Gorman just been shuffled back a few spots. Russell almost got it all wrong, but managed to stick it up right. Cullen out front. Check him out into the final turn. Smooth as you like. Ben Cornish trying to keep him honest in and out of that final turn. Cullen, Cornish, Hunt. That's your 1, 2, 3. Russell for 4. O'Gorman for 5. Esselmont Smith 6 and 7. Our 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are up on the gate, ready to go for the second set of motos.
Right, moving on. 9 to 12-year-old at Cruiser Open. Here we go, heading down the hill. Back to the start. Powell, Darley, Powell, Dowson, Dixon, Johnson, and King Ron. Ronnie Wallwork doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. He's in there in 3. Dowson leading it through, chasing down the 3-3-1. Who's that? That belongs to Alfie Powell, Reactive Racing. Oh, King Ron's on it. 3 shredded wheat between motos. He's there in that second spot. Chasing down Dowson, so it's BMX Hype, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching going 1 and 2. Eliza Powell's having none of it. She wants to get in there as well. She's worked her way into that third spot. Layla Dixon, Tessa Johnson, and Xavier Darley in there as well. Oh, looks like Ron's under pressure. Just giving it up at the line. He's going to have to settle for the 3. Race 139, Josh Bean, Grace Ledgerwood Bar. Swales, Bennett, Steinmetz, Walsh and Grimm. And it is out front on that 11 plates. That belongs to Arlo Steinmetz. Rocking that free rider apparel. Sean doing a great job down there in Wales. Fast signatures in there in 2. That's going to be Jack Swales. Walsh in there in 4. And the rider in 3 out of Nightwood was Bradley Grimm. Race 140, Jenkins, Smythe, Bradley, Westwood, Robinson, Dean and Tanzer. Leo Bradley out there in front, battling away with the Gosport rider, Rory Smythe. That's going to be Westwood in there in 5. Birthday girl, Emma Dean in there in 6. Benjamin Tanzer in 7. Making it rusty, not ready. Race 141. Arthur Mason, Teamer, out there in front. That's Frederick State in there in 2. Bishop in 3. That's Sammy Stack going through in 4. Ed Worrell in 5. Jackson Chapman Davis in 6. In that corner. Jackson getting his swoop on. We love that. Oh. Looks like we had a problem with the BRE rider. That was William Arnold. At least he's up and all right. Right, race 142, Labras, Mallion, Dolan, Thompson, Charlie Cotton and Bram Heaver heading down towards turn number 1. Hunter Mallion, Charlie Cotton going in there, 1 and in 3. Labras is coming through for the 4. Gosport NRT. The 13 to 14-year-old at Cruz. We have changed age groups. Mallion and Cotton looking good. Dolan's going to pick up that 3. Looks like that's the way they're going to finish as we move on to Moto 143. Brownson, Swales, Abbott, Markley, Arnold, Ford and Cheffy. Louis doing it for Team Mind. In that 3rd spot right now, chasing down Harry Swales. The rider out front is Oliver Arnold doing it for Smiley's Fly Club. The 7-2-4 is Bodie Markley from Savage Racing. The Hawks rider in there in 5 is Alfie Ford as we move on to Moto number 143. Sorry, 144. Adam Arnold. Huey Hall in there in 2. I'm struggling with these moto sheets today. That is, yeah, it is. Benedict Marco in there in 3. That looks like Yusuf Almas Fordham going through in 4 with Xavi Fox Cooper in 5. "13, 14-year-old cruisers moto number 145. The 881 of Finley Murphy out of Nuneaton. Leading Max Livingston into that corner. Toby Duff in there as well. Lucas Stoneman, Joshua Lewis and Jacob Aston. Jacob Aston, he's there in 5. As they all follow the Nuneaton rider to the line. 13, 16 cruiser ladies. Ailey Watson, BMX Widow Photography. Out in front, Emily Grimm, I think, in 2. Is it Emily on the 764? Yes, it is. Also got Clara Salmon in there and Isla Young going through in 3. Paige Cathcart Cunnison rounding out the 4. Got Elizabeth Graham, Sadie McSwitty, Olivia Webb, Elizabeth Graham in Moto 146, Moto 147. James Cottrell took 2 wins yesterday. Looking for 2 more today. He's got a battle on with Jack Walford. Alfie Sim in there as well, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. In the away kit, he's there for looking for the 3. Is he going to pick up the 2? Not quite. Oh! Jack Walford having a loop out of the line. Easy, Tiger. It's only Moto 2. More 15 and 16-year-olds race at number 148. Labras, Hindley, Westwood, McWitty, Wallwork in there in 3. Bruce Anthony and Logan Young. Where's Logan? He's in there in about 5, chasing down Cooper Westwood, battling with Bruce Anthony as McSwitty takes it to the line. Team Air in there in 2. That was Newton Hindley. Wallwork in 3. Race at number 149. Jones, Stevenson, Milburn, Miller, Smith and Borrachini. Good to see Daniel Borrachini on track. Not seen Daniel for a while. So good to have him back in the mix as the 680 of Lucas Smith out of Peterborough takes it into that final corner. Borrachini in there in 3. Look at Mr. Cooper McCrum battling with Todd Smith-Notman.
Race 150, 15, 16-year-old cruisers are on track. McCrum leading it out from Todd Smith-Notman, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross heading into that final turn. Robin Mattern Alonso's in about 4 at the moment, looking to pick up a spot down the final straight. The 17 of Surridge hanging on to 3. Alonso under pressure at the line. That was Jacob Warren out of Savage Racing. Olivia Firth, Izzy Hurry, that's your 1 and 2 in the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. In and out of that second corner they go. Willets inside the top 3, being chased down by Hedges in 4. Hurry's under some pressure now as they take it towards that final turn. Willets looking up the inside. Hurry just closing the door. In and out they go. Olivia Firth, sorted race gear and EMV graphics and signage, gonna pick up that moto win with Izzy Hurry. Izzy Hurry in 2. Her teammate out of Mayber Factory Team UK, your European number 2, Lily Chisholm out front, leading the pack from last year's national champion. That is Hannah Drew. In that 2 spot, heading in towards that final turn. McCartney under pressure as they take it into the final corner. Who's the rider making moves? That looked like it was the hot shot rider. Got to be Isla Radcliffe. Worked her way into 3. Here comes McCartney at the line. It's going to be Radcliffe, McCartney, 3 and 4. Next up, 30 plus women's cruiser. Michelle Stupple, Gosport National Race Team. Your world number 5 at a lead in the pack. Von Clements, Magic Manda in there in 3. Who's in 4? That looks like Tracy Sharp. Lisa Tarlin in there in 5. RTR got a rider in at 6. That is Claire Albert being chased into the final turn. Suzanne Jenkins, the 2 RTR ladies, bringing it around the final turn, down the last straight, chasing the Team Bunnies ladies. Sharp and Tarlin in 5 and 6. That looks like SJN leading out the next 30 plus women's cruiser moto. In and out of that second corner, your world number 3, Hot Shot Racing, Nikki Sitch in there in 2. Doing it for Gosport Fast Signatures, and Gosport BMX Club. Lee Pendleton in there in 3. Emily Arlett in 4. Coach Chizzy in 5. That looks like Grace Turner in 7. Chasing Claire Mardell in 6. As Rebecca Goal leads out the next moto. On board the 3 bike, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Ro Beckett in there in that 2. Out of Smiley's Flight Club. Who's picking up the 3 as they go in and out of that second corner. Susan Farrer 1. Bad BMX 738 on the play. She's being chased down by the 17. Karen Evans out of Cornwall BMX. The 180 in there as well. That's Lindsay Cuman. Here comes Jo Gray looking for her way around. She's in there in 6 at the moment, looking for her way into that 5 spot. But Gol gonna pick up that moto win. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers hit the track. Your British champion Dylan Dixon leading the pack at the moment. Who's there with him? It looks like a rider out of the south. On the 13 plate, Ian Smythe. Gosport National Race Team, the 208 is Joel Marsden in 3. The 470 in 4 out of the northeast, that is Michael Parks. In and out of that final corner, though, it is going to be the 0-1 British champion picking up that moto win. Kieran McAvoy, Chris Evans, Matt Eaton. That's your 1, 2, 3 in race 157. 40 to 44-year-old cruiser guys charging in towards that second turn. McAvoy, sorted race gear. Evans out of Rab Racing. Eaton out of BRE. Looking good at the moment. Blackpool got a rider inside the top 4. Mark Kinsey on the 028, the 036. In there as well, Carl Fancini. Along with Lee Grant out of RTR Racing. Down the final straight, though, and McAvoy are picking up that race win. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Rob Harris leading the way in the next 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. The 14 plate in there in 3. That's James Moores. RTR in there as well with Matthew Walsh. In and out of that second corner, looks like Groves. In there in 2, chasing Harris towards that final corner. Moores in there in 3. The 2 RTR boys, Mike Whittaker, Matthew Walsh, coming through in 4 and 5. 17, 29-year-old cruisers getting busy out of turn number 1. It is going to be Rab Racing leading the way. Alex Brooks, European number 2. Didn't have the best of first motos, but he's showing us what he could do as he brings it back through that 3rd straight. Moto 1 in there behind him, that's Theo Pope. Looks like Kean Brown's under pressure from the 0-1 of Dan Popel as they take it into that final corner. Your front 4 then are looking good out of that final turn. Matt McHugh in there in 5, but it's going to be Brooks with that moto win. Race 160 in and out of turn number 1. Arne Esselman leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with Stanley Palmer, doing it for fast signatures. Stay strong lead in the pack as it stands. Who's the rider picking up 3? Got to be Jack LeBras out of Bradford Bandits. That's Jack Mowat in there in 4. Max Henderson in 5. Taking it towards the final turn then. Esselman out front, smooth as you like. Looking good to pick up this race win. Palmer chilling his way down the final straight. LeBras looking to put the pressure on. Not quite going to get close enough. Palmer's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Next up on track, Niall Moss goes 1 and 2 with Joe Walbridge into that second corner. Who's the rider picking up 3? That's Chris Hearn on the template, repping the Stay Strong colours. Kyle Hill out of Pure Bikes. Hill Skills BMX coaching in there in that 4 spot. Lewis Barnes in 5. Evolve Collective in 6. That's going to be Harry Pritchard. But it's Moss picking up that race win across the line.
Moving on, Moto number 162. Rocky O'Brien, Connor Blythe, Nathan Abbott, 1, 2, 3. No, Luke Davies-Hayes in there as well. Joshua Cates. Blimey, this is a stacked one. Look at the speed of these guys as they head into that final turn. William Alfie Harrison in there as well, pushing hard. Love to see it. It's going to be O'Brien, Cates, Davies-Hayes. Is he going to get pipped on the line? Oh, too close to call. Moving on, Dan Wilson, Rab Racing, Alex Stokes, Evolve Motocross, looks like he's been shot out of the chasing him down that 3rd straight. That looks like Smiley in there in that spot. Matthew Russell, Ash Richardson, James Morrison, Callum Daly in there as well. It's going to be Wilson. Stokes with an absolutely great lap for the 2. That one will make him smile a little bit. So 45 to 49. Todd Toogood, Marco Smith, Turblanche and Kennedy. Where's Big Nige? He's in there in 6. The most unbothered man in BMX, just keeps it super, super chill. As Norbert Marco. Try again. There we go. Got it back. Right, Matthew Trincart, who came within a whisker of winning the Maxis move of the day yesterday, only to be undone by Sophie Elwood's last turn manoeuvre. Anthony Labras, Tony Labras from Yorkshire, in there in 2. Did you like my Yorkshire accent then? Was that all right? Oh no, my Scottish accent's terrible. It's not good. I'm not doing a Scottish accent. I won't make it out of Glasgow alive if I do that. Stephen Hassel. Little Cotty in there in 2. We were going to change it now. It's going to be Little Cotty on the cruiser, 50 to 54. And Big Cotty on the 50. We've officially changed. As we watch Pete Butler doing it for Salted Race Gear, battling with Kevin Bake. We got Gary Carver, what a palaver. They're in that 3rd. I don't know what kind of accent it is, a rubbish one. Jamie McFarlane doing it for Peterborough. He's in there in 5. Through as well. See, you won't get this at Worlds, Lewis. Alan Hill, Ian Archibald, Darren Reedy, Stuart Little. It's like the Backstreet Boys, isn't it? Look at him going into that final turn. Matt Phillips in there as well. Dave Stokes. As Hilly crosses that line in first. Reedy with the 3. We're on Moto 169. Stephen Notman, Dave Lindsay, Raymond Reed. That's as close as you're going to get to a Scottish accent from me. He's in there in that 2nd spot. Stephen Notman, Davey Lindsay. Dave Knowles in there as well. Tim Drew. And Stephen Joy. As the Scottish guys go 1 and 2 with Campbell and Reed. Race 170. Jonathan Charlesworth, Brent Featherstone, Chris Madron, the James Bond of the Northeast. I don't know where that actually came from. I don't know why we call him that. He just came out of nowhere. Oh, look at Billy Stupple. There's a Maxis Move of the Day contender. Right there. Oh, and took the win as well. Mark that one down. That's on the list. Yeah. Right, here we go. 6 and unders battling again. I love this battle. Milo, Jerry, Maxim, Krasosiak, absolutely on it all weekend long. Milo had the better of it yesterday. Maxim's on it today. Look at these two boys go. 2-0-3. Milo Ryder Bayes in there in that third spot. Hudson's going through in 4. Lenny Holiday in 5. But Maxim's had 3 shredded wheat for his breakfast. Taking the win from Milo. Wow. Right, Rupert, here we go. Rupert Garnett, has he got Velcro on his pedals? He's slipped them twice already this weekend. Victor Anderson, Grace Snell, Theodore Purdy-Hurst. And my mate Ellis Dowsing, where is he? He's there, he's out in front. Rupert chasing him down. The BMX bums are going nuts at the side of the track. Classic 6 and under racing. Victor Anderson in there in 3. Theo and Grace having a battle. But Ellis is taking it to the stripe. Rupert's in there in 2. Oh! Slipped the pedals again. Oh my words. Big front flip. Rupert Garnett. Oh. If you get to watch that one back on the live stream, it was a big old somersault. I think Dad's there at the side of the track. Oh. Let's find Rupert some stickers from somewhere and some goodies. See a minute.
Race 174 up on the gate, 7-year-old boys. Next up then we are looking at the 7-year-old boys going in and out of turn number 1. They're having a good old 3-way scrap as they exit that first corner. Alejandro Crudo Estevez leads it out from the 490 plate of Parker Gray. Doing it for Lindsay, heading in towards that second corner. Looks like we've got a Preston Pirates rider in the mix. That's got to be Owen Wheater on the 456. Patrick Dempsey out of Ice Bikes. And the nearest A&E room, he's inside the top 4. Last turn action then. Estevez running away with this moto. Has Gray got enough left in the tank to put the pressure on? No, but Wheater has. Here he comes down the final straight, looking to go from 3 to 2. Oh, it's going to be Gray hanging on to that 2 spot. Estevez out front. Jensen Dye on track. Race 175 in and out of that second corner. He's being chased down by the rider out of Bristol. That's Isaac Buck. On the 267 plate, the 859 is Amari Bamford Bear. Peckham BMX Club, the 701 inside the top 4. Jackson May out of Sinead's Reed Academy. The Brunsey Massive have got a rider in there as well. Alfie Baglin being chased down by Team Bunnies. Dennis Turner. Jensen Dye, they're rusting up racing. He is picking up that 1 spot. Jasper Eels out on track, leading the pack. Who's there with him? It's got to be the YouTube sensation, Shelby Yates. Who's picking up the 3? That is Merseyside BMX Club's Benji Ross Foster. Yates looking to put the pressure on Eels, heading into the last corner. Can he make it through? Looks for a high low, didn't quite make it happen. John Joe Blundell's back there in 4. Benji Ross Foster still in 3. It's going to be Eels out front. Yates will have to settle for 2. 8-year-old boys are a go. Beckett, Bromelo, Lamb, Brown, Dodd and Tomlinson. Who's your race leader? Out of that second turn, Tomlinson in the 2 spot at the moment. It is all out front with the 8-2-1 of Ruben Lamb out of Merseyside BMX Club. Lamb leading it out, then Bromelo in there in 3. That's going to be Beckett in 4. Last straight action. Check out Ruben Lamb, ladies and gents. Absolutely flying down that final straight, picking up that race win. That looks like Sanders Horns out of Norwich Flyers, leading out of the next moto in race 178. Who's there with him? Got to be Oliver Bridle, doing it for the Crucial Gang. Lou and Jamira Rab Racing Sunday Kit, occupying that 3rd starter spot, but he's being chased down by the 983. Harry Taylor, SVT Mongoose. Look at Taylor diving underneath. He's worked his way from 4 to 3. Jamira looking to come back at him down the final straight. It's going to be Horns, Bridle in that order across the line. Jamira now under pressure as they take it across the line. Taylor, though, looking good in 3. Next up into that second turn, that's got to be Burnham BMX Club. 229 on the plate. Arthur Kinch, Gospel BMX looking good out front. Roberts Catkins in there into Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Leon Kazoziak is rounded out the top 3, but he's being chased down by Harrison Slater out of Crank BMX Coaching. These front 4 gents have absolutely checked out from the pack. As we take a look at the 8-year-old girls charging through that second straight. Esme Anderson chasing down your race leader, Crank BMX Coaching, Sophia Reese. This little lady is absolutely rapid. Moto 1 and Muckhoff still in there in that 2 spot. Check out little Hattie in there in 3. Putting the pressure on the front 2 riders at the moment. The 752 is in there in 4. That's Erin Dunning out of Chesterfield BMX once again. Make sure you are keeping an eye out for Chesterfield's reopening day coming later on this year in August. But it's going to be the 461 of Sophia Reese picking up that Moto win. RPF Rudy Pleasance Ford on track out of DC Cycles going 1 and 2 with a rider out of Exeter and PCR. That is of course Joseph Claydon. The 511 of Oscar Ratherfast in there in 3. Teddy Jones in 4 doing it for BMX Hype. Here comes the pressure into the final turn. That's Cooper Crowley. Looked for a way into a top 4 spot. Didn't quite manage it. So he's going to have to settle for 5 in behind Jones in 4. Try that again. No. Here we go.
There we go, eventually.
Yeah, got there in the end. 9-year-old boys out on track. Then race 182. Archie Fisher leading it out from Petter Bunchik. Chasing him through, doing it for Pekka BMX. The 767's in there in 3. That's going to be Oliver Pritchard out of Cardiff BMX into that final turn they go. Alice Lewisfield is trying to chop and change for a position through that final straight. He's in 5 at the moment, looking for a way through. That's going to be the 334 of Charlie Crossley hanging on to 4. Archie Walsgrove, Arlo Payne, that's your 1 and 2 in race 183. Connor Grant's in the mix as well, making moves in turn number 2. He's having to settle for the 3rd spot at the moment as he's chased down by Retro Racing's Finley Kerr in there in 4. Bringing it into the final turn, then the front 3 lads have absolutely checked out. Walsgrove looking like he's going to wrap up this moto win. Look at the late charge from Connor Grant through the final straight. Grant looking to nick that 1 spot on the line. It was close between Grant and Walsgrove. Logan Aceto out on track. Just made his move in turn number 2 to make his way just in front of Rapid Roman. The birthday boy is now being chased down by the 617. That's going to be Jude Shearer out of the Centurions. Didn't quite get close enough in the final turn. So Rapid Roman's going to pick up the 2 spot in behind Aceto as they take it over the line. British champ on track. Then the 0-1 is Mabel Pine out of Exeter. And PCR, Madeline Malloy's in this one as well. Repping the Titans colours. She's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? Looks like we've got the 074. That is Luciana Pins on Barron. Repping that lovely Colombian jersey. She's inside the top 3. Out of her Telford Flyers in and out of that final turn. It's going to be the 0-1 of Mabel Pine picking up that race win. Race 186.
Right, Moto 186. Let's have a quick look who we've got on track. That is Maggie Devine in there in 2, chasing down Matilda Hewitt into the final corner. Izzy Moore in there in 3. That's going to be Hackney's Isabella Henry rounding out the top 4. And we've got Freya Forrest in there and Verity Kay as well. It's Matilda, Maggie, and Izzy. 1, 2, 3. Race 187. Henning Wyatt, Dewis, Brentnall, and Dixon. Still with your 9-year-old girls in Moto 187. That is Ola Dewis out there in front. Abigail Henning right there at the side of it, pushing hard. Must be them bearings, that's all I'm saying. Flick Brentnall in there in 3. Oh, Abigail making a move in the final corner. It's Henning and Dewis going 1 and 2. Look at the battle for 3. Flicks under a little bit of pressure from the rider from Reactive Racing. That is Susie Wyatt, who's going to get in at line. Oh, too close to call for that 3rd spot. 10-year-old boys, Vitols, Franklin, Diver, Northcott, Sullivan, Todd, Northcott, and Perry. It is the one of Henry Sullivan going in and out of that final turn. Crucial have got the Sunday kit on. Vitols in there in that 2nd position. Northcott in there in 3. And do we see him, do we not? Seb Perry in there in 4. Moto number 189, Marco Hatch, Barter, Pritchard, David Dunn, Oakley Hill, Thomas Stanakaitis, and Elias Damon in there, Oakley Hill. With his luscious blonde locks flowing in the wind. I'm only jealous. He's in there in 1. Oscar Martin. In there in that 3. I think it's Jack Bartlett picking up the 4. Have we lost one? Oh. 2nd turn, right. Tewalde, Wills, Bean, Laker, Hitchins, Garbachik, Rothwell and Lee all in this one. Look at them, almost together, heading down towards that 1st turn. Garbachik picking up the whole shot. He's in there in 1. My mate Lewis Rothwell in there in about 4th at the moment, chasing down the 32 of Harley Laker, who's doing it for the Hawks. Josh Bean, Fluent, Bicycle Motocross getting involved as well as they go in and out of turn number 2. Got a feeling that is Oscar Lee in there in that 2nd spot. No, it's the 44 of Caleb Tewalde. Right Club, Wrong Rider. Garbachik, though, on the 7. Peter of BMX Club in and out of the turn. Followed by Tewalde, Laker, Rothwell with the late charge. Is he going to pick up the 3? No, he's going to have to settle for the 4. Race 191, Mason, Cleverly Smith, Blakeburn, Hayes, Calburn, Ford, Fraser and Ethan, the Grey White. He's in there in that 2nd spot. Chasing down the 11 of Charlie Blakeburn, the 17. Arthur Mason in there in 3. Edwin Calburn's having a cracking lap. He's in there in 4 at the moment. Trying not to give up the position out of the final turn. Being chased down by Bodie Cleverly Smith out of Cardiff, who's been swallowed up by 2 riders just as they cross the line. Race 192, Yerbury, Me, Holland, Gilbert, Zapanos, Wood, O'Brien and Avis. Fluence Alexander Gilbert out there in front. That is Green Machine Tribe going through in 2. That's going to be Callum Wood. Zapanos is in there in 3. As we move on to Moto number 193, Colwell, Britt, Zakina, Kennedy, Robinson, Thorne, Challenger, and Mr. Antec Perebny. Doing it for the Evolve Collective. Out there in front. The 19, Leo Britt's in there in 2. Look at the battle for 3. Seth Robinson mixed up right in that one. Jack Colwell trying to make his way through. For Absolute, he's in there in 5. Looking for the 4. Vernell Challenge. Race 194. Madison Stuppelelli Robertson, Autumn Moore. The 12 plate, that belongs to Autumn. The 4 and the 5. Maisie Dyson, Emeka Gibson, Grace Ledgerwood barring this one. Maisie Dyson, Layla Dixon. Ellie Robertson as well. Tallulah Widdowson making her way round. But it's going to be Autumn, followed by Mika and Miss Dyson. Race 195, your 10-year-old girls. Megan Keller, Ella Grant, Alice Barron. Alice in there in 3. Phoebe leading it out. Doing it for Moto 1 Muck-Off Racing. We seem to be having some more microphone issues. Right, anyway, Tom Giles in there in 2, battling with Betty Wills. The 11 plate going through in 3. That's George Chester Grocott. Yeah. Is it? Race 197 on track. One. Cameron Davis, Oliver Hawker, Luca Tramontano. Jacobs in there in front, battling away with it. Oh, the 36 is it? Luca Tramontano. Brixton BMX Club. Well. As we move on to Moto 1 and 99, Smith, Bird, Kitchen, Baptiste, Charlie Dowson, Jacob Russell, and William Arnold. The man out in front on the 15 plate, Aidan Baptiste and BMX Club. Jack Kitchen in there in 2, Ollie Bird in 3. Dowsing doing it for BMX Hype. Race 200, Kellum Sadiri Marklew, who lost his seat last time around. Hopefully somebody's tightened that one up. Donaldson, Randall, Kachari, and Rory Smythe. Rory in there in 3. Green Machine Tribes, Arthur Donaldson battling with Kacharik for the 1 and 2 as they go towards the line. The 28 is George Kellum. He's out of TNT. Blake Mellier, part of the Irish Collective. He's in there in about, 5th or 6th at the moment, because he's got Mark Antal in there. 2 Irish riders in this one. Rocking the Irish. Oh! Big crash. Think that was Blake Mellier throwing it away. He got out of control. Down the 3rd straight. Bounced off the roller. Let's hope he's okay. That was a big one. As the 11-year-old girls come round, we're going to guide them. Dear me. Robin Wyatt's in this. Beth Worley, Agnes Lamb, Florence Dyson. Race 203, Bishop Denton, Kolosic, Morgans, and Emma Dean, the birthday girl. She's in. Out in front, keeping Julian Allen happy, which is no mean feat in itself, really, is it? So, Arabella Denton. Brixton BMX Club. That's Marja Olivia College in there in 2. Arabella working her way into 3. Emma being shuffled back. We've got Roxy Morgan in there for Cardiff. And Ruby Evans out of Cornwall. That's a hell of a trip home. They might get home at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning or something. Woo! 2:04, Lewis, is your moto.
11-year-old girls checking into turn number 2, and it is going to be Crank BMX coaching leading the way. Eliza Powell, your European number 8, charging the way towards that final turn. The 5 player for Molly Tomlinson out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there with her. The 8 is Rosie Geddes out of Astar Racing. She's inside the top 3, bringing it down that final straight. As one rider hits the deck behind me. That was Mr. Otto Parr. Let's hope that Otto's all right. The 12-year-old boy's on track. That looks like the 28 plate, I think that is. Leading it through, Jamie Robertson out of the Centurions Massive. I'm sure the Scottish contingent are going to go wild for him as he comes out of that final turn. Are they awake yet, Scotland? There we go, they're alive. Somewhere along the line. Some of them are anyway. Jamie Robertson picking up that moto win. We're just going to make sure that Otto's all right before we move on to the next moto. Once again, just another reminder, ladies and gents, please make sure you are paying attention to your moto draw today. And as we get in towards the knockout stages and come final time, make sure you are keeping an eye out on what race you actually are. We're running a slightly different format today for the racing. So please make sure you are keeping an eye out on what race you are and what race is on track. We will try to keep you up to date as much as possible. So please try and be aware of the situation that we've got. Thank you. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Otto, ladies and gents. 12-year-old boys up on the gate, ready to go. Arlo Steinmetz, Thomas Henning, Ryan Rakak, Edward Worrell, Zachary Farrington-Bell, Frederick State, and Leo Bradley. And while we've got a very slight pause, for anyone that's actually interested, not many of you will be, but the F1, the start time for the F1 has been changed to 6 p.m. instead of 9:30. So just to keep you all up to date, if you are interested, I'm a fan, that's why I'm letting you know. If you're not, don't worry about it.
Favourite team, Lewis, and favourite driver?
Now you're putting me under pressure.
No. Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm a Ferrari fan.
Yeah, you're a bit old. Ferrari.
I got the thumbs up from Alex. That means I'm on the right mark. There we go. Right, we're out on track with some more racing. Moto number 206. We'll get back to the actual sport that we're here for. That is the... I completely missed that plate. It's got to be Arlo Steinmetz, though, hasn't it? Out front. Yes, no loss, sorry. That's Leo Bradley. Rusting at racing. Where's Arlo Steinmetz? He's in there in 3. Chasing down the 57 plate of Thomas Henning. BM Racing in 2. W8 on the front of his bike. Jacob Anderson leads out the moto, going 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Teddy Jones. Just got caught up in the traffic, so he's shuffled back as the 15 plate works his way in. That's Isaac Moore. Now up to the 2 spot. Check out Preston Newmarsh Powell. Throwing bows in the corner, works his way up to 3. Jones back there in 4. Now he's under pressure from Hewitt down to the line. Hewitt's going to nick the 4. Teddy Jones, it all went wrong in turn number 2. We are looking at Finn Munro leading out the next moto for Alan's Factory Supercross. Who's in there with him? Got to be the 18 plate of Marie Watson, doing it for BMX with her photography, and the Scottish massive Hugo Dayton GY95 in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? That looked like BRE Racing's Mac Finley on the 667, but Finn Munro checked out in that one, picking up that moto win. Jaden O'Connell, Benjamin Gray, Harrison Glenn, Finley Hewitt, Lucas Towell, Wilfred Luffy, and Ronnie the Landshark Wood. He is leading the pack. Your European number 8 LCC race team got their Sunday kit on today. The 42 plate is Towell, heading towards the final turn. He's under all sorts of pressure though. That looked like it could have been a right of Peckham, I think that might have been. Benjamin Gray on the 33 plate, taking it down to the wire in that 3 spot. Connor Hemhill, sorted race gear on track. Looks like we lost the rider in that last moto. Bruntwood's Wilfred Luffy. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Wilfred. As we look at your British champion, Connor Hemhill out front, sorted race gear. Edward Cordery, Halo Wheels, chasing him into that final turn. That looks like a Stay Strong rider in the mix. I think that might be Rex Beasley, if I've got the right age group. With the 8 plate of Benny Jackson in 4. Next up on track, 12 on the plate, Tempo BMX Racing. That is Kylan Gordon, of course, going to 1 and 2. With the rider out of Exeter, that is Arthur Claydon, PCR. Maybo Factory Team UK in there in 3. Joey McAvoy chasing down Claydon into that final turn. Joey picked up a B final yesterday, was absolutely flying. Looking to pick up a 2 spot down this last straight with a late charge. Claydon looks like he'll hang on to it in behind Gordon out front. 2 on the front of the bike. That's got to be Trixie Trays leading it out for Evolve Collective. Going 1 and 2 with sorted race gear into that second corner. That is Freya Montfort on the 6 plate out of Peckham BMX. The rider out of Astar Racing is the 7 plate of Aria Rose Lee. There's the 8 plate in there in 4. That is looking like Ellie Beat out of MCR. The front 4 ladies have checked out, but it's all about Trays, last year's national number 2, leading out this moto all the way from start to finish as the 12-year-old girls keep us rolling in Moto 213. Hard Knocks Bike coaching at the front of the pack. That's got to be Maisie Egan on the 3 plate from last year. Who's picking up the 2 spot? That is the 12 of Bonnie Dudley. The 11 is Rachel Pritchard in there in 3. The 15 in 4. That's Izzy Dolan out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Who's picking up that 5 spot heading into the final turn? That is Darcy Payne out of Dragon Riders, looking to put the pressure on Dolan down the final straight. Payne gonna have to settle for 5 as Dolan hangs on to 4. Race 214 Underhill on a track out of Decoy BMX. She's in there at about 5 at the moment, chasing the rider out of CGR. That's going to be Holly Richardson on the 9 plate. The 5 in there in 3. That's Amelia Rowe looking for a way into a top 2 spot. Where is Grace Hudak though? At the front of the pack, your European number 4 leads it through that final straight. Hudak, Rowe, that's your 1 and 2. The 28 plate in there in 3. That's Neve France Brotherton. Race 215, the 13-year-old boys are a go. Atai Jamira at the front of the pack. Rab Racing looking good at the moment. The 22 plate right there with him. That's Jack Lavlin out of Reactive Racing. Looks like we're going to ride her out of MK Evolution. Oliver Taylor chasing down your race leaders down through this final straight. But it's going to be Jamira out front with Lavlin. Who's going to pick up the moto win? Look like Jamira just hung on to it. Race 216.
All right, miles away then. Thinking about my beef curry from Food Delectable. That's what I was thinking about. Ishan Rathor, yeah. Noah Ford, Max Livingston, Elliot Littlewood, Harry Swales. Archie Crocker White leading it out. Swales in there in 2. Braintree. That is Noah Ford in there in 3. Might have even stolen the 2. Right, we've got the Maybo Factory boys out in front, going 1 and 2 at the minute. Depends on the order. Everly and Divine. The 8 and the 16. So, Divine in 1, Everly in 2. Lewis Hughes in there in 3. Well, battling with Buttery to the stripe. We move on to moto number 2-1. They are chasing down Ronnie. This is Moto 219. Those guys going 1 and 2. Akin Brazier in there in 4, chasing down Archie Bell. Charlie Cotton. Sorted race gear, being chased by Adrian Galitis out of Moto 1 and Muck-Off. And Team Mind have got Louis Chet. 220, Fancini, Belton, Too Good. Fronts. Eyes, Mum, Sam, Posh in a real. She goes to the theatre. And she's now from Darwin. Not I'm from Darwin. Darwin. Sorry. Couldn't resist. 221, Parsons, Aston, Thompson, Bagwell, Hughes, Mullen, and Knight. Jacob Aston doing it for Midlanks. In there. That'll be Cody Hughes. Meanwhile, Marcus Mullen. MK's not Bagwell rounding out the top 3. "13-year-old girls moto number 222. 222. Emily Barton, Millie Ross, Freya Harris. Freya out there in front. Millie's in there in 2. That looks like a. Copy mate Kirby in there in 4. Race 220. Motocross in there in that 4th spot. Samia Hughes. She's put some great laps in this weekend. Somebody mentioned to me last night as well that she's quite handy at boxing. So, yeah. Remind me to not to be on the end of a right hook. Fawcett taking the win. Bishop in the in 2. Race. Karen out there in front. Paige Cunnison in there. Okay, there we go. Microphone comes back to the line. That'll be Miss Gerard in there in 3 with a warm BMX. Oh, sorry, Savage Racing. Race 220. She's in there as well. Lewis has brought the refreshments. Thank you, Lewis. Close enough. Thank you, sir, for the water. Tuzadilo. Hello. Tuzadilo, Shepherd, Furley, Turner Smith, Douglas, Suter, and McNulty. Race 227, Tap Green, Farmer, Butt, Dolan, Craig, Bojang, and Zavi Fox Cooper. It is Chuck Bob Craig doing it for Craig MX. Lawrence Bojang in there in 2, moves being made by Riley Butts, working his way into a top 3 position. With Harry's going to have to settle for the 4.
Race number 228, sorry, on not 28, that was 200 motos ago. Race 228 on track. Ethan Howell, James Miller, that's your 1 and 2 in this moto. They were your 1 and 2 yesterday in the final. That looks like the 7 plate of Ethan Crooks Martin in 3. Roland L's out on track, in there in the 1 spot, being chased down by Oliver Arnold. Out of Smiley's Flight Club, Hunter Malion is in there inside the top 3, being chased down by the 38. James Pipe doing it for SAS Race Team into the final turn and back out again. Els Last year's national number 10, looking to pick himself up a moto win in race 229. JP's on track, Hard Knocks bike coaching, charging into turn number 2. Who's here with him? Got to be Freddie Parkinson out of Pro Star BMX. Josh Jepson rounding out the top 3 spots as Adam Arnold looks to close the gap down, but he's being chased down by the 20 of Sully Collis out of Absolute. MK got a rider in there as well. That's Jamie Turblanche. Looks for a high-low on Collis in the final corner. Can he make it stick? Collis looking to hang on as they bring it down to the line. Collis is going to take the 5. Turblanche in 6. 14-year-old girls hit turn number 2, and Ruby Warren leads them out for PR Bicycles. Where is the rider out of MCR? She's in there in that 2 spot. That is Martha Cotton on the 4 plate, being chased down by the 5 of Holly Diver, doing it for the Titans. Heading into the final turn, BMX Widow Photography's Naira O'Connell in there in 4. Team Mine have got Nora Siret in there in 5. But last year's national champion, Ruby Warren, taking another moto win. World plate on track. World number 8, that is Esme Ward, doing it for Stay Strong. Look at Anushka Jones keeping her honest through this third straight at the moment. Doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. Who's the rider picking up 3? That's going to be the template. Heading towards that final corner. Molly Fumi Carroll out of Braintree, but they are queuing up behind Molly on the exit of turn number 3. They're banging bows. Looking like it's going to be the 9 plate of Bella Gerard. Heading to the line. Here comes Molly Fumi Carroll though. They were swapping and changing positions like you wouldn't believe through that final straight. 7 on the front of his bike, gonna be Astar Racing. Yes, it is. Can't miss that kick, can you? Can see that one from the moon. It's absolutely wicked. Heading into the final corner. That is Grand Vets on track. Ian Archibald leading them away. Stuart Little in there in 2, having a good old scrap with the last straight specialist. Brett Knight gonna nick that 2 spot on the line. Little for 3. 1 on the bike. Last year's national champ, Alan Hill. Another rider out of Pure Bicycles leading it into turn number 2. Neil Waddington's in this one and he's picking up that 2 spot at the moment. Where is David Knowles? He's in there in 3 on the 12 plate, being chased on by Ian Milne on the 16. Here comes the 836 of Neil Cheney out of Bournemouth BMX, looking for a way into a top 4 spot. Round the outside of Milne, looks for a high-low, didn't quite make it stick. These pair was scrapping in their last moto as well. Milne down to the line. Cheney with a late ditch of the stripe. It's going to be Milne for the 4. It's getting busy in the next Grand Vets Moto. Chalkos Nelson in this one. Well, I don't think Nelson is on track. Chalkos, so leading it out. 576 in there behind him. Craig Bryan, the 15 in there in 3. That is Patrick Graham out of Brixton BMX. Heading in towards that final turn and back out again. Chalkos, Pure Bikes, going to pick up that race win. Vets on track. That is Matt Barnard on the 1 plate in there in 2. He's being chased down by the 3 plate of Zoltan Bude, doing it for SVT Mongoose, but everyone is chasing down the 96 on the back of his jersey for the 96 podcast. Scott Boom Boom Beaumont gonna wrap up another win for the weekend so far. He's getting some tally going. That looks like Carl Svensson that hit the deck in the next Vets Moto. Let's hope that he's all right. He's up and going to finish his lap. Where is Mark Moore? He's in there in 3 at the moment, doing it for Jump Club. He's being chased down in towards that second turn. That looked like Mark Rees on the 823. He's in there about 4 at the moment. Looks for a high-low on Moore. Didn't quite make it stick. Eaton's in there in 2, but your race leader, Grant Newbury, out of Bath BMX Club, taking it into the final turn. BRE looking to get involved in that top spot, in and out of the final corner. Eaton chasing Newbury to the stripe. Newbury, Eaton, Moore, Rees, Smith in that order. Masters hit the track. Crucial racing. Adam Brazil in the middle of the gate. Where's Connor Hudson? He's on the outside. Picked up a win a few weeks back at the NCC. He's in there in 3 at the moment. Look for a move on Billy Luckhurst on the exit of turn number 1. Last year's national champion then. Luckhurst in that 2 spot, but they're all chasing down the 6 out front. Adam Brazil heading towards that final turn. Crucial racing. As chill as you like. Luckhurst in 2. That is Hudson still in there in 3. Smiley's Flight Club have got Mitchell Smith in 4. And the rider in 5 is Romney Wybrow Parker out of Preston Pirates. George Higley, Jump Club, S&M Source going 1 and 2 with the original Tom Palmer out of Crucial Racing. Check out Neil Brunez looked up the inside into turn number 2, and I think he's going to make it stick. Oh, this is getting busy. He's just gone from 4 to 2. Can he keep it through the straight? Higley is out front. They're queuing up behind him. Brunez makes his move. Look at this. Get it going. Winds it up out of the final turn. Brunez is it in that order. Going to be Palmer for 3, Higley for 4.
Right, we're on with Moto 240, Lexi Kearns, Phoebe Blackwell, Ella, Blue Chidley, Rin, Serafina, Gianalino, but it's Emily Eaton leading it out, took the win yesterday, and the ODI Whole Shot Award. Gianalino in 2, that is Sidoni Cleve in there in 4, Ella's in 5, Teamer. I've got Emily Grimm in there in that third spot. I think she's just given it up to Sidoni, but she's battling for it down that final straight. Race 241, A for Pick, Isla Young, Jalaya Patel, Libby in, Katie Miller, Ellie Moore, Evie Malkin and Clara Jankuska. All in this one. Libby out there in 1. That is Jalaya going through in 2. Izzy in 3. Katie Miller rounding out the 4. Green Machine Tribe. E for Pick. Back for that 4th spot. Is she going to pick it off at the line? No pun intended. Yes, she did. Right. Grace Burge, her teammate on Green Machine Tribe. Leading out Moto 242, Jessie Leasley. In there in 3. Looks like we've had a faller in turn number 2. Got a feeling that was Lucy Gardner who went down. There is a rider down in turn number 2. Please be careful, ladies. Oh, no. Oh, are they up and all right? Right, we are. Glenn in this one as well. Oh, dear me. Not hearing the end of it with Lewis, honestly. Right, anyway, moving on. I know everything about technical stuff, Lewis. Esme Brooke, Rosie O'Brien. We do get on, you know. We don't just argue all the time like an old married couple. We don't argue. We just have a, you know, what do we call it? Positive disagreements. That's what we have, and we take the mick out of each other constantly. Yeah, you are still the apprentice, absolutely. Anyway, Amelia Everly. Oh God, Sabina Ashman. Yeah, Sabina Ashman, Amelia Everly. Oh, here comes Sophie Elwood. Whoa, 3rd to 1st. She wants a maxi move of the day for 2 days on the run. That's what she's after. 246. Yetska Hempstock. Hannah Drew. Is that Tilly McCrum? I think it is. Heading out the turn. Rebecca Goal in 4. And Ella Lamb rounding out the top 5 for Retro Racing. 247. Godfrey, Gerard, Kirby, Hurry. Remy Godfrey doing it for Stay Strong in 1. That's going to be oh dear. There's going to be a fight on this pro section soon between me and Lewis. We're going to end up hit it when he's right. Ava Brown in there in 3. Moto 248, Annabelle Townsend, Imogen Gibson. It's like the comeback lap, this one, isn't it? Got Ava back on it, Imogen back on it. Emily Green in there as well. We've not seen half of this Moto for 2 years. As we move on to 249. 15-year-old boys, Cotty in there in 3, chasing down Shaw and Guppy. Kolosic in there, Bradley, Duffy, Moore, Matthew Summers. This 15-year-old age group, 51 riders, absolutely on fire. Moto 250, Hal, Buttery, Anthony, Lawrence, Westmore, Venning, and Milo Weller. Good to see Milo back. Feels like we missed him for a period of time. Maxwell Lawrence in there in 2, Noah Buttery in 3. Thomas Westmore doing it for Team Air. He's in there in that 4th spot with Reactive Racing's Leo Venning in 5. As they go in and out of the turn, it is going to be Weller and Lawrence going 1 and 2. Noah Buttery in 3 as Kobe Rayford leads out the next one. Evan Bartley, also in this moto. He's in there in 3, chasing down Heath Osborne. Brody Geddes in 5th. Battling with Nate Hamilton. Moto 252, Lewis.
15-year-old boys are a go. Check out Toby Lynch heading into that first corner. Repping the sorted race gear colours. He's going 1 and 2 with the 11 of Harrison Barnes. Who's the rider picking up 3? It's the 22 plate of Harry Bailey. Doing it for Smiley's Fly Club. Good to see Harry on track. Heading into that second corner they go. Lynch is making a statement with this lap at the moment. Absolutely flying through that 3rd straight. Here comes Bailey putting the pressure on Barnes. Heading into that final corner. Caden Thompson is in there in 4. The rider had a decoy in 5. It's going to be Alfie Underhill being chased down by Jack Jones in 6. In and out of that final corner, down the last straight, Lynch with that moto win. Looks like we've just held back race 253. Moto 254 is a go. Who's leading it through? Oscar Jewell out of the outside, all the way from lane number 8. Team here in Andover going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. That looks like an LCC jersey in there. Henry Shenton aboard his lovely, fresh new frame that he's just got via Awesome Finishers. For all of your custom paint work, head over to the Awesome Finishers Instagram. They literally do whatever you want. I've seen some incredible stuff that Adam does. So Henry's repping them down that 3rd straight, and LCC of course, but it's going to be Jewel out of that final turn, rusting up. Got a rider inside the top 2. That's going to be Eddie Millington with Robin Matt and Alonso rounding out the top 3. Next up, race 255, Hindley Eames. That's your 1 and 2. Who's picking up the 3? That looks like it is the rider out of GY95, Dexter Beerup. In there for 4 is going to be Thomas O'Brien out of BMX Wood Photography. Eames, check him out, hunting down Hindley towards the final turn like predator on prey. Last turn action. Beerup looked underneath, wasn't close enough. Hindley, Eames, Beerup in that order. That's how they're going to take it across the line as things stand. Elijah Jamira on track going 1 and 2 with Cooper McCrum heading in towards that second corner. Looks like Logan Widdowson's in there in about 4 with his teammate. That is Dylan Jones. So Team Bunny's looking good at the moment. The 273 just in front of them riders. That is Henry Shear out of Tiverton. Last turn action in and out for Jamira. Rab Racing picked up a 4th yesterday. Still racing up an age group. It's going to be McCrum nicking that 2 spot on the line. Jamira's teammate on track, Lucas Seeley, wants to do the quad. Heading through that 3rd straight at the moment. Lucas Seeley looking smooth as you like. Who's in there with him? It looks like it could be a rusting rider. I think that might have been Freddie Franklin. Nathan Bradley James in there in the 3. That looks like the Osborne, one of the Osborne brothers. Lucas Osborne in 4. More 16-year-olds on a track heading into that second turn and back out for your race leader. Moto 1 and muck off. 9 on the plate. Tyres absolutely charging into that final turn. That's the 15s. Is this the Moto that got held back? Looks like it. Elvis Lawrence in there in 2, Ronnie Richards in 3, Adam Stevenson in 4. But it is tyres picking up your race win. 17 on the plate, Eric McSwitty leading this one out for BMX Widow Photography. Savage Racing have got a rider in there. That's Jacob Ward picking up the 2-spot. RTR is going to be Stan Mason, just been shuffled back to about 4. He's now battling it out with the 314 of Addison Milburn out of Exeter. Here comes Stan Mason. Resilient Team Racing, last turn action, making sure he sticks an elbow out. He's picked up that 3-spot. Look at Stan Mason with a late charge, going to go from 4 to 2 in the space of a corner and 1 straight. Oliver James on track, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, David Fearley is right there behind. Oh, look at the move from MK Evolution, working underneath. That's got to have been Ollie Turblanche, chasing on down now into that final corner. James still leading it, Turblanche, Fearley in that order. Looks like we're going to ride out of Belfast in there as well. That's going to be David Opre-Meyer heading towards the line. Henrier on track, 17 to 18-year-olds. Wiz Lewis Cook, he's in about 4 at the moment. That looks like a France jersey picking up the 2-spot. Malachi O'Reilly under pressure from Zach Twitchin, doing it for Team Mine. Last corner, they go in, looking out front with Air. Taking it to him for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Twitchin chasing Riley down to the wire. Cook's in there for 4. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, SAS Race Team and Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the next Moto. Tool bringing up the rear end of the front 3. Then at the moment, Sam Hamling in 2. And it is Fawcett out front. Team here got a rider in there in 4. That's going to be Andover's Tommy Harrelton. In and out of that final corner. The 4 on the plate, Jaden Fawcett flying in Moto 261 as 262 enters that second straight. 054 on the plate. That is, of course, Amos Guppy. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? Looks like a rider out of Moto 1. That is Tom Millar chasing him through this third straight. The 428 is in there in 3. That's Stan Palmer out of Fast Signatures. Looks like a rider out of the Cumbernauld Centurions. Callum Fleming on the 38 plate, hanging on to that top 4 spot. The Centurions are giving him a big old cheer as he takes it through that final straight. Ice Bikes Max Burgess on track in race number 263. Where is Ollie Coppin? He's in 3 at the moment, being chased down by Eli Smith out of Rab Racing. That looks like Jaden Green doing it for Allen's Factory. In there in 2. Burgess under pressure from Green, then Green with the high-low. Drag race down the final straight. Burgess, Green, down to the line. That one was close. We're going to get the transponders of terror involved of that one. Race 264, more 17 to 18-year-olds going at it on the exit of turn number 2. 9 plate leading it out. Josh Williams, good to see him on track. The 11 of John O'Harady in there in 2. Then 2 lads out front and looking good at the moment. Lewis Collins Nemo, he's in a little bit of traffic on the exit of turn number 3. He's now battling it out down the final straight with the 30 plate of Angus Graham. Nemo going to pick that 3 spot up on the line. Dan Kay, Maybo Factory Team UK. Ollie Cobe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. They are your race leaders in a race 265. Who's there with them in 3? That's the 21 plate as they bring it on round. Alex Taylor doing it for Manchester BMX. Cope works his way through, then as smooth as you like from 2 to 1. Kay in there in 2. Now battling it out with Taylor through the final straight. Who's the rider in there for 4? That's going to be the 17X of Joshua Simpson Jacobs. Tyrese Bradshaw managed to stay upright out of the gate this time. Mayweather Factory Team UK riding with an injury now apparently, so he's out there in front. Looks like Theodore Peterkin in that 2 spot. That's going to be Che Young in there for 3. Jaden Seawood looking to get involved in there in 4. Benji Fitzsimmons in there in 5. This one is absolutely stacked, but Bradshaw, your world number 4, going to pick up that Moto win. Cal Strickland's in about 3rd at the moment on the exit of turn number 1 in behind Luke Davis Hayes. But your race leader is going to be Josh Cates on the 7 plate out of Braintree BMX Club as they bring it into turn number 2. Spencer Gibson in there in about 4 at the moment, working his way around the outside of Mr. Brown, Kean Brown, that is out of Merseyside BMX Club. Last turn action. Cates leading the pack. Hayes looking for a way round down the final straight. Hayes with a late charge. Can he get close enough? Looking like he might just nick it on the stripe. Yes, he does. George Gerard, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. And that is Charlie Roy out of Moto 1. In there in 2. Dexter Gambase picking up 3. Who's in 4? That's going to be Brett Dove out of Doncaster BMX. But last year's national champion in the 17 to 18-year-olds. George Gerard leading out this 19 to 29-year-old Moto through the final straight. Hard Knocks, Moto 1, Peckham BMX in that order. Riders to the pens, please, ladies and gents. We are missing riders in the pens. Cruisers. Our little peddlers, 6s, 7s, 8s. You guys are needed in the pens, please. We are nearing the end of the second set of motos. Moto 269 hits the track, the first of the championship women for the second set, and it is Freya, the Slayer, Chalice leading it into turn number 1. Chalice going 1 and 2 with Jess Marriott. Look at the battle for the 3. It is the 803 of Bound hanging on to it at the moment. Oh, Carruthers and Hayes are banging bows through the second straight. Annalise Cadman Carpenter looking to take advantage of the kerfuffle. So it is the Slayer out front, smooth as you like, looking to pick up another win this weekend. Jess Marriott having a blinding lap in there in 2. It is going to be Elizabeth Bound rounding out the top 3. Annalise Cadman Carpenter comes through for 4. Second rack of champ women hits the track. That looks like Tia Gaynor in the middle of the pack heading towards turn number 1. She's going to emerge in that 2 spot in behind the Stay Strong rider of Elsa Rendle. Todd out front going 1 and 2 with Gaynor. Then that is going to be Emmy Seaward in there in 3. Evie Webster in 4. Megan Roy in 5. In and out of that second corner they go. And through the third straight. Check out Elsa Rendle. Todd pushed all the way in the final yesterday. It was close between her and Freya. They'll be looking to do more of the same later on today as we get towards finals. It's going to be Gaynor for 2. Seaward in 3. Junior men is a go. Check out Kai Bowen out of lane. Number 1, Stay Strong. Look, it's a whole shot into turn number 1. Bowen, Coker, that's your 1 and 2. Sean Prowse working his way underneath in that first corner. He's up to about 3 or 4, battling it out with Lucas Webster. Henry Rayner's had to pull on the ripcord. Oh, it looks like a load of them have. So it's Bowen and Coker out front of the pack. Coker doing all he can to close that gap down through this third straight. Browns had a bit of unfortunate luck in that second turn, and he's ended up in 5, in and out of the final corner. Bowen looking good. Coker taking it right the way down to the wire. Bowen, Coker 1 and 2. Rayner looked like he might have nicked a 3 spot on the line. Second rack of junior men. Everly and Tomlinson were elbow to elbow down the hill, but it's going to be Chase Bicycles and Hard Knocks by coaching. James Clitheroe leading this one out. Everly's worked his way through that first turn to find a 4 spot. Who's in there in the 2? Got to be Heath Thomas out of Pro Start BMX. Pure Bikes in there in 3. That is Ben Larkins being chased down by Mayweather Factory Teams. Noah Everly heading in that final turn. Clitheroe out front being hunted down in the final straight. Here comes Thomas. Has he got enough left for Clitheroe? Clitheroe, Thomas. Who's going to get the 3? Look like Larkins. The first of the Superclass men hit the track then. Heading for that first corner. It's going to be Callum Russell. Where's his brother Bradley Russell? They are 1 and 2. Mabo Continental team then are leading the pack. Xander Mavawani Wright is up to 3. Ruben Burns in 4. Dean Reeves in 5. Arne Esselmont 6. And Ben Weiss in 7. In and out of that second corner. It's all about the Russell brothers at the moment. Taking it into that final corner. Callum Russell looking good. He's going to pick up this race win. Little brother Brad in there for 2. Xander and Byrne are going through in 3 and 4. Last moto for the second set is a go. And where is he? RC22 looking to whole shot into that first corner. Cullen, Cornish, Hunt, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up the 4? Gabe Simpson's right in there for Pro Star BMX. Looks like Danny O'Gorman is trying to work his way into a top 5 spot. Where's Casey Barkley? Looked up the inside but wasn't quite close enough. So it's going to be Cullen out front. The Mavo World team looking to pick up this moto win for BM Racing. Hunt has made his move to go from 3 to 2. Cornish for the 3. O'Gorman in 4. Second rack of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We've got our 9 to 12-year-old cruisers up on the gate ready to go. Once again, ladies and gents, make sure you are checking what races you are in as we get towards the end of the motos. When we get into the knockout rounds and the finals, we're running a slightly different format for today's racing. Please make sure you are looking for your correct races and listening out for what races we are on, so you are in the pens ready and waiting when you need to be. Thank you. We are back on track then with the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers dousing Westwood elbow to elbow as they bring it into turn number 1. Check out Rocco Westwood all the way from lane number 8. Manufacturing Team UK going 1 and 2 with BMX Hive's Charlie Dowsing, who's picking up the 3. It looks like Josh Byrne out of Fluid Bicycle Motocross, along with the rider out of Halo Wheels in there in 4. Harley Bishop chasing Byrne on the exit of turn number 2. Westwood Dowsing though running away with this moto as it stands. Bishop's made her moves to go from 4 to 3. Byrne shuffled back to 4. Last turn action. Looks like a rider out of the northeast. That's got to be Xavier Darley. In there in about 5 or 6. Taking it through the final straight. Race 276. Robinson, Bennett, Powell, Bradley, Swale, Stack and Worrell. Led away by Leo Bradley, rusted up racing, smooth as you like through that third straight at the moment. The E7, that's Jack Swales out of Fast Signatures Race Team, rider out of Brixton, Hackney BMX in there in about 4 at the moment. Down that final straight, got to be Sammy Stack chasing down the rider out of the Brunty crew. That was Seth Robinson. Looks like we've had a huge pile up in at the next moto. In and out of turn number 2 though, your race leader Arlo Steinmetz. Burnham BMX going 1 and 2 with the 7, 5, 3. Rory Smythe out of Gosport National Race Team. Your fallen riders were Rocco Jenkins and Ronnie Warwork, both riders up and finishing their lap. Looks like we lost a rider out of BRE as well. That's William Arnold. Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. Race number 278 lining up on the gate, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Ready to go semi-final racing later on today. Here we go then. It looks like Ben Tanzer out of lane number 1. He's chasing through that first straight, but your race leader got to be the 33. Arthur Mason team here. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got a rider out of Peterborough, that is Frederick State, chasing him in that 2 spot on the 866 plate, the 18 plate in there in 3. That's Freddie Walsh out of RTR Resilient Team Racing. Into turn number 2 they go. Bradley Grimm's in there at about 4 at the moment. Boza banging. The rider out of Hot Shot is Emma Dean. Is getting busy. The 003 plate is Eliza Powell. She's worked her way from about 6 to 4. On the exit of turn number 2, but the moves come in the final corner from Grimm, who's worked his way back into that 4 spot. Mason gonna pick up the win. Who's in there for 2? That was State, followed by the 18 of Walsh. 13-14 cruisers on track. Benny Marco, DC Cycles, absolutely flying so far this season. He's got the 26 plate in there for company. That's Sam Dolan out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. In and out of that final corner, Team Mind have got Louis Sheffy inside the top 4, putting the pressure on Bodie Markley out of Savage Racing as they take it across the line. Yusuf Almas Fordham on track, repping the colours of Bradford Bandits. Where is his club mate Charlie Labras? He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the moment, having a good old scrap with the rider out of Team Mine, Ozine King, who's the rider picking up 2 then as they take it into that final corner. That's Alfie Ford out of the Hawks. He's being chased on the exit of turn number 3. That looks like it is the 19. Gotta be Lucas Stoneman out of Bath BMX. Hunter Malion on track, being chased down by Adam Arnold. Both these gents doing double bike racing this weekend on this long old track. Heading towards that final turn, the 2X in there in 3. Riding out of Fast Signatures, we lose in the final corner. The 2X was Harry Swales, going to take it across the line inside the top 3. The fallen rider was Xavi Fox Cooper. Let's hope that Xavi's all right. Oliver Arnold leads out the next moto on the 17 plate. Who's there with him? Charlie Cotton out of sort race gear, the 881 right there in 3. That is Finn Murphy out of the Nuneaton BMX Club. In and out of that final corner, he's got Huey Hall looking to close the gap, but he says thank you very much, I'm going to nick this 2 spot if he has his way across the line. Murphy takes 2. Cotton has to settle for 3. 13 to 16-year-old ladies cruiser now out on track. A full gate of 8 in this one. These ladies are doing 4 motos aboard their big wheels this weekend. So it is a 7 leading it out. Ailey Watson, BMX winner of photography. Yesterday's winner all day long. Who's there with her in the 2 spot? It looks like we have got Emily Grimm out of team here. She's being chased through that final straight by the 12 plate of Isla Young, with Paige Cathcart-Gunnison in there for 4. Todd Smith Notman leading it out with Freddie Warwork in there for company. That looks like Samuel Wood out of GY95 in 3, but he's being hunted through the 3rd straight by Cooper Westwood heading into that final turn. Westwood, Maybo Factory Team UK looking for a way round, but it's going to be Notman out front. No questions asked of him as he takes it across that finish line. Alfie Sim on fire for Art Evolved Bicycle Motocross. He's going 1 and 2 with Adam Stevenson out of Tempo BMX UK, who's in there for 3. Looks like Hot Shot Racing have got Benjamin Dean. That is Robin Mattern Alonso in there for 4. The 8 plate in 5 on the inside is Bruce Anthony. He's got Isaac Caulfield for company on his left-hand shoulder into that final turn. Right around to the Titans is Daniel Borrachini, but it's going to be Sim and Stevenson at the front of the pack. Eric McSwitty leads out the next 15 to 16-year-old cruiser moto, heading into that 2nd turn. That is looking like Logan Young. There with him is Addison Milburn in there at about 5 at the moment. The 13 picking up 3. That is Jacob Warren. We've not got any Jack Walford in this moto as he took a crash in his last one after the finish line. I think he looped out, so let's hope that Jack's all right as McSwitty gets pushed to the line by Mr. Young. W3 on the plate. Big Cotty, as we're now going to name him. Rab Racing. Now this 15-16 Cruiser Moto under pressure from Cooper McCrum. So yesterday, James Cottrell was something like 3rd for fastest hill times on his 20-inch, which is absolutely astounding to say the sort of age groups he was up against. So James is flying this weekend. As Maybo Factory Team UK go past us on the 2nd straight, leading out the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser moto number 1 for the 3rd state European number 2. Lily Chidswell leads it away from her teammate Izzy Hurry on that 5 plate. The 6X is in there in 3. That is Isla Radcliffe out of Hot Shot Racing. They're queuing up behind Isla though. That looks like Hannah Hedges in there in 4, doing it for Pro Star BMX. Here comes the pressure through the final straight. Alicia Linscar gonna nick the 4 spot on the line. Hedges back in 5. Willets, Firth, Maloney, McCartney, Drew and Higham all enter in turn number 2 and back out they go. Sorted Race Gear have got 2 ladies at the front of the pack. It is Alexis McCartney leading it from Olivia Firth at the moment. Hannah Drew on that 1 bike in there in 3. She's under pressure though from Willets. The first of the 2 retro racing ladies, Smiley Maloney, her teammate, back there in 5, being chased out of the final turn by Jamie Higham, but it was McCartney over the line in that 1 spot. 30 plus women's cruiser out on track. Magic Manda goes past us on that 2nd straight. Chasing down Road Beckett in there in 2. Lee Pendleton's in there in about 4 at the moment. They've separated out nicely from the other riders in the race, but it is a 3 at the front of the pack. None other than Rebecca Gold doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Emily Eilert in there in 5. RTR have got a rider in there for 6. That's going to be Suzanne Jenkins with Lindsay Cumin in there in 7. In there in 7. Michelle Stupple, SJN, had a good old scrap in yesterday's final, and it is your world number 5, leading it from your world number 3 at the moment. Stupple, Nichols, Sitch in there for 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like Susan Farrer 1. Heading in towards that final turn for Bad BMX. Look at the Team Bunnies ladies battling it out for the 5 spot. Looks like Turner working her way right round the outside of Sharp. Turner, Sharp, 5 and 6. Got to be Joe Gray in there for 7. But your race winner, Michelle Stupple. 10 on the bike. Juan Clements leads it out for Team Here and Andover. Coach Chizzy's in there in 2 for Team Bunnies, who's in 3. Chasing her into that second corner. Got to be the 17 of Karen Evans. Where is Lisa Tarling? She's at the back of the pack at the moment. Got a bit of work to do as she chases down the 595 of Claire Mardell. Heading towards the final turn. Claire Albert in there for RTR in 6, in and out of that final corner. Juan Clemens just having a good old chill through that final straight, saving her energy for when we get out to the knockout rounds later on. Next up, 40 to 44 cruisers. Ian Smythe leads it out. Gosport National Race Team going 1 and 2 with a 6 plate of Rob Harris, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross, who's in 3. Looks like Joel Marsden out of Nonita. BMX, the 14 plate is James Moores out of Royston Rockets, in and out of the final turn. Harris keeping Smythe honest through that final straight. Smythe, Harris in that order. Oh, that looks like some goodies. If you're looking for any lunch recommendations, Rich has just come over and told me that the curry goat that he's just had from the Jamiras over at Food Electable at the back of the Gazebo Favelas is some of the best food he's ever eaten. He reckons they're going to run out. So if you're not quick, then you're going to miss out as Evsy picks up a race win with Matt Eaton in there for 2.
Right, Kieran McAvoy taking 295 to the line, followed by the 01 of Dylan Dixon, Andy Groves, Michael Parks, Carl Fancini in there as well. 296, Hearn, Abbott, Elliot, Harradine, Goodfellow, Roy Brooks, and Theo Pope. And it is Alex Brooks, Rab Racing, in and out of that final turn. DC Cycles in there in 2. That's going to be Moto 1. Charlie Roy going through for the 3. Max Henderson, Goodfellow in there in 4. Race 297. Jack Mowerts, where is he? He's in there in 4th spot, doing it for Retro Racing. Do check out his YouTube channel if you get the opportunity. I haven't watched anything on it for a little while. It's not been in my algorithm. Dan Popel in there in 3. That's going to be Kean Brown in 2, and Daniel Wilson taking it across the line. Lewis Barnes in there, and my mate William Alfie Harrison as well. And we can't forget Matthew Russell, 290, Walbridge Cates, Palmer, Morrison, Richardson, Jones, and Luke Davis Hayes. Luke in there in 4, took a big tumble yesterday, but he's back on it today. Stanley Palmer going through in 3, battling with Walbridge as Cates takes it to the line. I was cold, and I think I'm cold. I'm 99. Is your moto on track? That's Alexander Stokes of Evolved Bicycle Motocross, going around that final turn in 3rd position as we watch the Crucials rocket live from Arne Esselmont. We had Harry Pritchard, Callum Daly, Kyle Hill, Ethan Abbott in there as well. Race 300, Tyler Chadwick. Where's Tyler? He's there, giving it the beans, the head honcho of Crank BMX Coaching. Matt McHugh in there in 3. Niall Moss is leading it out from Pete Watson though. That's going to be... is that a Bradford jersey in there? It might have been. Mr. Jack LeBras. Jack LeBras from Yorkshire, lads. Oh, Callum Daly's had a roll around on the floor. Hopefully he's all right. We've been given some goodies to auction off a little bit later. As we move 301, Trincart, Kennedy, Turblanche, LeBras, Smith and Brown. Matt third. Must have had a couple of shredded wheat in between motos. Oh, move's being made. Turblanche carving that corner like a Christmas turkey. Aboard his looks like a new pure bicycle. Don't, Lewis. No. Don't do it. Brown in there in 4, Kennedy in 5. But do you know what? It's all to keep it where it is, though, isn't it? Yeah. Marco and Two Goods going 1 and 2. And Todd out of Peterborough in there in 3. Team having their own personal battle. Philip Duff and Graham Stark. Loser buys the coffees. Come on, who's going to get there first between them? Oh, I think the coffees are on Starkey. As we move to 303. Darren O'Brien in there in that 4th spot. He looks so stealth in that black Crucial kit. Chasing down the 4 of Ian Archibald. Stevie Hassel in there in that 2nd position, chasing down Hilly to the line. There needs to be an inquest. Hilly lost a moto yesterday. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Anyway, far more fun going on because Gary Carver, what a palaver on the track. Jan Zerzek, Dominic Elliott, Brett Knight, Dave Stokes in there as well. Stuart Little. I think Stuart's been on the special pies because the speed he's been going this weekend, absolutely immense. And he's riding 2 bikes as well. I don't know what they're feeding him down there in Preston. Special pie shops in Penwortham. I'll say no more. Race 305, little Cotty in this one. He used to be big Cotty. Now his son's probably taller than he is. Mark Cottrell in there in about, 4th or 5th. Chasing down Matt Phillips into that final turn. Pete Butler and Daz Reedy going 1 and 2, so the sorted boys are on it. Cotty coming for the 3. He's another one who's in Preston. I bet he's been on the special pies as well. I need to know what's going on. North. Tim Drew, Brent Featherstone, Davey Knowles, 1, 2, and 3. That is Keith Gardner in fuck. Musgrove going through and Joe as well. Race 307. The Scottish boys are flying again. Campbell and look at him go. Hey? He's like a coiled spring, Amanda. Do you know what I mean? Stephen Notman in there in 3. That's Madron in 4. David Boy Lindsay going through. Oh, my mates are on again. The 6 and unders. Maxim Krasosiak and the 460 of Ellis Dowsing. So Milo's in the other moto this time around. We're going to have to wait till later on for another battle royale. Grace Snell, Victor Anderson and Hudson Needle. Where's Hudson? He's in there in 5, chasing down Grace. Victor's in there in 3. Maxim's leading it out. So Maxim Krasosiak in and out of the turn, taking it to the line. Ellis in 2, Victor in 3. Grace in 4, Hudson in 5. Now let's have a look. All the drama in this moto last time around with try again, Rich. Rupert Garnett's front flip somersault on the final straight. Still not sure how he got away with that one. He's back on it again though. 203. That is Milo Ryder Bays. Milo Jering taking it to the line. Right, Rupert. Easy this time, buddy. Let's get through this one without any mishaps. Yes, yes, yes. Rupert Garnett taking it across the stripe. We need to find him some stickers. Kids love stickers. And for surviving that crash, I think he needs them as well. Right, 3:10. We are missing one rider in this Moto. Case and George North out of Northeast BMX. Took an absolutely huge crash yesterday on the pump track. And I believe he's in for some surgery today on that leg. So, Kaysen, I'm sure somebody from Northeast BMX will tell you this, but get well soon, buddy. We want to see you back on it. We know you love riding your bike. So, Kaysen George North, get well soon, mate. We will see you at another national further down the line. Just look after yourself, all right? Moving on. Race 311, Amari Bamford Burr in this one. Preston's Owen Wheater is the man out in front. Not sure who's got that too. It looks like the 440. Is it 440 or 420? It might be Cooper Shearing out of the Dragons. I'll go with the fact he's Welsh because he's wearing red. That's close enough. Race 312. Rusty Nut Racing, Jensen Dyke, Barron's in there in 2. Look at the 142 and the 01. Alejandro Crudo Esteves and Jack Bean getting involved. These 4 guys practically together going round the turn. Held it up. Race 313, Roberts Cactus in 3. That is Charlie Bromelo out in front. He was playing football earlier on. Now he's on his bike. William Beckett in there as well. Arthur King, Oliver Bridle, John Joe Blundell. The 314 is the Moto on track. That looks like Merseyside BMX's Ruben Lamb. Took a win yesterday, absolutely on it. Here comes Shelby Yates. Lou and Jamira in there in 4. Sandy Sounds coming in and out of that last turn. He's there in 2nd, but Shelby's winding it up down the final straight. He's got more YouTube subscribers than you, but he's going to have to settle for the 3. Race 315, Leon Krasosiak out of Bruntwood in there in 2. Battling with Benji Ross Foster. I've watched these 2 boys go at it in the North region as well. Eddie Brown doing it for Gosport NRT. Ionis Chalkis out of Manchester. Isaac Perry Allett out of Norwich BMX Club. Ronnie Hill out of Bristol. This is Moto 315, 316. Harrison Slater, Nico Jocelyn Black. Isaac Tomlinson out in front. Doing it for Fluent and Manchester BMX Club, Jasper Eels, Harry Taylor, Joseph Murphy. Boys are looking good right now in and out of that final turn. But it's Tomlinson bringing it to the stripe from the 01 of Jasper Eels. Moving on, the ladies. Erin Doney, Hattie McGoldrick. Oh, Esme Anderson making moves on Sophia Reeves as they come out of turn number 2. Here comes Hattie, ready to elbow to elbow into the turn. Look at these girls go. Sophia, is she diving back underneath? Hattie's winding it up down the final straight. Esme, Hattie, Sophia to the line. Who's going to get it? Esme for the 1, Hattie for 2. Sophia in there in 3 and Erin Doney rounding out the 4. Great racing, girls. 318. Rudy Pleasance Ford, Oscar Ryder Bays, Jack Hale in this one. Petar Bunchik leading it into the turn, Roman Baker. Leopard R2 of MK. Underhill and Grant as well. It is Rudy Pleasance Ford in there in 2. Looks like Brunty are going to pick up the 3. Connor Grant on the move. Race 319, Shearer, Clayton Crowley, Pritchard Cadwallader, Charlie Crossley, Cameron Joseph and Vincent Olivier. Vincent's in there in about 5th, chasing down the Cumbernauld rider, Jude Shearer. Not sure who's bringing it down that final straight, the 767. That was Oliver Pritchard. going across for the win. Hey up, race 320. Hold on to your hats. Here comes Oscar rather fast. In there in that 4th spot. The man out in front doing it for Crucial, the 0-1. That is Archie Fisher, Logan Aceto. Had a nice chat with Logan this morning and his dad. He's in there in 2. That's Arlo Payne in 3. My mate Oscar rather fast in there in 4. And birthday boy Roman Birdfield are rounding out the top 5. Race 321, Finley Kerr. Elliot Goodall, Toby Brook, Albie Atlas, Lewis Fields. Lewin France Brotherton. Frankie Jones leading it out for BMX Hype. Atlas is in there in 2. Retro Racing. That's going to be Finley Kerr. In there in 3. Trying to pick out that rider in 4. 694, Lewin France Brotherton, Merton Saints. Race 322, Kylie Dixon, Sophia Jones, Millie Moore. Freya Forrest, Olaf Jewis and Matilda. Hewitt out of Pro Star. So Matilda and Olaf going 1 and 2. Freya's looking good for the 3. Millie in there for the 4. Hot shot. Kylie Dixon going through in 5. And Merseyside's BMX's Sophia Jones in 6. 323, Lewis.
British champion on track. It is Mabel Pine out of Exeter Eagles and PCR. In and out of turn number 2 she goes. She's been chased down by the 104 of Vizzy Moore, who's picking up the 3. Looks like Susie Wyatt's in there in 4, chasing down the 7. There was a 113, I think, in there in 3. Headed in and out of that final turn. Abigail Henning it is inside that 3 spot, heading through the final straight.
And you went,
I know, I was reading a number that didn't look like a number that I was seeing. Everything went a little bit skew-whiff in my head. That's what happened. Anyway, yeah, I'll try again. Race 324, 9-year-old girls. Flick Brentnall out on track. In there at about 3 at the moment, looking for a way round the rider out of the Titans. That is Madeline Malloy on the 386, but they're all chasing. Maggie Devine, your race leader. Maybo Factory Team UK in and out of that final turn. Hackney got a rider in there in 4. That's Isabella Henry. And the 5 spot is going to be Luciana Pinzon Barron out of Telford. 10-year-old boys hit the track. Antek Perebny, he's got skills to pay the bills. The world number 3 out. Oh, pile up on the 3rd straight. Alexander Gilbert just about managed to avoid it. Ethan the Great White was at the back of the pack. Not sure what happened to him, so it is going to be Antec taking the Moto win. James Todd was one of the fallen riders, as was Oscar Marco. Oscar's up to his feet, so is James. So put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. Alex Vitols is on track then, leading out this next 10-year-old Moto. Who's he going 1 and 2 with? Looks like Christian Garbachik out of Phantoms. MK Evolution have got Leo Bridges inside the top 3. He's being chased down there by Seth Robinson, doing it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Where are the Brunty crew this weekend? Been very quiet so far. Vitols taking that race win. Big Hens hits the track, your national champion from 2025, and yesterday's winner, absolutely flying all day. That battle between him and Perebny was fantastic, but it is your Big Hens leading it out, doing it for Crucial Racing. Who's there with him? Looks like the rider out of the Hawks. That is Oliver Ford on the 23 plate, who's picking up the 3. Check out Rusty not getting involved. That's Elliot Hatch. Bodie Holiday in there as well. Looks like he's picking up a 4 or 5 at the moment. That is Bradford's, no, Bodie Holiday in there in 4, sorry. He's being chased down by the 20 of Joseph O'Brien out of the northeast. But Big Hens, look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. Absolutely charging another rider that's got skills to pay the bills. Taking that Moto win, 4 on the plate. It looks like we have got Jake Avis leading out race 328. Dominic Zapanos right there with him, who's picking up the 3. Looks like the rider out of Derby BMX. That's going to be Alfie Thorne. He's being chased down by the 17 plate. Arthur Mason out of Team Air Thorne. Looks up the inside of Zapanos. Wasn't quite close enough, so he'll have to settle for 3 as he brings it through the 3rd final straight. The fall though of Jake Avis picking up that race win as Oakley Hill leads out. Moto number 323. Nottingham Outlaws got a rider in there in that 2 spot. That was Edwin Calburn in there in 2. Look at the move in turn number 2. That is looking like absolute Jack Colwell. He's now up to that 2 spot. The 29 plate of Joel Pritchard. Near in 4, works his way around the outside of Calburn in the final corner. So Calburn's been shuffled back a couple of spots, but no one's going to get anywhere near Oakley Hill in that moto as he picks up that race win.
Oh, Ned Wills busting the 1-footers. I don't know what went on earlier in the lap to have him at the back, but he's just thrown a massive 1-footer going down the second straight. Keeping us entertained. Well done, Ned. Happy days.
Stylish as you like, that is. Fantastic stuff. Seb Perry in there in 2. Chasing down the template of Callum Wood. Down that final straight. Race number 331. These are your 10-year-old girls. Dixon, Casho, Lack, Gibson, Widdowson, Keller, Robertson, Smith and Barron. Where is Alice Barron? She's in there at the moment in about 4 or 5, I think. She's in there in 2, actually. It's because Allens have got last year's kit on today, or what looks like last year's kit. Anyway, is it last year's kit? It's completely thrown me off today. I've been looking for the DFS special. Amika Gibson.
Oh, dear.
Gonna get in trouble. Oh, dear. Right, race 332. We'll have a giggle to ourselves. The European number 8 leads it out. Ella Grant, Absolute, going 1 and 2 with last year's national champion. Looks like Phoebe Millar looks up the inside. Moto 1 and Muckov. Oh, Grant's not done yet. Looks to execute the high-low in the final turn. Didn't quite make it stick. Millar, Grant, that's how they're going to be across the line as the 11-year-old boys hit turn number 2. Aidan Baptiste is leading out. The rider out of Astor Racing. That is Aston John Lee, who's in there for 3. Fluent have got a rider picking it up at the moment. Jack Kitching under pressure from Chester Grovecop out of LVG NRT. Islander in there as well. Mark Antle in and out of that final corner. Antle slips his pedal in that final turn. He ends up at the back of the pack, but it is Baptiste taking that race win as Seth Kuchari picks up the 1 spot into turn number 2. Radko racing at the front of the pack, going 1 and 2 with Oakley Lewisfield out of team here and Andover. Reactive have got the 11 plate of George Spencer inside the top 3. MCR going 4 and 5. That's going to be Dougie Johnson and Jacob Russell out of Manchester. But it's all about Kucharik through the final straight. Radko and Derby. Pro Star BMX out front. Ethan Shaw leads the pack into that second corner. Who's there with him? Looks like we've got the Green Machine rider as they come on round out of that second turn. Mongoose in there in 3 on the 13 plate. That's going to be Arthur Donaldson and Tobias Groves running out the top 3 spots with Seb Staines in there in 4. Last turn action and down the final straight. Can anyone catch the national champion from 2025? No, they can't. Not in that race anyway. Race 336. Betty Wills on track, your world number 4. Doing it for the girls and Pro Starts. In and out of that second turn, George Kellum, TNT in there in 2, the 38 in 3. That's going to be Oscar Ryder Bays. He's being chased down by the 040 of Alistair Kane. Bruntwood Park National Race Team rounding out the top 4 spots as it stands, but Betty Wills on an absolute charge in that moto as Thomas Giles goes 1 and 2 with Charlie Dowson in race number 337. Where is Eric Kincaid out of Birmingham? He's in the mix at the moment in about 5, I think that is. Dowson being chased down by the 41 of Rory Smythe. Gosport National Race Team, that looks like a rider out of TNT. That's Oliver Hawker in there in 4. Last turn action and down the final straight, your world number 8 Thornton Race Gear Thomas Giles is going to absolutely fly to the line with that moto win. Ollie Bird repping the DFS Special Allen's Factory Supercross jersey in and out of that second turn. Who's there with him? LCC's Jack Haynes being chased down by the rider out of Cardiff. That's the 27 of Alexi Carlos. Here comes the pressure from Haynes in the final turn. Looks like we lost the 36 of Luca Tramontano. He's up and to his feet finishing his lap. It's going to be Bird though down to the line. Haynes did all he can to close the gap. Couldn't quite get close enough. He'll have to settle for 2. 11-year-old girls race 3-3-9. Florence K, Eliza Powell, Molly Morgan, all heading towards turn number 1, and it's going to be your world number 8 Holly Bishop leading this one through for Halo Wheels race team, going 1 and 2 with the E8 plate of Eliza Powell. So a world and European finalist in this moto, heading towards that second corner. Looks like Fluid have got Molly Tomlinson inside the top 3 with Susie Wyatt. She's in 5, chasing down the rider out of MCR. That's Florence K on the 14 plate, along with Roxy Morgan out of Cardiff BMX in 6, heading into that final corner. Looking good for Halo Wheels. Holly Bishop, your world number 8, leading it from your European number 8 as they take it over the line. Couple of riders down in the next moto. 2 riders out of MCR. Puyet Lam and Una Svensson. Put your hands together for both ladies. They're up to the feet.
And it's nice to see that they were looking after each other as well.
Brilliant sportsmanship. That's what we like to see. We're just going to make sure that Puyet's all right before we carry on with the racing. But the race on track, Ruby Evans, Freya Knight, Abby Graham and Arabella Denton. It was the 11 of Denton picking up that race win.
Right, cool. Race 341 on track. Dean Kolosic, Wally, Dyson, Geddes and Malloy. And it is the 150 Maja Olivia Kolosic leading it into the turn from Rosie Geddes out of Astar Racing, a local team here in Scotland. In there in that 2 spot, that is Miss Dyson out of B Radford. In there in 3, birthday girl Emma Dean. Rounding out the 4, Beth Worley doing it for Cumbernauld Centurions. Just down the road. And Beth Worley as well. But it's Kolosic and Dyson. In and out of the turn. Geddes in there in 3. And Emma Dean going through in 4. Oops. Few problems for the 32 there. Frederick State just having a little bit of an issue. Meanwhile, out in front, it is Joseph McAvoy. Ronnie the Landshark Wood doing it for LCC. He's in the 4th position. Battling with his mate Ted Jones. I went in the LCC gazebo this morning for a brew. It looked like a youth club. There was kids from all different teams dancing around. All kinds of carnage going on. Race 343. Edward Cordery in there in that 3rd spot, chasing down the 12 and the 15. Kylan Gordon and Isaac Moore. Peckham BMX Club, Benjamin Gray, rounding out the top 4. Being chased down by Jamie Robertson, I think it is. Brunty, Zachary Farrington Bell going down that final straight. Travis Shearing doing it for the Dragons as well. Solid laps from the boys, 344. Will Lougheed being pursued by Ryan Raysack. Jacob Anderson went down in that first turn yesterday, looking to make up for it today. Benny Jackson in there in 3. That's Hugo Dayton in 4. Freddie Ray Allen picking up the 2 in Moto 344, 345. On track right now, Isaac Jones, Edward Worrell, Will Lavin, Harrison Glenn, Mac Findlay. It is Mac Findlay out in front. Ollie Todd's in there in 2. Isaac Jones rounding out the 3. Josiah Berg in there as well. William Lavin doing it for Decoy. But it's the BRE rider. Mac Findlay with the win in Moto 345, 346. Finley Monroe. Out in front, Dowling, Hewitt, Sivak, O'Connell. Arlo Steinmetz in there in that 2nd spot. Rocking a fresh freerider apparel kit today. Sam Snell doing it for Fluence. In there in that 4th spot. Battling with Pro Start Sebastian Hewitt, but Finley Monroe checked out and gone. Pro Start for the 2. Arlo Steinmetz for the 3. Race 347. BMX Widow Photography. I've got a feeling that's Murray Watson. Finley Hewitt doing it for Birmingham NRT. The man in 2, though, is Rex Beasley. Tom Henning battling for the 3. Scrapping it out with Ted Harvey. Wouldn't like to say you got it. Race 349. Or 348 even, Connor Hempill. Preston Newmarsh Powell. Sure, Lewis. He just gives me the look now. You got your hand over the receiver. Ugh. Gonna be like a grumpy teenager. Just roll my eyes and walk away. Bonnie Dudley on the 2. 12 even. That is Maisie Egan in there in that second spot. India Bennett doing it for the Irish Collective on the 19. And the Hawks, Maisie Surtees. Is she going to get past for the 4? Yes, she is. That'll be Aria Rose Lee, keeping the home fans happy on the final straight. As we watch Grace Hudak. I'm lost. Where are we up to? That is Grace Hudak. Yeah, I thought it was. I was one race too far on. That's what it was. Anyway, race 351. Freya Monforte doing it for Sorted Race Gear. She's heading down that straight towards the final turn, being chased down by the 10 and the 8. That's going to be Izzy Underhill and Ellie Beats. Isla Milne on that 23. Darcy Payne on the 25. Are you getting instructions off the gaffer again? Straight into quarters after the Motos, people. Straight into those quarterfinals. As we watch Ronnie Payne and Jack Devine. Where's Isaac the Sender Smith? He's in there in 3. That'll be Charlie Cotton in 4. And Zach Parsons in 5. Well done, gentlemen. 3:53, Lewis.
13-year-old open class heading into that second turn. Joe Rugg leads it out. Oh, moves in turn number 2. Oliver Taylor made that one happen. Here comes Rugg, though he's not done yet. Coming back through that third straight. Around the outside. Does it the hard way this time round. Taylor looking to try and work his way back in, but he's not going to get close enough in the final turn. Crank BMX Coaching going to round out the top 3 spots with Lewis Hughes. 3 on the plate, that's going to be Archie Croker White, leading it from Archie Bell out of CGR into that second turn. Smiley's Flight Club have got Cody Hughes in there in about 4 at the moment, having a good old scrap with the rider out underneath, and that is Finley Murphy on the 30 plate headed towards the final turn. Murphy just separating out now from the Smiley's Flight Club rider into that final corner. It's going to be Croker White though out front looking good. Where's Louis Sheffy? He's on track in there in about 3 in the moment. The 55 plate is Lucas Belton. Out of Reactive Racing in there in 2. We lost the 42 plate of Jacob Aston. Out of the gate. Let's hope that Jacob's all right. He's up and finishing his lap. Put your hands together for him as he comes past you on track. But it's all about Zach Everly out front. Leading the way for Maybo Factory Team UK down that final straight. Looks like we've got a meal challenger rounding out them top 4 spots in behind Sheffy and Belton in 2 and 3. Race 356 heading towards that first turn. The 26 plate Akin Brazia looking to hold shot into the corner. He's out front looking good for Cycle Park. Who's there with him? The 33 plate picking it up is Gosport NRT. Jet Thompson heading towards that second corner. In behind him is the rider out of Dragon Riders. That is Luca Mill on the 61 plate. Under pressure from the team buddies rider Kieran Brownson. So Brownson rounding out the top 4. But he's not done yet because the 62 is Isham Rathor heading into the final corner. Rathor looking for a way round Brownson. Throws in a high-low. Can he make it stick? Brazia, Thompson. That's your 1 and 2 across the line. It is going to be Brownson hanging on to 4 in behind Milne in 3. 1 on the bike, gotta be James Bibby Pro Start BMX leading it out from the template in there in 2. That is, of course, Marcus Mullen doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. The Braintree rider in there in 4. That looks like Noah Ford on the 24 plate, chasing down the 6:40 in 3. That is Luca Gomez Sanz. 13 on the front of his bike. That is, of course, Harry Swales. Fast Signatures going 1 and 2 with Moto 1 and Mukoff's Adrian Galitis heading into that second corner. Galitis being chased down by Reactive Racing. That is Jack Laughlin on the 22 plate. The 15 in there in 4. That is looking like Samuel Richards out of Green Machine, but it's all out front with Swales and Fast Signatures down the final straight with Galitis picking up the 2. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching leading out the first of the 13-year-old girls and motos for the third set. Into the turn number 2, Maura McCarran in there in 3. For Radco Racing, chasing down Poppy Bishop into for Halo Wheels, but it is Brooke Fast Fawcett taking it to him out front, headed into that final turn. Rider out of the Centurions Massive is Holly Hume. She's in there in 4 under pressure from Crank BMX Coaching. That's Tyler Davenport looking to pick up a top 4 finish as they take it across the line, but it's going to be Hume hanging on. Moto 1 on track. Freya Harris, your world number 7, leads the pack from the rider out of Absolute. That's going to be Elsie Blight on the 8 plate. The 10 in there in 3 is Millie Ross, who's picking up the 4. That's the 14 of Lexi Adams, being chased by Paige Cathcart. It's good into that final turn. Down the last straight to go. Looking good for Moto 1's Freya Harris, your world number 7. E7 on track, then ELP. Elizabeth Lola Poole going 1 and 2 with the E5 of Iris Hyder out of Pure Bicycles. Sorted Race Gear leading the lap at the moment. Who's the 3 plate in 3? That's Grace Gerard out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. And look at the battle out front between the 2 European finalists. BLP under pressure from Hyder. Hyder putting the pressure through the final straight. Going to be Hyder nicking it on the line. Samaya Hughes on track. Was one of yesterday's contenders for Max's Move of the Day. Got another one of them to give out today, haven't we, Rich? Maxis. Yeah, got another one of them for today. Sarah Pritchard in there in 2. Chasing Samaya Hughes into that final turn out of the Irish contingent. It got busy. Bows were banging. It's going to be Hughes down the final straight. Here comes Pritchard, though, with the massive late charge, doing it for Evolve Collective. She's going to nick the 1 spot. As we take a look at the 14-year-old boys heading into that second corner. Who's leading the pack? Josh Jepson, Sorted Race Gear. Charlie Wilcox being chased down by Charlie Bob Craig. Mark towards Idloads in there in 4. Who's the rider in 5? That looks like a retro racing rider. Stanley Farmer out of Braintree BMX, but Jepson out front looking good. Wilcox doing all he can to close the gap towards Zidlow. Got busy with Craig down the final straight, but he hung on to that 3. Freddie Parkinson leads it out from Ethan Crooks Martin. Where is JP's in there in the 3 spot for Hard Knocks. Looks like we've got a battle between the 2 Brixton riders. That's Hunter Mallion leading it from his clubmate at the moment. Lawrence Bojang works his way down the inside though with a perfectly executed inside move. Oh, Mallion looks for the move in the final turn. They're scrapping it out. The Brixton boys are going to go through in 4 and 5 with Bojang leading the Brixton charge. James Miller on track.
.365 on track. Fergus Suter in this one. Ruben Bishop, Toby Duff, James Miller, who took a win yesterday and a whole shot award. We haven't got a whole shot award today, unfortunately, but we do have Max's Move of the Day, which me and Lewis will pick later on. Ethan Howell, Joe Douglas, Adam Arnold, they're going 1, 2, and 3. This is race 366 on track. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Hal Douglas Arnold's. Zavi Fox Cooper in the 5 as we move on to race 367. Right, my mate Sullivan Collis in this one, inside the top 4. Going into turn number 1. And they come in and out, and it is the Evolve rider, that is Max McNulty. Followed by the 10 and the 8. Roland Els and Max Vass. Max doing it for Savagery. Casey's dropping some absolute bangers today. He really is. It's going well right now on the music front. Sullivan Collis still in there in 4. Come on, Sullivan. Working his way up into 3. Got to battle it out with Louis Kacharik. Taking the 3rd. Dad's nodding his head. He's happy with that one. 14-year-old girls. Esme Ward, Anushka Jones, Sophia Miranda in this one, but that is the one plate belonging to Ruby Warren. That's race 369. Ruby taking it down to the stripe as we move on to the Grand Vets 370. Ian Archibald. Bald by nature. I can get away with that because I'm bald as well. Neil Waddington, BMX Hall of Fame. You'd be smoother in the skate park, Neil. Do you know what I mean? He'll be shaking his head and laughing at that one after the conversation we had yesterday. Patrick Graham in that second spot. Daniel Curry, George, Dominic Elliott, Craig Bryan in this one as well. As we move on to 371. He's been on the special pies. It's Stuart Little. Look at this. Being chased down by Christos Chalkos. The Warlock working off Friday's Nando's. He's in there in 3. Matt Knight, Dave Knowles, Neil Cheney. Ante Fogadic. Warlock's giving it up. He's going to settle for 3. Right, race 372, Alan Hill. Brett Knight. Ian Milne, that is your 1, 2, 3. No Craig Nelly Nelson in this one. Maybe he's giving it up for the day. Justin Somerville and Basil Hull in there. But it's going to be Hill, Knight and Milne. As we move on to the veterans. The 9-plate. Is Jason Lewis in this one? His name's on the sheet, but he's not on the track. That's Matt Eaton in there in 3. Look at the battle for 4. Brie Boudet and the Team Rider, George Salmond, all in and out of that turn. Carl Svensson. His missus said a little faster. 374. More veterans. The 96 podcast belonging to Mr. Scott Beaumont. Zoltan Boudet in there in 2. Good to see Mark Moore back on track. Doing it for SourceBMX.com. I remember Mark when he was young and he had a really short haircut, riding a profile. All clean cut and everything else. Them were the days, Mark. Right, where's this it? Oh, he's there in 2. Late to the Gate podcast. Make sure you kind of listen to it on the way home. Billy Luckhurst in there in 2. Race 376, or Romney Wybrow Parker, who wins absolute bonus points for not turning up at the gate. Where is he? He's there. Whoa. What happened there, Romney? Has he broke it? He's got leopard skin sleeves on his jersey, just on style points. 377 Lewis, that's all right.
"15-year-old girls all go on track. Ring Janolino out of the outside, heading for the first corner, but it's going to be Pro Star BMX, Hamlet Eaton leading it out. Your national number 3 from last year, being chased down by the number 2 of Janolino. The 5-plate is Jalala Patel. She's inside the top 3. Out of Peckham BMX, where's Libby Copping? In there in 4, being chased down by Sidonia Cleve. Out of Stay Strong BMX. Third straight action. Eaton being hunted down like prey by Janolino. Can she get close enough into the final turn? I don't think she can. In and out for Eaton. She's going to bring it this one home down the final straight. Janolino, Patel in that order. BRE Racing at the front of the pack in the next moto. Ellie Moore, Birmingham BMX, who's there with her? Looks like it is Katie Millar out of Moto 1 and Muckoff, who's working their way into 3. That's Afia Pick out of Green Machine Tribe, being chased down by the 764 of Emily Grimm. Out of Team here in Andover, Ella Blue Chidley out of SVT Mongoose in there in 5. In and out of that final turn and down the last straight. Moore going to wrap up this moto win. Afia Pick, can she get close enough? No, she can't. 16-year-old girls on track. Gardner, Dean, Brown, Leasley and Walford. That's Walford in there in 3. Chasing down the 6 plate in 2. That's Lucy Gardner out of Team Mind. But your race leader is the 1 plate from last season, Lottie Brown out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, bringing it through that final straight. Hayley Watson leads out race number 380 from Grace Burge, Summerglyn and Eliza French heading into that second corner. It is Burge picking up that 2 spot, doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Glynn in there in 4, chasing down the BRE rider of Eliza French on the 7 plate, heading into the final corner. Watson checked out from the rest of the pack, looking for moves in the final turn though. That was the BRE rider French working her way underneath Burge in that final turn. Can she hang on down the final straight? I think she will. That looks like Esme Ward out on track. Anushka Jones, Martha Cotton. This is the, I believe, 14-year-old girls moto that got missed earlier on. Naira O'Connell in there in 4. It is going to be your world number 8. Esme Ward out front looking good. Libby Copping, Esme broke that shot 1 and 2 in race number 3. Who's picking up the 3, that's the 16 plate of Rosie O'Brien and a BMX with her photography right out of Preston Pirates. Annabelle Charlton, she's riding out on the 9 plate at the moment, in and out of turn number 2 inside the top 4, but it's all about the 6. Elwood out of Crucial Racing flying into that final corner. Brooke doing all she can to close that gap down. I don't think she's going to get close enough. Elwood, Brooke, O'Brien, that's going to be your 1, 2, 3. 11X on the plate, Sabina Ashman, Rustin at Racing, heads in towards turn number 2 with what looks like LVG NRT for company. That is Sophie Kynaston chasing down your race leader. The 9X is Alexis McCartney in there in 3, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. She's got Smiley's Flight Club in 4. That's Eleanor Curtis on the 11 plate, heading down the final straight with the 3 of Amelia Everly in there for 5. But out front looking good for Sabina Ashman. As we take a look to the track with the 19 to 29-year-old women heading into that second corner. Going to be Annabelle Townsend leading it out. Your world number 5 going 1 and 2 with Hard Knock Bike Coaching's Ava Brown. Heading into the final turn, Jetska Hemstock. Ice Bikes UK in there for 3. Who's in 4? Megan Gerard out of Rab Racing with Hannah Drew in there in 5. But your world 5 picking up that race win. Remy Godfrey leads out the next moto, the 9 plate in there behind her, chasing her towards turn number 2. That's Megan Kirby. The move though around the outside came from Tilly McCrum. BMX with her photography's worked her way inside that 2 spot. Here comes your British champ Rebecca Goll, mixing it up this weekend with the 19 to 29-year-old women into the final turn. Looks for a high-low on Kirby down that final straight. It is going to be Godfrey though out front. Izzy Hurry enters turn number 2 in that 2 spot, being chased down by Imogen Gibson, but race leader Green Machine, Emily Green on the 2X. The 11 plate is Amy Willis in there in 4, followed by the 16 of Alicia Lynn Scott in 5. Heading into that second corner they go, looking good for Green out front. Hurry doing all she can to close the gap. Gibson's right there on her left hand shoulder as they bring it towards the final turn. There were 3 side by side headed into the final corner. Green and Hurry banging bows. Hurry on the receiving end, shuffles back to 3 as Gibson takes advantage, going from 3 to 1. 15-year-old boys now out on track. Hindley, Geddes 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3 as they're taking it towards that second corner? Where is Nathaniel Eames? Is in there in about 4 of the member with Stevenson in 5. The rider in there in 3 is Daniel Collins-Arge, heading towards the final turn then. Looking good for Brody Geddes. He's worked his way from 2 to 1. Astar Rayton in the front of the pack. Newton Hindley closing him down this final straight. Collins-Arge, Eames, that's going to be your 3 and 4. Race 387 on track. Kobe Rayford leads it out from Toby Lynch in there in that 2 spot. Where's Elvis Lawrence? He's in there in 4, doing it for Stay Strong, chasing down the 9 plate in 3. That's Oliver Tyres out of Moto 1 and Muck off, heading in towards that final corner. Your world number 2. national sleeve jersey heading down that final straight. It's going to be Rayford picking up the win. Race 338, Bradley, Guppy, Alonso, Barnes, Bartley, Westmore and McFarlane. Where is Evan Barley? He's in that 2 spot for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. He's got Harrison Barnes in there in 3. But at the moment, Bartley glued to the back wheel of the 2 plate of Ned Guppy, heading towards that final corner. Guppy goes airborne through the 3rd straight. Bartley gets ever closer. Last straight action. Guppy, Bartley, that's your 1 or 2. Barnes going to round out the podium spots. Race 389 in and out of turn number 1. That looks like an Osborne brother out front of the pack. Going 1 and 2 with GY95. That's got to be Dexter Beer up on the 21 plate. In and out of that second corner they go. It's going to be the 4 of Heath Osborne. The 17 in there in 3. That's Noah Buttery out of LVG NRT. Caden Thompson's in there in 4. Logan Young's in 5. In and out of that final corner. Osborne smooth as you like through the final straight, picking up the 1 spot as the 7 of Isaac Shaw leads out. The next moto for Pro Start BMX. Who's the rider out of team here in there behind him? That's got to be Oscar Jewell on the 15 plate. Ronnie Richards is in there in 3. That's the 46 in 4. Thomas O'Brien out of BMX Winter Photography being chased down by Reactive Racing's Leo Venning. Out of Exeter Eagles, Venning putting the pressure on through the final straight, but no one's going to catch Isaac Shaw. Lucas Seeley, Milo Weller on track. No, sorry, that's Cotty. Cotty and Weller on track in the 15-year-old boys. Weller's just shuffled Cotty back to that 2 spot. Who's being chased down by Henry Shenton, repping the LCC colours heading into the final turn. That's your front 3 separating out from the rest of the pack. But Milo Weller, Bruntwood Park, NRT. He's going to take that moto win. Oh, rider down on track. Nate Hamilton, Harry Bailey, that's your 1 or 2. The 48 plate is in there in 3. Benjamin Dean out of Hotshot Racing. I think it was Daniel Borrachini that went down. Hamilton and Bailey running away with this moto at the moment. Heading in and out of that final turn, it's going to be a Mabo Factory Team UK and Smiley's Flight Club at the front of a race number 392. Lucas Seeley, Elijah Jamira in that order as it stands. Who's the 17 plate in there in 3? Looks like Eric Smith-Switty being chased down by David Fairley out of the Scottish contingent. The Centurions. Oh, it's all got busy in turn number 2. Jamira's hit the deck. No idea what happened to him. The 8 plate's taking advantage. Freddie Entwistle is now up to 2. McSwitty in 3, Fairley's in 4, James in 5, Mason in a 6. Put your hands together for Elijah Jamira, ladies and gents. If you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all. Ellison, Shear, Parsons, Radcliffe, Collican, Franklin and McCrum. That's Cooper McCrum in there in 3. BMX Woodard Photography chasing down Henry Radcliffe in 2. And your race leader in and out of that final turn, Rusty Nut Racing, Freddie Franklin on that 9 plate. Quarterfinals are being posted as we speak, ladies and gents. We are going straight into quarterfinals when we have finished with motos. So make sure you are checking what race you're in and you are in the pens ready and waiting when that last Superclass gate drops, please. You missed that, Rich. You missed that. Des has just ran all the way to the cabin. Yeah? Must have done. Must have done. He must have heard it was his birthday. Right. Up on the gate then. Kicking things back off again with his 16-year-old boys. Race 395. Taylor, Asher, Hewitt, Milburn, Andrews, Turblanche and Kirby all headed for turn number 1. Oh, it's getting busy. Ollie Kirby out of lane number 8. Decoy, BMX and Green Machine goes 1 and 2 with Ollie Turblanche out of MK Evolution. Check the battle out front, ladies and gents. Who's in there in 3? Looks like we're going to ride it out of Doncaster BMX. Jake Ash. Oh! Turblanche made his move in that second corner. Went from 2 to 1. Has Kirby got enough left in the tank to come back at him into the final turn? Turblanche, Kirby. That's going to be your order down the final straight. The 144 of Harry Taylor out of Birmingham BMX in there for 3. Next up on track, that looks like Lucas Osborne, MK out front. Who's there with him? We have got the reactive rider, Bradley James on the 4-plate, chasing him down. Looks like that is a rider out of Belfast in the final corner. David Opre, Mayer down the final straight. Osborne, James. That was your 1 and 2. 17 to 18-year-olds hit the track, heading towards that first corner. Looks like that could be Guppy out of the outside. It got busy into the turn. Who's going to lead it out? In and out of the go. The 859 lead. The 859 leading this one through. That is going to be Henry Eyre, who's the rider picking up that 2 spot in behind him. Looks like that could be the 054 Amos Guppy. Look at the battle between the Absolute boys headed towards that final turn. Guppy shuts the door round the outside. Oh, he got busy in the corner. That looks like an Ice Bikes rider. Max Burgess going to take advantage of the carnage and nick a 2 spot on the stripe. Malachi O'Reilly, Ollie Carpin, Lewis Collins, Nemo. That's your front 3 in race number 398. Who's there with them? Tommy Haddleton, Tom Doran, Alexander Ferns, Patrick Dyer and Ethan Abbott. It is the 674 of Abbott inside the top 4. But look at these front 3 riders, ladies and gents, having a good old scrap out front. Coppin looking to take advantage of a slight mistake from Malachi O'Reilly. He got tight on the line. Tom Millar leads out race 399. 17 to 18-year-olds are on track. That's got to be Jaden Green in there in 2 for Blackpool and Allen's Factory, repping the DFS sale, heading towards that final corner. Who's there with him? Got to be Eli Smith out of Rab Racing. Zach Twitchen's in there in 4, rounding out them top 4 positions through the final straight. Smith putting the pressure on Green over the line and nicking that 2 spot. John O'Harradine going 1 and 2 with a 17 plate of Alex Mackey out of LVG NRT. Who's the rider out of Smiley's Flight Club? Marku Reynolds in race 400. In and out of that second corner they go. Harradine doing it for MK Evolution. And all of the single ladies out there. In and out of that final corner, it got busy. Reynolds threw a bow in the final turn and worked his way from 3 to 2. Harradine, Reynolds, 1 and 2.
Right, racing with Moto 401 Shade and Force It Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Shout out Ashley Whittle watching at home on the TV. He's out there in that front spot. That's Lewis Cook, I think, in 2. Josh Williams, birthday boy, upcoming very soon. We had the mention. Your mum let us know. So happy birthday for whenever it is, Josh. As Jaden takes it to the line. Oh, he might have just been picked from Lewis Cook. Ooh, close. Anyway, 402. Oscar Matthew Carlisle, George Gerard, Lewis Giles, Che Young. Is Eddie Cannons in this one? No, I don't think he is. Just down to 3. No Tyrese is there. We're missing Oscar. We're missing Eddie. And Lewis Giles, I think. So just 3 riders in that one. Right. Race 403. Hamlin, Jacobs, Brown, Seward, Cates, Elliott and Taylor. That is Jaden Seward in there in 2, chasing down Joshua Cates. Peckham's Joshua Simpson Jacobs. In there in 3, Kean Brown in 4. And the 31 was Alex Taylor. Race 404, Dexter Gambay. In that second spot, chasing down Theodore Peterkin. Mabel's Daniel Kay in there in 3. Ollie Cope in 4. Brett Dove as well. No Spencer Gibson. As we move on to race 405. Cal Strickland doing it for Stay Strong Massive. In there in 1, Charlie Roy. Right on the back wheel doing it for Moto 1, Muck-Off Benji Fitzsimmons. The Scottish birthday prankster. In 3. The 18 is Luke Davis Hayes. 2 bikes and a crash this weekend, Luke. Iron Man Award for him. That's going to be Josh Sparrow and Kyle Kaiser. We are going straight into quarterfinals. Straight into your quarterfinals. After the motos. Be aware, please. Get yourselves in those pens. Right, Championship women heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Elsa Rendle, Todd Stay Strong, picking up the whole shot into turn number 1. And out we go. That's Evie Webster in there in 3. That looks like Carly Hayes aboard that beautiful Mabel bike. In there in that second spot, Elizabeth Bound in 4. Lorianne Carruthers in 5. But checking out like Luke Littler on a 9-top finish. Elsa Rendle, Todd. 10 bike lengths clear in and out of the turn. Looking good right now. Had a European Cup win in teal. Looking to add to it here today. Collie in 2, Evie in 3.
Second rack of champ women is a go. Who's the rider on the outside with a great gate? That was Jess Marion, but it's gonna be Freya the Slayer Chalice picking up the whole shot in and out of that first corner. Who's in? One, Tia Gaynor being chased on through. That's Annalise Cadman Carpenter in 3. Who's in 4 heading into that corner? That is looking like Emmy Seward chasing down Marriott in 4, Seward in 5. That's going to be Megan Roy in 6. Last turn action in and out for Mabos. Freya Chalice going to pick up another win this weekend down to the wire. Who's there? Whether it is going to be Gaynor and Carpenter.
Junior Open up next. Right, Junior Open, and these are the first of these guys. Everly, Thomas, Tomlinson, Bowen, and Coker heading down the first straight towards turn number 1. Oh ho! These guys are go, and that looks like out in front on that 782 plate. Heath Thomas, Pro Star BMX. Everly in there into. Oh! Bowen came so close, nearly got collected. Oh! Sharp intake of breath there because Harvey Tomlinson nearly collected his mate on the way through the section. It's going to be Thomas, Everly, Tomlinson, Bowen, Coker. Oh, heart rate massive.
Second rack of junior men. James Clitheroe, lane number 1, Chase Bikes, Hard Knocks. Takes it into the first corner. Right there with him is Ben Larkins out of Pure Bicycles. Chasing him through the pro section. Who's in 3? Henry Rayner's had a blinding start. He's up there in 3 at the moment. Where's Sean Brown? He's in 5. Looking to chase down Lucas Webster in 4. But James Clitheroe, Junior, Dr. Smooth, absolutely charging into that final turn and back out again. Chase Bicycles, Hard Knocks, Bike Coaching. Larkins under pressure from Rayner. He's going to hang on to 2.
Right, the penultimate moto of the weekend is go. Casey Markley got that gate all wrong, but he's going to look to make up for it further round the track. In and out of the turn we go. Ben Cornish in there in 2, chasing down Russell. That looks like Gabe Simpson in 3, Dean Reeves in 4, Ruben Smith in 5. But starting to open the gap now. Russell. Cornish is chasing him down. I don't think he's going to have enough time or room. Gabe Simpson putting another solid lap in. It's going to go Russell Cornish, Simpson, Reeves. Is he going to hang on? Yes, he is.
Last moto of the weekend is a go, ladies and gents. Bradley Russell out of lane number 1, but can anyone catch RC22? Ross the Boss Cullen leads it in and out of that first corner. George Hunt's in there in 2, doing it for LCC. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Ruben Burns right there on the inside. Oh, Russell pulls on the ripcord. He got busy through the pro section. Xander Mavawani rides, worked his way into 4. Arnes Monty in 5, Burns in 3, Hunt in 2, but RC22. Ross Cullen, look at that for a lead, ladies and gents. Cullen's going to take it. Hunt's under pressure from Byrne at the line. Hunt, Byrne, Mavawani right. That's going to be your order. We are going into quarterfinals, ladies and gents. If you're not already, you need to get in the pens for your quarters.
Right, well, we've got a short break. I don't think anybody's heading up the hill yet. Let's give it a try, see what happens. Right, we've got another auction kind of scenario going on. Nikki Hawk has given us some bits to kind of give out for the Children with Cancer charity that we've been supporting. So we're going to do another one of these little one-off sales. So we'll not auction it, but we're going to give you an idea of what we've got, give you a price, and if somebody gives it to us, then the goodies are yours. So we've got a signed cheque from, I don't know. Anyway, it's signed by all the riders. It's a big cheque, signed by the riders. We've also got a Schwalbe Tyres t-shirt, signed by Ross Cullen. So all that as well, Lewis. And we've got a GB jersey, also signed by Ross Cullen. So, rather than go through the palaver of auctioning, I'm just going to come up with a price, and if somebody gives it to me, then all the goodies are yours. That's the jersey, by the way. Brand new with tags, you know, for when you sell it on eBay. No, I'm joking. But signed by Ross Cullen. So, signed, check, all the palaver, all together. Ross Cullen, obviously, may possibly be an Olympian in LA 28, so that might just give you a bit of an idea of what this could be worth at some point. If somebody's prepared to donate, what should we say, Lewis? Pick a number. I've got one in my head. That's what I was thinking. If somebody will donate 150 quid to the kids' charity, you can have the shirt signed by Ross Cullen, the t-shirt signed by Ross Cullen, and the signed cheque from all the Superglass riders. Is anybody going to be willing to give us 150 quid? Mr. Arnold, there we go. Sold. Right. Andy Arnold, all this is yours, sir. What we'll do is, if you go round to admin, see Nikki Hawker, she will arrange that and sort it. So it's 150 quid. We'll put it back in the bag, the bin bag. It's not the best wrap for it, but yeah, you can have that for the 150. Yeah, we'll throw that in free of charge. So we got 150 quid for it. I think that's more than fair. So if Nikki Hawker or Gaynor McSwitty can just organise the payments, we'd be very grateful. You can either pay cash or bank transfer the money to Nikki. I don't know where Nikki is right now.
We have got quarter-finalists up on the top of the hill. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers are going to kick us off. Quarterfinal number 1, 17 to 29-year-old cruisers are lined up, ready to go. We are ready to kick things off. Seventeen to 29-year-old cruisers hit the track. That looks like your European number 2 out of lane number 8. Alex Brooks, Rob Racing going to pick up the whole shot. In and out of that first corner they go. Oh, moves are being made. That was a 5 of Nathan Abbott getting busy in that first corner. Dan Popel's gone right round the outside to go from 5 to 4. Brooks, Palmer, McHugh's in there in 3. He's got the 2 absolute boys queuing up behind him. McHugh looking good at the moment though. Popel hasn't got enough left in the tank to pick up a 3 spot on the exit of turn number 3. Brooks, Palmer, down to the wire. It's going to be McHugh, Popel in that order.
Right, quarterfinal number 2 for the 17 to 29-year-olds. Jack Mower got hung up on the outside. He's shuffled him back to about 5 now. He's on the inside of Kean Brown though as they head towards turn number 2. That looks like Rocky O'Brien out there in front. Theo Pope's in there in 2. That is the Bradford Bandit, I think, in there in 3. That is Jack LeBras coming in and out of the turn. Looks like Kean Brown's going to get that 4. Rocky taking the win.
Third of the 17-29-year-old cruiser quarterfinals is on track. Your European number 7 leads this one out. It is Dan Wilson going 1 and 2 with Arne Esselman. Luke Davies Hayes is inside the top 3. Where is Mr. Wallbridge? He's in there in 4. Oh, Smiley's throwing it under in the corner. Gone from 5 to 4. Has Wallbridge got enough left for him into the final 10? Wallbridge throws, oh, it got busy in the corner. Wallbridge is going to steal it back off Smiley and take it through to the semis.
Right, Joshua Case leading out the last of the quarterfinals for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. The 8 of Niall Moss is in there in 3. And Milton Keynes, John O'Harradine doing it for all the single ladies in there in that 4th spot. Cates, Watson, Moss, Harradine, they're going to make it through.
10-year-old quarterfinals are Go Antek Perebny out of lane at number 1. He's going to hold shot into turn number 1. Dominic Zapanos is right there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looks like that could be MK Evolutions. Leo Breeds, the 4th spot. They are all close together. They're that close you could chuck a blanket over them. But it's going to be Garbachick who picks up the 4 into turn number 2. In and out they go. Who's in there for 5? Got to be Joel Pritchard. He's got it all to do if he wants to catch the Phantoms down the final straight. Garbachick, Brits, Zepanos Perevny. That's your 4, 3, 2 and 1. And how they're going to take it across the line.
10-year-olds quarter-final number 2. That is Oakley Hill LCC BMX race team out there in front. Let's have a look for the 3 and the 4. It's the 32 of Harley Laker who's in that final qualifying position right now, chasing down Jack Colwell into turn number 2. Laker's under pressure though from Teamer, and that's going to be Arthur Mason. Mason working his way past Laker and into that final qualifying spot. In and out the final turn. Hill's going to get it. Mason's going to get that 4th. Laker out in 5.
Big Hen Sullivan on an absolute blinder. In and out of that first corner, repping the Crucial Racing colours. Who's there in the 2 spot? Looks like we've got a reactive rider. Noah Northcott doing it for Decoy BMX. Who's picking up 3? Derby BMX. We've got Alex Vitols. Where's his clubmate Alfie Thorney's at the back of the pack at the moment. Alexander Gilbert flew at Pascal Motocross in there for 4. In and out of the final corner. Sullivan gonna win down the final straight. It is going to be Northcott, Vitols and Gilbert.
Right, Lewis Rothwell blew his pedals out of the start. He's going to have the lap of a lifetime if he wants to make it in now. Seb Perry in there in 3, and Oscar Marco is the man in 4. Where is Elliot Hatch for Rusty Nut Racing? He's in there somewhere, trying to pick his way through. It's Fluid BMX and Green Machine Tribe. Avis, Wood, Perry, Marco, Rusty Nut Racing, Elliot Hatch is in the 5, he needs the 4. I think he's not going to get through.
Your world number 4, Betty Wills, Pro Star BMX, has checked out at turn number 1 in the lead of quarterfinal number 9. She's going 1 and 2 with the 13 plate of Tobias Groves out of SVT Mongoose. Looking like Jack Haynes is up to 3 for LCC race team. That's your front 3 on the exit of turn number 2. Seb stays chasing Alexi Carlos down the 3rd straight. Where's that come from? Staines is looking for the move in the final turn. Carlos Staines throws it a high-low, looking to drag race down the final straight. Carlos Staines to the line. Oh my word!
Closer than close as we look at the next quarter-final for the 11-year-olds. Ethan Shaw, Ollie Bird, Charlie Dowsing. That is your 1, 2 and 3. There is a battle royal going on for the 4 between the 26 and the 30. Oliver Hawker, George Kellum scrapping away in and out of the final turn. Rory Smythe's not done yet either. He's trying to work his way in. The front 3 are looking good. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh my word, 30. Oliver Hawker, I think.
Arthur Donaldson leads out the next 11-year-old quarterfinal from Aidan Baptiste out of Pecca BMX. In and out of that second corner. Who's the team in rider? That's Oakley Lewisfield being chased down through that 3rd straight. Here comes Reactive Racing. That's got to be George Spencer in 5. Looks for a high-low on the rider out of MCR. Dougie Johnson drag racing with Spencer Johnson. Spencer Johnson's going to hang on.
Right, Thomas Giles, Sorted Race Gear, leading out quarterfinal number 12, the last one for the 11-year-olds. The 14 getting involved. There is Joseph Jewis. He's got company now as they go in and out of the turn. Astar Racing, local rider Aston John Lee in there in 4. Chester Grocock in 5. Front 4 are looking good right now. Oh, Kacharik's got underneath Giles. It's going to be Kachari, Giles, Jewis, Lee, all making it in.
Sorted Race Gear lead out the next quarterfinal as they did in the previous one, but this time it's your British champion Connor Hemhill. Edward Corder, he's right there behind him. Where is the Evolve Collective rider? That is looking like Freddie Ray Holland. Is inside the top 3 at the moment, being chased down by Stay Strong's Rex Beasley. Beasley's under pressure of his own though, as Lucas DeWold wants to get involved in the action. Oh, what a move! One of the Max's moves of the day contenders. Lucas DeWold executed it perfectly and is going to take our final qualifying spot.
Anderson, Claydon going 1 and 2. Teddy Jones is in there in 3. And Pro Starts Rider is in there in 4. That is Sebastian Hewitt. They are out front and clear now because the rider in 5 is Leo Bradley from Rusty Nut Racing. He's got 7 or 8 bilevs to make up and it's not going to be enough. So it's going to be Anderson, Claydon going 1 and 2. Hewitt's in there in 4.
Finley Munro has just laid down some serious horses through that first straight. It was even power wheeling as he came down the backside of the first jump. Munro leads it from Jackson and the Landshark in 3. Joey McAvoy in 4 for Mamo Factory Team. He's being chased down though. The 11 is Hugo Dayton looking to put the pressure on the 13 of McAvoy heading for the final turn. Munro, Jackson, McAvoy throws in a move on the Landshark. It's going to be Wood and McAvoy down to the line.
Quarterfinals, Kyle and Gordon had a problem out of the gate and he's had to work his way back through the pack and into the top 4, but he's got the 26 of Jamie Robertson to deal with. Robertson's going to try and hold him off. Matt Finley in there in 3. BMX Widow Photography going through in 2. That's going to be Murray Watson. The man out in front, I think, is Isaac Moore as they go in and out of the turn, bringing it down towards the line. Kylan Gordon's worked his way in. Robertson's going to go out in 5.
James Bibby's on track, your national champion, leads it through from the 6 of Archibald out of CGR. Reactive Racing inside the top 3 with Lucas Belton in this first of the 13-year-old quarterfinals. Braintree are in the mix. Noah Ford in there in 4, being chased down by the 30 of Finley Murphy. Last turn action. Bibby has absolutely left the pack. Who's there with him? Bell going to pick it up with Belton and Ford down the final straight.
Right, Charlie Cotton and Isaac Smith getting into it in turn number 1. The sorted race gear rider, he's in there in 5, putting into top 4 position. Still got to work his way past Smith and Parsons to get himself in there. Jack Devine's in there in 2. That looks like Ronnie Payne. Jump Club S&M Source out in front. It's all about that 5th spot. Cotton's made a mistake, so he's not going to make it in. Smith's going to go in inside the top 4 with Parsons.
13-year-old quarterfinals are on track. Check these guys out into that first corner. The 13 leads it out. Harry Swales going 1 and 2 with the 3-plate of Archie Croker wide. Tarja Mira's getting busy and making moves. Look at Zach Everly under a bit of pressure into that second corner. Oh, Everly throws it back under the Brixton rider. That looks like a meal challenger. Challenger's now back in 5. Adrian Galitis is in 6. Jamira in 3, White's in 2, and Swales leads the pack. Everly, Jamira down the final straight. They're going to hang on to them qualifying spots.
Joe Rock, Marcus Mullen, Jack Laughlin in and out of the turn. Akeem Brazier has absolutely flown around that first turn and worked his way into the 3rd spot. Laughlin on the outside, looking in, diving underneath with Gomez Sands, scrapping down the straight. The 17 of Oliver Taylor trying to get involved as well. In and out the final turn we go. Oh, Brazier's made another move up into 2. Brazier's going to make it in. I think Mullen might just go out. Too close to call.
Max McNulty's on track for Evolve Collective. Where's Joe Douglas? He's chasing down the Evolve rider into that second corner. The 3 spot looks like Savage Racing's Max Vass, being chased on through by Charlie Bob Craig. Lawrence Bojang's in 5. Vass has got riders queuing up behind him in 3. Charlie Bob's going to hang on to 4. Bojang's not going to get close enough. He's out in 5.
Right on with the 14-year-old second of the quarterfinals. JP Jack Perkins absolutely on fire. Hard Knocks bike coaching. That is Ethan Howell in there in 2. Twas a Dealer in 3. Rusty Nut Racing's Gilmore Green. He's there in 4, but he's got company because Retro Racing's Stanley Farber is trying to work his way back and pass him in the final turn. Green and Farber for that final qualifying position in the semis. Green dives underneath. Perkins is going to get it at the line. Who's going to get that 4th spot? The stripe. Oh, too close.
Charlie Wilcox received an elbow in turn number 1 and he got shuffled back to about 4. That's going to be Parkinson, Elves, Arnold, Wilcox in that order. Look at the move in turn number 2. That's Riley Butt trying to make it happen in this 14-year-old quarterfinal. Couldn't quite make it stick on the exit of turn number 2. He's coming back for more last turn action. Looked under, wasn't quite close enough, so Wilcox going to take the final qualifying spot behind Arnold, Elves and Parkinson.
Right, Miller, Jepson, Arnold's, Crook, Martin, all in this one as they head towards turn number 2. Who's the rider in there in 4? We are looking at the 29 of Louis Kacharik, but Louis under pressure from Ethan Crooks Martin in another turn. Josh Jepson went right round the outside and worked his way into that 4th spot. So it's Miller, Arnold, Kacharik, Jepson. They're all going to make it in.
15-year-old quarterfinals are a go. Your world number 2 is Kobe Rayford leading it into turn number 1. In and out he goes with Oscar Jewell. That's got to be the 9 plate of tyres in there in 3. Where is Ruben Bishop? He's in the mix heading towards that second corner. Sorry, no, that's Dexter Moore out of Biori. Oh, the move came in the turn. Moore been shuffled back to 5. Here comes Birrell getting involved. That's got to be Maxwell Lawrence in the 4th spot. Lawrence looking to qualify. Oh, nearly all went wrong for tyres. Elbow to elbow with Jewell.
Right, quarterfinal 26. We've got Guppy, Bartley, Geddes, and the 14. That belongs to Newton Hindley. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Daniel Kolosic in there in 5. Has he got anything for the team rider? The home fans will be going absolutely wild for Brody Geddes in there in 3. Guppy, Bartley looking good and safe. Geddes and Hindley, they're going to be the guys going through.
15s are going quarterfinal number 7. That's got to be Lynch on the inside into turn number 1. But it's all about the 3 of Cotty. Leading it out, big Cotty out there in the lead. Then he's got a 4 plate of Osborne in there in 3. That's Elvis Lawrence in 4. Harrison Barnes, and that is Robin Matter Alonso in 4, 5, and 6. In and out of turn number 2. Carty, Lynch, Osborne, Lawrence, that's the order as it stands. Has Barnes got enough left in the tank to pick up a qualifying spot? Lynch with a high low on Carty down the final straight. The front 4 is safe and clear.
Right, quarterfinal number 28. Nathaniel had a shocker coming out of that gate, but he's worked his way around the inside. He's got Milo Weller to deal with though as they go down the straight. It's between Eames and Weller for the final position in the semi. Harry Bailey's in there in 3. That looks like Maybo in 2. That's going to be Nate Hamilton and Shaw. Eames battling with Bailey towards that final corner. Weller's going to throw it in there. Oh, underneath Eames. Eames down. Weller down in the final corner. Oh.
Quarterfinal number 29 is your 17 to 18 year olds. It's led away by the 054 of Amos Guppy. Guppy's out front, absolutely charging out of turn number 2. Who's there with him? SAS race team. That's going to be Sam Hamling being chased down by Green. That looks like our spikes in a qualifying spot. Max Burgess in and out of the final turn. Burgess, Green, Hamling, Guppy. That's your 4 through 1.
Quarterfinal number 30 heading down the hill. That looks like... hang on, are we on? I'll work it out in a minute anyway as they come round. 259, that belongs to... Are we on 30 or 31? That's Tom Millar out front. Tom Millar. 31, Thomas Miller, Ollie Coppin. Zach Twitching in there as well. Is Twitching going to make it in? He's there in a qualifying spot. He's going to go through with Ollie Coppin.
Henry here leads this one out on the 859, going 1 with the 18 plate of Lewis Cook, who's there in 3. Looks like Josh Williams with Lewis Collins Nemo in 4. Looking to pick it up for the Titans, and Astar Racing. Astar Racing through that 3rd straight. The front 4 are safe and clear. In and out of that last turn to go. Cook, Williams, Nemo. That's your 1 through 4.
Right, Jaden Fawcett, Eli Smith, 1 and 2. In and out of the turn, John O'Haradine going through in 3. That is a Stanley Palmer. Fast Signatures in there in 4. There is a gap to 5. So the front 4 are looking clear right now. Fawcett and Smith, Harrody and Palmer all going to make it in. Quarterfinals done and dusted, I think. 3 o'clock for your semis. 3 o'clock for your semi-finals.
You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Baby, you set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire.
Right, semi-finals all go. These are the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Bradley, Dowsing, Swales, Bishop, Westwood, Powell, Walsh and Jenkins heading down towards the first turn. Leo Bradley picking up the whole shot. Charlie Dowsing in there in 2. That is Jack Swales doing it for Fast Signatures. In there in 3. The battle is on for 4 between Cooper Westwood and Holly Bishop. Who's going to get it? Maybo or Halo? Wheels in and out of the turn we go. Westwood still hanging on. Holly starting to wind it up. Eliza Powell in there in 6. Into the final turn we go. Gonna make it in? I don't think she is. Westwood for 3, Swales for 4.
Arlo Steinmetz kicked off his semi-final run by a blitzing first straight. He's going 1 and 2 with the Gosport National Race Team rider. That is Rory Smythe. Smythe chasing Steinmetz through that third straight. Who's in there for 3? Looks like we've got Arthur Mason out of team here. Seth Robinson's on the bubble in 4. Looking for the final qualifying spot. Down the final straight they go. Who's the rider in 5? Looks like that could be State, I think it was, unlucky in 5.
Right, it's all about the Arnolds. Oliver in 1, Adam in 2. That is Youssef Almas Fordham in there in that third spot, doing it for Bradford BMX Club. But he's coming under pressure because Benedict Marco's trying to get in there, as is Huey Hall. In and out the final turn. Fordham in 3, Marco in 4. Hall's not done yet. He's chasing him down the straight. He's going to run out of time and room. Marco through in that final spot.
Hunter Mallion and Finley Murphy, that's your 1 and 2 in semi-final number 4. Who's there with them? Got to be Charlie Cotton out of sorted race gear, taking it into turn number 2. Harry Swales is in a qualifying spot inside the top 4. Who's in 5? Looks like we've got Louis Sheffy with a bucket load of work to do at the moment if he wants to catch Swales into the final turn. Mallion running away with it for Brixton BMX. Murphy, Cotton, Swales all taking it through to the final.
Right, 15 and 16-year-old cruisers, semi-final number 1. McCrum, Sim, Todd Smith, Nortman. That is your 1, 2, 3 in the minute. The 17 trying to work his way in is Max Surridge. Surridge battling with Sam Wood. In and out of the turn we go. Surridge still in that 4th spot. Alfie Sim looking good for Evolve Bicycle Motocross into the final turn. McCrum, Sim, Notman, Surridge. That looks like it's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Eric McSwift boxed in down the start hill, but he's worked his way into about 5. Just in behind Freddie Warwick out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That looks like it could be Lucas Smith in there in 2. Chasing down the world number 3. Big Cotty, James Cottrell leads it out. Newton Hindley's in there in 3. It is Warwick still in 4. He's got McSwitty and Bruce Anthony right there with him in 5 and 6. McSwitty looks for a high-low. They're chopping down the final straight. It's going to be Cottrell, Smith, Hindley, Warwick.
Right, ladies cruiser, it's SJ and Michelle Stupple, elbow to elbow out of the turn. Magic Mander's in there in 3, Rowan Beckett in 4. The rider on the outside looking in is Lee Pendleton. Allen's BMX and DFS Sofas midline. Oh! Chucking the balls in there! It was like the after party at an archery convention. There was that many balls. Oh my words! Beckett and Pendleton going at it. Ladies cruiser. Stick a pair of boxing gloves on and fight it out after the finish line.
Semi-final number 8 in and out of turn number 1. Rebecca Goal, absolute Bosco Motocross running away with this semi-final at the moment. Nikki Sitch, Vaughan Clements in 2 and 3. Coach Chizzy's in there in 4. Where is Susan Farrow on? She's in there in 5 looking for a high-low. Drag racing through the third straight. Farrow on. Look at that for a third straight, ladies and gents. She goes from 5 to 4. Chizzy's now back in 5. Goal, Sitch, Clements, they're all safe and clear. It's going to be Susan Farrow on with the final qualifying spot.
Hey, talking of action in the turns, here comes the 40 to 44 cruiser. Kieran McAvoy, salted race gear. Mr. Special Pie and a pint of protein shake. It's Chris Evans in there in 2, Matt Eaton in 3. The battle is on for 4 and Mike Whittaker's involved in it. He's in there in 5 chasing down Joel Marston. Might have just left himself that bit too much to do. McAvoy, Evans, Eaton, Marston. Big effort from Whittaker, not quite enough though.
British champion on track, Dylan Dixon leads this one through with Ian Smythe in the 2. Rob Harris is up to 3. Who's the rider in 4? Got to be Andy Groves out of SVT Mongoose. One rider looked up his inside. That was James Moores. Moores has got it all to do through the third straight as Groves puts the pressure on Harris, who works round the inside. Oh, the bows are banging. Who's going to get it? Dixon, Smythe, Groves, Harris, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
There are people leading all over each other left and right in this 17 to 29 semi-final. first turn in fourth, looking to make up for yesterday's disappointment. Esselmont in 3, that's Cates I think in there in 2, and Dan Wilson leading it out for Rab Racing. Pete Watson looking like he's going to be the unlucky guy in 5.
Alex Brooks out of lane number 8, European number 2, leads out semi-final number 2 for the 29-year-old cruiser, guys. Who's there with him? Rocky O'Brien out of Crucial Racing. That's Joe Wallbridge repping the Aussie jersey inside. Oh! Chaos in turn number 2. Palmer's made it happen. LeBras and Moss hit the deck. Wow, oh wow. Wallbridge safe and clear in 3. Palmer's going to go through in 4. Brown's unlucky in 5. Moto 1's Theo Pope picks himself up off the floor. Put your hands together for Pope, Moss and LeBras.
Gates 1, 2 and 3 have got Hilly, Reedy and Archibald, and you know this is a tough semi-final when those are the guys you've got to get past. Matt Phillips is in 4, he's got Stuart Little to deal with though as he comes out of turn number 1. So Hill, Archibald, Reedy, that is your 1, 2, 3. Matt Phillips in there in 4, hanging on for dear life as Stuart Little creeps up behind him, and he's got more company as they come down the straight because Elliot, I think, is trying to work his way in as well. Oh, Phillips just losing it in the final turn. Who's going to get that final spot? It's going to be Stuart Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross.
More 50 to 54-year-old cruiser bruiser action coming your way into turn number 2. Stephen Hassel is leading the way through. Who's there with him? It looks like the European number 4, Daz O'Brien. Pete Butler's in 3. Who's in that 4 spot? Brett Knight, Little Cotty going at it. They were banging blows into the corner. Cotty's made his stick. Has Brett Knight, the last straight specialist, got anything left in the tank? No, he hasn't. Cotty's going to nick it on the line.
Right, hold on to your hats, people. It's the 7-year-old semi-finals. Here we go. Jensen Dite and the 0-1. That belongs to Jack Bean. The 1-4-2 is Alejandro Crudo Estevez. The 630 Billy Lay out of Exeter. Into that third, in there in 4th. But they are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime. Bristol's Leon Zakina trying to get involved, and Ice Bikes, that's going to be Patrick Dempsey. In and out of the last turn. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Billy Lake looking like he's going to hold on to it. Yes, he does.
Luke Barron and Parker Gray were airborne through the first jump, and they are occupying the top 2 spots in the second of the 7-year-old semi-finals. Preston Pirates have got Owen Wheater on the 4, 5, 6 in there in 3. Who's in 4? Is that Peckham BMX? Amari Bamford Burr was on an absolute blinding charge in yesterday's final. He's in there in 4 at the moment, being chased down by the rider out of Bristol. That's Isaac Buck. Last turn action and through the last straight. It is going to be Barron taking it. Wheater, Gray, 2 and 3. Here comes the pressure from Buck at the line.
Right, Ruben Lab is leading out Shelby Yates, and we've got Roberts 2, 3. The semi-finals for the 8-year-old Sandy Sounds in there in 4. Where is Benji Ross Foster? He's in there in 5. Straight towards the final corner. Ounds hanging on for the 4. Crank BMX, Harrison Slater trying to pick him off down the final straight. He's going to run out of time and room. Ounds through in that 4th spot.
3 riders went 2 in and 1 out into turn number 1, and one of them riders was Jasper Eels, your current British champion. He leads it into turn number 2, and he's got Lou and Jamira there for company. Where is Oliver Bridle? He's getting busy in 4. That looks like Fluid Bicycle Motocross's Isaac Tomlinson, who's just worked his way right round the outside. They are queuing up though behind him into turn number 3. Here comes Bromwell. Oh, Jamira's hit the deck. That looks like it could be Kuzoziak going neck and neck with Bridle to the line. Bridle's going to nick it.
Frankie Jones, BMXhype.com in there in two, chasing down the 0-1 of Archie Fisher. Rudy Pleasant's 40's in there in three, and Connor Grant has that fourth position, that final spot in the main event. But Teamers Atlas Lewisfield is chasing him down through the rhythm section, and he's going to try and pick him off in the final corner. Walsgrove isn't done yet either. He's in there in six. Fisher, Pleasantsford, Grant. That is your 1, 2, 3. Frankie Jones is going to go out. Lewisfield takes that fourth spot.
Logan Aceto had a start from heaven, but somehow he's ended up back at about 3 as Oscar rather fast leads out the semi-final. Let's see if day number 2 goes better for him this weekend. Who's there with him? Looks like Arlo Payne has picked up a top 3 spot. Oh, Aceto made his move, went from 3 to 1. Payne's in there for 2, rather fast in 3. Petter Bunchik's received a bit of pressure. Oh, they're banging bows in the turn. The move came from Claydon. He's gone from 4 to 2. Rather fast under pressure from Bunchik. Bunchik nicks it at the line.
Right, young ladies, 9 years old. Sorry, I was bouncing up and down for Oscar rather fast. Mabel Pine, Izzy Morflick, Brentnall, Freya Forrest in this one. Look at the girls in 4 and 5. It's Allen's BMX versus Rusty Nut Racing. Freya Forrest in there in 5. It looks like Flick Brentnall might do enough to take it in that 4th spot.
Tilly Hewitt's on track, and the 9-year-old girls semi-final number 2. Maggie Devine right there with her in the 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? That's the 279. BM Racing have got Abigail Henning in a qualified spot at the moment. The 4 looks like it could be the rider out of the Titans. Madeline Malloy being chased on through though by the 700 of Isabella Henry, looking to close the gap down for Hackney BMX. Malloy, Henry, 4 and 5 in and out of the final corner for Tilly Hewitt and Maggie Devine. That's how them 2 ladies are going to take it across the stripe. Henning, Malloy, 3 and 4.
Oh, we've lost a rider in that first turn. I've got a feeling it was Alex Vitals and Antek Perebny. He's out in front. He's got Jake. Leo Brits is the man in 5. On the outside looking in, Leo Brits. Is he going to be able to pull it back? Vitals has picked himself up. It's going to be Perebny taking it. Zapanos is going to go through in 3. Avis is making it in. Who's going to get the 4 of the line? Oh, transponders of truth, do your thing.
10-year-old semi-final number 2 is on track. Oakley Hills had a great start, and he's right there on the back wheel of Big Hen Sullivan. The move came in turn number 1 from the template. Just works his way into that 2 spot, chasing down Sullivan into turn number 2. This kid's got skills to pay the bills in and out of that second corner. Sullivan, Wood, Hill, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's here for? It's the 11 of Blakeburn. He's under pressure. Here comes Seb Perry. Sometimes stealth, sometimes not. He went through into that final turn. He's just had the move stuck on him. Here he comes again. Last straight action. Blakeburn, Perry, down to the line. Oh, that one was close.
Baptiste, Downson and Donaldson are your 1, 2 and 3 as they come down the second straight. Jack Haynes is battling away with a Radco Racing rider. Seth Kacharik as they go in and out of the turn. Haynes isn't done yet. He's shopping for the 3. Kacharik's making his move as well. Donaldson's been shuffled back. Ollie Bird's in there in 6 and Bloody going down that straight. In and out of the turn we go. It's going to be Baptiste, Dowsing, Haynes, Kacharik, all going through. Donaldson in 5.
2 Pro Star riders on track. It is the W4 and the 1 of Ethan Shaw in there in the 2 spot, chasing down his teammate Betty Wills. Check her out. Oh! Explosion in turn number 2. Giles and Wills have got them wrapped up in it. Look at Aston John Lee leading out this semi-final. Who's here with him then? Looks like Tobias Groves is into. Sean's managed to hang on to a qualifier spot. He's neck and neck with Dougie Johnson. Johnson's going to pick up the 3. Sean tie the line for 4 with Seb Staines. Transponders of Terror, do your thing. Put your hands together for Thomas Giles and Betty Wills, ladies and gents.
Semi-final number 1 for the 11-year-old girls. Let's have a look who's got the start. Holly Bishop and Marja Olivia Kolasic heading in towards turn number 1. Una Svensson's in there as well, and Agnes Lamb. Lamb in 3. Una's in there in about 6 at the moment. Mum's going to be going berserk watching the live feed at home. The 11 plate in that 4th spot is Arabella Denton out of Brixton. She's in that 4th spot. Who's going to get the 5 at the minute? It's the 17 of Abby Graham chasing her down. So the Brixton ladies are battling for that final position in the main event. In and out we go. Bishop, Kolasic, Lamb, 1, 2, 3. Denton in 4. Una's going to get the 6.
Semi-final number 28 on track. We've had a mechanical in semi-final number 29, but we are on track with the 11-year-old girls' second semi-final, heading into turn 2. Who's leading them through? Got to be the European number 8. Eliza Powell's ahead of the rest. Going 1 and 2 with a 5 plate of Molly Tomlinson, heading towards the final corner. That looks like it could be the 2 of Florence Dyson in 3. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? Rosie Geddes is under pressure. Astar Racing have just seen Aston John Lee pick up a semi-final win. His teammate Geddes is going to get the 4th qualifying spot.
5 riders went down on the first jump in the semi-final for the 12-year-old boys. Connor Hemphill out in front. Cordery, he's the only man who's got himself up, so it looks like he's going to take that final spot. Anderson in there in 2. Arthur Claydon in 3. Cordery's got the 4. Everybody else has picked themselves up. Edward can chill, just roll his way round and serve a bit of energy for that final. Wow, wow, wow. Freddie Ray Orland up and okay. And the other three boys, Sebastian Hewitt, Mac Findlay, and the 4 of Teddy Jones. Give him a big round of applause as they come round. Teddy might need a hug off his mum when he gets back to the team tent.
More. Semi-final number 31 on track, in and out of turn number 1, led away by Evolve Collective. That is Trixie Trays going 1 and 2 with a 6 plate of Freya Monfort. Who's in 3? That's got to be Amelia Rowe out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. MCR have got a rider inside the top 4. That is Ellie Beat, Manchester's finest, being tracked down though by Aria Rosalie. Astar Racing chasing her through this 3rd straight. That's the 10 plate of Izzy Underhill in there in 6. Trays, Montfort, Rowe. That's your 1, 2, 3 beat. Looking like she's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot in 4.
Right, taking a look at semi-final number 32, the second one for the 12-year-old girls. Maisie Egan, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading it out. Bonnie Dudley in there in 2. The 28 going through in 4 is Neve France Brotherton. Grace Hudak in there in that 4th spot. Neve's making a move. She wants the 3. Couldn't quite make it stick. The 9 of Holly Richardson is in that 5th spot, and she's going to go out.
James Bibby's just been shot out of a cannon for his semi-final in race number 33, in and out of turn number 1 for last year's national champion. He's going to 1 and 2 with the 13 plate of Irish Wales out of fast signatures. Archie Bell is up to 3. Who's in 4? That looks like Isaac the Sender Smith. Looking to be tracked down though. That's got to be Zach Evelyn. No, sorry, Jack Devine in there in 5. He ended up in 5th in yesterday's semi. He'll be wanting one better today. Last turn action, in and out they go. Bibby, Swales, Bell. Here comes Divine to the line. Oh, that one was close.
Right, this is the semi-final that was held for the mechanical, and Finn Munro and Ronnie Wood are going 1 and 2 at the moment. The 15's in there in 3, and Benny Jackson in there in 4, doing it for the Evolve Collective. Jackson dives underneath as they head down towards the final corner. 15 on the inside, 12 on the outside. Sounds like a chocolate bar, but it is. Bird and Ian Baptiste, I think. Who's going to get that spot? Ronnie Wood's making it in. Wow.
They were 3 abreast in turn number 1. Ronnie Payne got caught up with Laughlin and the Fluent Rider. That is looking like Marcus Mullen. But your race leader, Stay Strong's Joe Rook, leading the pack at the moment. The 3 plate of Archie Croker wide in there in 2. Ronnie Payne's up to 3. Everly's in 4. Last turn action. In and out they go, and down this final straight. Beat Rook looking good. Payne in there for 3, Croker wide in 2. Everly's going to take that final qualifying spot.
Right, she slammed it into first gear, dropped the clutch, and look who's out in front. Elizabeth Lola Poole doing it for sorted race gear. Iris Hyder in there in 2, Poppy Bishop in 3. And it's Grace Gerard, Ardnox Bike Coaching in there in 4. Battle into the final turn. Irish just stealing the lead away from ELP, but she's going to make it in. Bishop in there as well. Gerard's going to take that 4th position.
Brooke fast forwards it into turn number 1, right behind your world number 7. Freya Harris, your race leader. Moto 1 and Muck Off going 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Samaya Hughes is in there in 3, repping the Irish contingent. In and out of that second turn they go. Who's picking up that final qualifying spot? Looks like it could be Team Minds Millie. Oh! Ross and Hughes came together through the 3rd straight. How on earth Ross managed to stick it right? I have no idea. Harris, Fawcett, Hughes, Ross in that order.
Right, Ethan Howell and JP are going 1 and 2. Freddie Parkinson's in there in 3. Twazzadilo is the man in 5 at the minute, and he's got to pick off the 10 of Roland Els if he wants to make it in. Charlie Bob Craig isn't done yet either. He's in there in 6. Heading down towards the final turn. Howell, JP, Freddie, Twazzadilo has a look, sends the high low, drag race down the final straight. You're going to have... Think he did.
Max McNulty received both down the first straight at the back of the pack with all sorts of work to do, and at the moment it is Josh Jepson that everyone is chasing down. He's in that 4th spot looking to qualify through, but he's got the Savage Racing rider Max Vass all over his back wheel. Douglas is in 3, Wilcox in 2, and your race leader James Miller taking it down the final straight. Jepson under pressure, Vass looking to make the pass. Vass has pulled it off to the line.
Right, veterans Argo, the Grand Vets. Hilly, Little, going 1 and 2. The 576 is Craig Bryan. He's in there in 3. Chalkos in 4. Ian Milne on it in 5. But there's no doubt who is out there in the lead. Alan Hill. Stuart Little, he's having the weekend of a lifetime for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. Absolutely on fire. Craig Bryan still in there in 3. Christus Chalkos diving underneath. Looks like Ian Milne might be the unlucky man in 5.
Second Racker Grand Vet semi-finals are on track. Ian Archibald, Astar Racing, and the Centurions into turn number 2. Who's there with him? Looks like it could be Brett Nye. The Warlocks on a charge. He's in 3 at the moment, but they are queuing up behind him. Oh, they're both made passes. Waddington and Elliott. Here comes the Warlock, banging both in the turn. Oh, couldn't quite make it stick. He's out in 5. It's going to be Waddington in 4.
Right, look at this shot out of a cannon. Ava Brown, Hard Knocks bike coaching. First weekend back racing in 2.5 years, and it looks like she's never been away. Leading it out in there in 1. She has got Megan Gerard chasing her down. The 8 plate belongs to Izzy Hurry, who's also having a blinder of a weekend. She's in there in 3. Jetska in there in 4, battling with Remy Godfrey. It's Hempstock versus Godfrey for the final qualifying spot. Ava's going to take it at the line. Megan, Izzy, Jetska.
W5 on the front of the bike. Annabelle Townsend, Savage Racing leads our semi-final, number 42. In and out of that second corner they go. The 2 plate is Emily Green chasing down Townsend. The 3 looks like Hannah Drew inside the top 3. She's being chased by Gibson into the final corner, who sits in that 4 spot. In and out of the last turn they go. Townsend, Green, Drew, Gibson, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, Brody Geddes absolutely blew his start coming out of the gate, and he was dead last. He's looking for a way through now, and he's got to work his way past Evan Bartley and Newton Hindley to make it in. Guppy in there in 1. Got a feeling that might be Nate Hamilton in there in 2. Shaw in 3. Hindley in 4. Bartley trying to find a way in. He's going to run out of time and room with Geddes. Hindley gets the 4. Wow.
Second of the 15-year-old semi-finals is led out by your world number 2, ladies and gents. Kirby Rayford, Stay Strong BMX, coming 1 or 2 with Rab Racing. That looks like James Cartrell. Big Cotty's being chased down by the 9 plate of Oliver Tyres out of Moto 1, who's picking up the 4th qualifying spot. Heath Osborne's just in front of Toby Lynch at the moment, looking like he's going to hang on and take it to the final.
16-year-old semi-final Lucas Seeley has been absolutely unstoppable in this class since the opening gate drop in Manchester, and he's showing no signs of slowing down. Bradley James in there in 2. That looks like the fluent rider going through in 3. Oliver James. So all the Jameses in this one, just trying to pick up the rider in 4 as they go in and out of the turn. Front 4 looking good and clear.
Semi-final number 16 has David Fearley, who was getting busy down the first straight, but he's ended up back in 5th in behind. He's a countryman. That is Cooper McCrum picking up the 4 spot at the moment. Leading it out though, the 6 plate of Lucas Osborne. Going 1 and 2 with the 23 of Ollie Turblanche. Who's that picking up the 4-3? Sorry, that's Freddie Franklin at the moment going through with Cooper McCrum. Front 4 are safe and clear and taking it to the final.
19 there in 2. That looks like a crucial Ollie Coppin in there in 3. And in doing it for Rab Racing and Flavor Flav Cakes, going down towards the final corner. This lad's had cupcakes for breakfast Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Eli Smith takes the 4. Cook, Coppin, Smith.
More 17 to 18-year-old semi-final action coming your way, ladies and gents, and it is Tom Millar leading it from Amos Guppy as they take it towards turn number 2. That's got to be Jaden Green in there for 3. Who's picking up the 4? That was the Nice Bikes rider, Max Burgess. He's being tracked down though by Fawcett and the 12 of Hamling. Last turn action, Burgess looking safe and clear as it stands. It's going to be Guppy, Millar, Green, Burgess in that order.
Right, stand well back, people. The blue touch paper has been lit. These are the 19 to 29-year-old semi-finals. Tyrese in there in 1. Looks like Hard Knock Bike Coaching going through in 4. It's going to be George Gerard chasing down Theodore Peterkin out of Peckham. Moto wants Charlie Roy. He's in there in 2. Can Gerard hang on? The pressure is coming from Joshua Cates down the final straight. Gerard's going to hang on. Makes it in.
Last semi-final of the weekend is on track, and it is Carl Strickland, yesterday's King of the Hill, going 1 and 2 with Dan Kay out of Mabo Factory Team UK. Who's there with him? Ollie Copes in 3, Luke Davis Hayes is in 4, Jaden Seward is right there with him in 5. Last turn action, it all went wrong for Seward. Here comes Benji Fitzsimmons putting the pressure on through the final straight. Not going to get close enough. Strickland, Kay, Cope, Hayes. That's your 1 through 4. 4 o'clock, ladies and gents. 4 p.m. for your finals. Make sure you are there, ready and waiting. Please come 4 o'clock. Just bear in mind, once again, we are running our finals with a slightly different format to usual, so please make sure you pay attention to the race that you are running in. Thank you.
inside line with Rich and Lewis. So great racing today, great racing yesterday as well. Really close on this track. We were just talking off camera. You know, is it the quality of the quality of racing? Is it the quality of the riders, the quality of the track? And I think we ended up with both.
Yeah, we did end up with both. I think the fact that we've got such a good venue here at Glasgow and the fact that the level's been stepping up in pretty much every single class. I mean, even the 6 and unders, you know, you've had Maxim and Milo absolutely dueling, and then you go to the other end of the scale and watch the lunatics in 19 to 29. It's, you know, it's amazing. It's been really good. And this track, I think, brings out the best in riders because they are forced to raise their game.
And right at the other end, Matt Barnard and Alan Hill yesterday as well. I don't know what's going to happen in a minute, but anyway. And Lewis, yeah, quality of the track as well as the riders.
Yeah, I mean, this track's an amazing venue. We love coming here. And I do think that when we get to a track that's this sort of skill level, this sort of intensity, even though it's such a big, wide open track, it's keeping the racing so tight, so close together. Everyone's really giving it their all, and that's why we're seeing such competitive racing. Yeah,
a few big crashes this weekend, and hopefully everyone's all right. But again, it's that it's the closeness of the riders, I think, and that's the quality of the riders that is maybe generating a few more incidents.
Yeah, it's, people are not backing off, and you can't back off on this track. You've got to be fully 100% committed when you are going into that first turn, when you're going into the last turn, when you're trying to make your way through that third straight rhythm section, because it demands such concentration and skill. One mistake, and that can start a chain reaction. We saw in one of the semi-finals then where like 5 of the guys went down on the first straight. It's a full commitment, full send, get your head in the game style of track, and that's what we need at national level.
And the crowd just went, get up, get up. There's a place on offer, yeah. What a race that was, actually. And the 14s and 15s, Rich and I have talked a couple of times in intro about 14s and 15s, school games ages and so on. We've done an interview with Smiley that will be in the summary, in the highlights show. But yes, amazing racing, boys and girls.
I mean, again, I think we talk about this every national now, don't we? That sort of age group, it's so competitive. You could stick the 14s and the 15s together, girls and boys, and you could just go do it. And the utter carnage that would unfold would be brilliant to watch, because they're all so competitive, they're so fast, they're so skillful, and we're starting to see, I think what we are starting to definitely see is that coaching that's sort of been bringing in over the last sort of 3 or 4 years, and obviously it starts at sort of 11, 12-year-olds, doesn't it? That's really starting to kickstart these kids' career, and as they get into that sort of 14, 15-year-old age, we're just seeing such high skill levels, such high speed, and that's why it's becoming such close competitive racing.
I 100% agree, and I think that's carrying through and will over the next few years into the championship classes, not just in quality but also in numbers, and the kids sticking around at that 15, 16, 17, 18 and beyond age groups. I think we talked about that at the indoor. Some of those age groups were really big, weren't they? 17, and they are again this weekend as well. Headwind was a bit tricky earlier for the juniors on the pro section, but I think it's dropped a bit this afternoon.
Yeah, how Kai Bowen didn't get landed on in the middle of that pro section, I have absolutely no idea. Harvey Tomlinson's life must have flashed before his eyes, because certainly I kind of went, oh, and took a sharp intake of breath, because you can barely watch in that situation, because you know what's going to unfold. Yeah. If they end up landing on one another, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. All right. Well, finals coming up very soon. Next, what have we got? Another 5-10 minutes or so, and that will bring a close to round 4 of the national series here in Glasgow. But yeah, looking forward to those finals. So quick cuppa, and then we'll be back live on track. Thanks, guys.
That sounds like the gate coming up. We are ready to go final racing, ladies and gents. Cruiser B finals to kick us off. Cruiser A finals will follow, then the 20-inch B finals, and to finish off our weekend up here in almost sunny Glasgow, we will wrap up with the 20-inch A finals. Almost. That's almost. That doesn't count. It's still behind clouds, Des. That's almost sunny. That's not 100%. No. Now that is said by a true Scotsman. That's what that is.
All right, B finals are go here, round 4 of the British BMX National Series. Here in Glasgow, Sammy Stack looking like he's going to lead it into the corner with Rocco Jenkins right there with him, diving underneath. That's Frederick State out of Peterborough in that second spot right now. Holly Bishop in there in 4, Walsh in 5. Jackson Chapman Davis getting involved, battling with Eliza Powell. And the Knightswood rider is Bradley Grimm. But as they go in and out the turn, down that third straight, Sammy Stack is the man in control. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Unless something drastic happens, he's going to take the win. Rocco looking like he might pick up the 2. Frederick in 3, Holly in 4.
Couple of riders have hit the deck in the 13 or 14-year-old cruiser semi-final. One of them was Huey Hall. He's back up to his feet, going to finish his lap. And I think that might be Max Livingston on the floor. Let's hope that he's all right. Just going to get him some help as we take a look at the lead of the race. That is Hawks BMX Club, the 24 of Alfie Ford leading it out. It looks like we've got Savage Racing in there for the 2. That's Bodie Markley looking for a high-low in that final turn. Going to work his way from 2 to 1 down that final straight forward for the 2. Who's going to get 3? That's the 36 plate of Joshua Lewis out of Merseyside BMX Club. Here with us, ladies and gents, while we get Max some medical attention. Just another polite reminder, when you have finished your racing today, if you have hired a transponder, as soon as you have finished your racing, please hand it back into our admin team. Just like yourselves, they don't want to be waiting for big queues at the end of the day for people to hand back their transponders. So if you've hired a transponder, back into our admin team, please. They will greatly appreciate it, I know. Thank you very much.
he's properly looked after. We won't take any chances. All right. Let's hope Max is okay. Obviously, we don't take any chances with us. And the concern, we make sure he's properly looked after by our wonderful medical team. I'm sure Mum and Dad are already on the way over to the medics, to the medical points. So if Max's parents can just meet them over there, that would be great. Thank you very much. We wish him all the very best. He's a lovely lad. So, yeah. Get well soon, Max. 15, 16-year-old Cruiser B final. Let's have a look who's leading it out. Got a feeling that is McSwitty, Logan Young in there in 2. Got Bruce Anthony, Jacob Warren, Sam Wood, Cooper Westwood, Robin Mattern Alonso in there in 7. Where's Cooper in there in 6? That is Adam Stevenson rounding out the top 3, I think, at the moment. Battle between McSwitty and Young heading down the straight. Oh, Stevenson's trying to get involved. McSwitty's going to take it. Young for 2, Stevenson for 3.
17, 29-year-old Cruiser B final on track. John O'Haradine repping MK Evolution and doing it for all of the single ladies out there. Leads out this B final. Pete Watson in there for 2. That looks like the 7 of Theo Pope in 3. Niall Moss in there in 4. Matt McHugh in 5. Dan Popel 6. Kieran Brown in 7 and Jack LeBras in 8. But it's going to be John O'Haradine picking up that B final win.
Right, Cruiser ladies going crazy. The 30-plus ladies Cruiser B final. This is Lee Pendleton, Midlands BMX Club. Been involved in BMX for 4 decades. Doing it for the Allens BMX DFS Sofas team. Oh, God. It's a good job I know Alan, and he has a sense of humour, and he actually wouldn't kill me for saying that. He's in there in 1. She's in there in 1. Emily Eilert in 2. Coach Chizzy in 3. The 25. That is Tracy Sharp in there in 4. Name check all those other ladies. Karen Evans, Claire Mardell, Lisa Tarling, and Suzanne Jenkins. But it's Lee Pendleton taking the B final.
40 to 44-year-old Cruiser B final out on track. The 14. James Moores leads it out. That is RTR. Resilient Team Racing in there in 2. Mike Whitaker. Got his helmet cam going on, recording all of his action. He's out there in that 2 spot at the moment. The Northeast in there in 3. That's got to be the 470 of Michael Parks. Being chased down by the rider out of Blackpool, Mark Kinsey, on the 028 plate. But the battle out front, it is going to be the 14 of Moores picking up the win with Whitaker in the 2.
Right, next up, 50 to 54 Cruisers, the B final. Oh, it's Gary Carver. What a palaver in there in 1. Derzek in there in 3. Tim Porter, Dave Bishop, Jamie McFarlane, Dominic Elliott all getting involved as well. Brett Knight in there in 4. But it is Gary Carver in and out of that final turn. Looks like he's going to take the B final win. And Phillips, is he going to get overhauled for 2? I think he is. Might even give up the 3. Oof.
Moving on to your Cruiser A finals. 9 to 12-year-olds lining up on the gate. We've got Seth Robinson, Arthur Mason, Jack Swales, Rocco Westwood, Charlie Dowsing, Rory Smythe, Arlo Steinmetz and Leo Bradley. Nine to 12-year-old Cruisers, the first A final of round number 4 hits the track. Check Charlie Dowsing out, ladies and gents. Wants to pick up the whole shot for BMX Hype. Dowsing leads it out. Who's here in 2? That looks like Leo Bradley doing the business for Rustin on Racing. Steinmetz rounds out the podium positions as it stands as they bring it into turn number 2. Got a Gosport National Race Team rider in there in 3. Sorry, that's Fast Signatures. Jack Swales, your European number 7. Look at Steinmetz having an absolutely blinded 3rd straight. It looked like Leo Bradley came unstuck and slipped his pedal, so he's back there in 3. But Charlie Dowsing, BMX Hype, taking the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser win. He's over the moon with that one. Bradley rounds out the podium spots.
Final 9, 13 to 14 Cruiser. We have got Charlie Cotton, Harry Swales, Benedict Marco, Yusuf Almas Fordham, Finley Murphy, Tamal, Oliver Arnold and Adam Arnolds. Thirteen, 14 Cruisers, the final is go. Let's have a look. Oliver Arnold first to rise. Into the turn we go. Hunter Mallion in there in 2. That looks like Charlie Cotton doing it for Salted Race Gear in there in 3. Marco in 4. Adam Arnold back there in 5. And being chased down by Harry Swales doing it for Fast Signatures. But it's Smiley's Flight Club out in front. Oliver Arnold heading into the final turn. Hunter Mallion's the only person close enough to track him down, but it's not going to be enough. Adam Arnold's worked it into 3. Mallion settling for the 2 behind Oliver Arnold. Adam in there in 3. Charlie Cotton inside the top 5.
13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser moto number 4. We've got Olivia Webb, Clara Salmond, Aileen Watson, Isla Young, Paige Cathcart Cunnison, Elizabeth Graham, Emily Grimm, and Sadie McSwitty. Moto number 4 for the 13 to 16-year-old girls is a go, and it's gotta be the 7 of Ailey Watson, BMX with her photography, whole shotting in and out of that first corner. Who's there in the 2 spot? Looks like Emily Grimm out of team here in Andover. The 12 plate inside the top 3, that is Isla Young tracking down the team here, rider in there into the 4 spot. Looks like we've got the Centurions rider, Elizabeth Graham. She's under pressure from Paige Cathcart Cunnison, heading for the final turn. But Ailey Watson shot out of a cannon in a Cruiser A final, gonna take it down to the wire. Grimm for the 2. Who's gonna get the 3? It is gonna be Isla Young.
15-16 cruisers are up next. We have got Freddie Walwork, Max Surridge, Newton Hindley, Lucas Smith, Alfie Sim, Todd Smith-Notman, James Cottrell, and Cooper McCrum. (15-16s) living the BMX dream. Corty and Newton heading down towards turn number 1. In and out we go. Cotty. Oh, Cooper's worked his way into that 2 spot. Just having a quick look where Newton is. He must have had a problem in turn number 1. He's back there in 5 now. Alfie Sim in 6. Freddie Walwork in 7. But it's Cotty and Cooper heading towards the line. Todd Smith-Notman getting inside of Lucas Smith. In and out of the final turn. Cotty and Cooper to the line. Cotty's going to hold it on. Cotty from Cooper. Todd, Luca, Alfie picks up a 5. Freddie Walwork in 6.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser up on the gate for their final. We've got Alicia Lynn Scott, Amy Willets, Isla Radcliffe, Hannah Drew, Alexis McCartney, Izzy Hurry, Olivia Firth, and Lily Chisua. (17 to 29-year-old women hit the track. It's your European number 2 aboard the big wheels. Mabo Factory Team UK, Lily Chiswa leads it out. Alexis McCartney's having an absolutely blinding lap thus far. In there in that 2 spot, chasing Chiswa into turn number 2. Hannah Drew's in there in 3 aboard that 1 bike, doing it for Pro Star BMX. The 4 spot is occupied by Hotshot Racing's Isla Radcliffe. Where's Izzy Hurry? She's in there in 5, but her teammate is out front, leading the pack. The front 3 have separated from the rest of the race. It's going to be Chiswa down the final straight, picking up that national win aboard that E2 bike. McCartney Drew 2 and 3.
30 plus female cruiser. The final is up next. Susan Ferroni, Rowan Beckett, Amanda Hemstock, Fwan Clements, Nikki Sitch, Rebecca Gold, Sarah J. Nichols, and Michelle Stupple. Ladies cruiser heading down the hill. Michelle Stupple, Becca Goal, SJN into the turn. Rowan Beckett's in there as well. Magic Manda rounding out the 5. Nikki Sitch in 7, 6 and 7. But it is Michelle Stupple in and out of turn number 2. Starting to open a gap now over Becca Goal. SJ's in there in 3. Looking very calm and controlled. Rowan Beckett in 4. But as they go in and out of the final corner, Michelle Stupple, Gosport National Race Team, bringing home the 30 plus female cruiser win. Goal for the 2, SJ for the 3, Rowan Beckett for the 4. Wouldn't like to say who got 5.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate. We've got Rob Harris, Joel Marsden, Andy Groves, Ian Smythe, Dylan Dixon, Matt Eaton, Chris Evans and Kieran McAvoy. Final 14 hits the track. McAvoy's looking to do 4 from 4. It's getting busy. Dylan Dixon's throwing bows down the first straight. McAvoy, whole shots here to the turn for sorted race gear. Dixon, Evsy, that's your 2 and 3 smiles in there in 4. Oh, Evsy's looking to go round the outside into turn number 2. Mr. Pie and a Pine trying to make it happen. Looks like the high-lows paid off through the third straight. McAvoy out front looking good into the final turn. He's going to make it 4 from 4. Who's going to get 2, 3 and 4? It's going to be Evsy, Dixon. Dixon's under pressure from Eaton at the line. Eaton's going to nick the podium spot. We lost a rider in turn number 1. That was Andy Groves. Put your hands together for Andy Groves, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together for Andy Groves. And just another quick reminder from our admin team. If you have hired a transponder, as soon as you finish racing, please take your hired transponder back to the admin team. Mr. Mark Barnes giving me a thumbs up. He's happy with that one. Them guys want to get home just as well as you guys, so please hand them back so we can avoid mass queues at the end of the day and our admin team having to sit there waiting. Thank you.
Right, are we good? Right, okay, let's go. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers: Stanley Palmer, Joe Walbridge, Luke Davies-Hayes, Joshua Cates, Arne Esselmont, Rocky O'Brien, Alex Brooks and Daniel Wilson. Strap yourselves in, folks, because this is going to be a display of speed like you have never seen. Daniel Wilson, Joshua Cates, Brooks is on the outside, Walbridge on the inside, Arne Esselmont in there as well as they come out. It is Rab Racing out in front. Daniel Wilson being pursued by Joshua Cates. Brooks is trying to work his way around the outside, dives it underneath, must have had Velcro on those tyres. Meanwhile, Joshua Cates steals the lead away from Daniel Wilson. It's Cates, Wilson, Brooks. Oh! Cates took Wilson. Brooks gets the win. Wrap it up, stick a bow on it, because he got gifted that one courtesy of Daniel Wilson and Joshua Cates. Daniel Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, I thought he was on for a win. Even Alex Brooks kind of held his hands up going across the line as if to say, what happened there? Tell you what, Alex, nip off, buy a lottery ticket. If you're not going to buy one, buy mine.
Put your hands together for Josh Cates, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. The 17 to 29 cruisers are bringing the action once again. Looks like we have got the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers up on the gate.
We good, Rhea? Yeah,
We
we're
are good to go. Lining up then, we've got Philip Duff, Neil Turblanche, Andy Todd, Big Nige Smith, Anthony LeBras, Simon Toogood, Matthew Trincart, and Norbert Marco. Final 16 is to go, 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. DJ Toogood has already slotted into a podium spot as they enter turn number 1. It's getting busy. That looks like Trincard and Marco. Oh, bang, it goes on the exit of turn 1. Marco's on the outside. Trincard's on the inside into the corner. Oh, it's getting busy. These boys are going at it like you would not believe. Someone stuck a kebab at the end of the lap because these two are chasing it down. Trincard, Marco in that order. DJ Toogood's rounding out the top 3. Anthony Lebras in 4. Trincard, Marco down to the line. What a final, ladies and gents. Wow, oh wow, what a lap.
Right, 50 to 54 cruise. We go. Stuart Little, Mark Cottrell, Pete Butler, Darren O'Brien, Stephen Hassel, Darren Reedy, Ian Archibald, and Alan Hill. $50 to $54 cruiser. Who's going to take the win? Hilly on the inside, but he's got Ian Archibald keeping him honest. Reedy carving that corner like a Christmas turkey, working his way into a top 3 position. Hassel in there in 4. Kevin Bacon trying to get in there as well. Butler in 6. Little in 7. Cotty in 8. Meanwhile, business as usual for Alan Hill. Pure bicycles. There is only Ian Archibald anywhere near him as they go into the final turn. Archibald's winding it up. Hilly might have just done enough though. Hilly's going to take it. Archibald for the 2. Reedy for the 3. Daz O'Brien for the 4.
The last of our cruiser finals for this weekend lining up is the 55 plus cruiser bruisers. We've got Keith Brown, Chris Madron, Brent Featherstone, David Knowles, Tim Drew, Steve Notman, Raymond Reed, and Stuart Campbell. The old boys are waging war on their 24. The McRock out of lane 1, looking to pick it up into turn number 1, but Astar Racing, Stu Campbell checking in and out of that first. It is Campbell leading it from the McRock. Where's Madron? He's up to about 3, being chased into turn number 2. Who's picking up the 4 as they go in and out of the corner? Looks like Notman putting the pressure on Madron round the outside. Stu Campbell's run away with it. Who's going to pick up the 3? Notman's made it happen out of the final turn. The McRock's under pressure. Notman's having a flyer. He's going to nick the 2 on the line. Campbell, Notman, the McRock.
7-year-old B final underway. Buck, Zakina, Dempsey, Jones, Rice, Bond, May, and Baglin all in this one. Isaac Buck out in front, leading it through the 701. That belongs to Jackson May out of the Sinead Reed Academy. In there in that second position. Who's got the 3rd as they head down the straight? Patrick Dempsey in there in for the 831. Reggie Rice out of Reddish B. Into the final corner for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Isaac Buck is going to bring it home in the beef.
8-year-old B final on track in and out of turn number 1. A Gosport National Race Team leading this one out. Arthur Kinge on the 299 going 1 and 2 with a 003 of what looks like Harrison Slater doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. In and back out of turn number 2. We've got a Bronte crew rider in there. That is Leon Kazoziak looking to pick up a 3. He's being chased down by the 983 plate out of SVT Mongoose. That's Harry Taylor. Lewin Jamira's in there as well.
Oh, carnage in the 9-year-old B final. My mate Oscar rather fast hitting the deck. Let's hope he's all right. Meanwhile, all kinds of craziness going on as Finley Kerr leads it through. Pro Starter in there in 2. That's going to be Rapid Roman on his birthday. Oscar needs a big hug off his mum and dad. In there in 3, the 3-3-4. That is a Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton, with Frankie Jones getting involved as well. But it's going to be Retro Racing's Noah Kerr taking it to the line in the B final.
Nine-year-old girls hits the track in their B final. That's Rustin at Racing out of the inside. Freya Forrest looking to pick up the whole shot for Burnham BMX Club. Who's there with a Hackney BMX? Isabella Henry on the 700 plate, looking to make moves, and she's made it stick. Henry, your new race leader. Forrest in there in 2. That looks like Susie Wyatt out of Reactive Racing inside the top 3. Look at the scrap for 4. Luciana Pinson Barron looking like she's worked her way into a top 4 spot, but somehow she's come unstuck, and it's let the MCR rider Verity K pick up that 4 as they bring it into the final turn. Wyatt's on a charge. Henry's run away with it. Susie Wyatt's gone from 3 to 2. That's shuffled back Forrest to 3. Here comes Kay down the final straight. Has she got enough left in the tank to pick up a top 3?
Alex Vittles, Noah Northcott, the 7 play belongs to Christian Garbachik. That is your 1, 2, 3. Jack Colwell's in there in 4, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross with Fluent rounding out the top 5. Alexander Gilbert, but it's Derby BMX Club in the 10-year-old boys B final. Alex Vittles is bringing it home. Garbachik for 2, Northcott for 3.
10-year-old girls B final enters turn number 1. That looks like a rider out of the Centurions. Massive on the 13 plate. Ellie Robertson leading out this B final at the moment. She's going 1 and 2 with the 17 of Pananicha Castro Lack out of COG heading into that second corner. Retro Racing have got a rider inside the top 3. That is going to be Tessa Johnson out of Runnymede Rockets. Here comes the 17 down the inside. Castro Lack goes from 2 to 1. That shuffles back the 10 in and out of that final corner. The 13 in there in 2. Ellie Robertson under pressure. Retro Racing's Tessa Johnson going to nick the 2.
Donaldson and Giles going 1 and 2 in the 11-year-old B final. That is Betty Wills in there in 3. Teamer have got Oakley Lewisfield in there in 4. And the Allens rider trying to get involved. That is Ollie Bird. But it is Donaldson out in front in the B final. 11s. Giles is going to pick up the 2. Betty's looking good at the 3. But they are queuing up behind her like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime. Meanwhile, Donaldson takes the win from Giles.
11-year-old girls B final. Oh, chaos in turn number 1. 3 riders get swallowed up in the carnage. That looked like Una Svensson that hit the deck. Una's up there in 2 at the moment. That was Florence Kay then that went down in that corner. Out on track then, Svensson leads it out. Oh no, she doesn't. She's in there in 2. Chasing down the rider out of the Titans. That is Gabriella Malloy. Malloy had just been shuffled back to 2 as Svensson takes over the lead. Svensson, Malloy, Reactive Racing. That is Robin Wyatt in there in 3. That's going to be how your podium positions finish. Put your hands together for Florence Kay, ladies and gents. She's up and walking away.
Twelve-year-old boys, the B final. Let's have a look as they head down the hill. Moray Watson, BMX Widow Photography, moving his way across from the outside. Joseph McAvoy right in there in 3 for the Maypole Factory team. But it is the 6 of Freddie Ray Hall, another 15. That belongs to Isaac Moore out of Exeter. Out there in front, Lucas Tawalde in there in that 4th spot, looking for a 3rd, working his way past Watson. Pro Star, they've got Sebastian Hewitt in there inside the top 5. But as they go into the final corner, Isaac Moore, Exeter BMX Club, bringing it home. McAvoy's going to get the 2. Got a feeling Watson's going to get the 3.
12-year-old girls hit the track into turn number 1. It looks like Izzy Hunt Underhill leads the way for Decoy BMX Club. That is Rachel Pritchard chasing her down and keeping her honest through that second straight. CGR have got Holly Richardson in there in 3. Looks like Astar Racing are in about 5 at the moment with Aria Rosalie putting the pressure on the 19 plate. That is going to be India Bennett heading towards that final turn. Aria Rosalie makes her move. It goes from 5 to 4. The battle's out front. Pritchard chasing down your race leader. Not quite going to get close enough. The race win's going to go to Izzy Underhill.
Joe Rock Judge, Jack Devine, 1 and 2 in the B final. I never thought I'd be saying that kind of thing. Jamira's in there in 3, Parsons in 4, Reactive Racing. They've got Lucas Belton in there in 5, but Stay Strong's Joe Rock heading down towards the final corner with Divine in hot pursuit. Me and Lewis have still got to pick a Maxis move of the day, so there's time for things to unfold. Rook takes the win.
13-year-old girls hit the track for their B final. That looks like be the 8 plate of Elsie Blight. Here with a 11 of Poppy May Kirby out of Green Machine. Maura McCarran rounds out the podium positions as they enter turn number 2. Radka Racing then looking good to pick up a podium spot in this B final at the moment, but she is being hunted like prey by the 6 of Seren Pritchard heading into that final corner. In and out they go. Absolute Bicycle Motocross and Elsie Blight taking that B final win.
Right, 14-year-old B final, Josh Jepson sorted race gear in there in 2, chasing down Roland Els on the 6th plate. That is Max McNulty actually. Els is in there in 3, Charlie Bob Craig in 4, Adam Arnold rounding out the top 5, rusting up racing skill. Gilmore Green is in there in 6, but McNulty taking it into the turn. McNulty, Jepson, Els, Craig. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
14-year-old girls hit the track for their B final. Where is Eva Zuzarek? She's out there in front, leading it out on the 17 plate for Jump Club S&M Source. The Hawks are in there in 2. That's going to be Georgia Surtees on the 16 plate. Where is the 15 of Nora Siret? She's in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down the rider out of Preston. That is Eleanor Martin on the 175. Siret chasing it towards the final turn, but at the moment, Eva Zuzari, can anyone catch her? I don't think so. She's going to bring it down the final straight to pick up the B final win for Jump Club S&M Source.
Hold on to your hats, update your life insurance. Here come the Grand Veterans B final. It is the Warlock, Neil Stewart out in front. Dave Knowles in there in 2, Ian Milne in 3. If Warlock can win this one, he can treat himself to 2 Nandos on the way home. Are the legs starting to give out? Knowles has worked his way past. I think Warlock's just chilling. It's going to be Knowles and Warlock. Milne, 1, 2 and 3. Knowles gets it. Warlock, you'll have to have a salad.
17 to 18-year-old girls on track for their B final. The Hotshot Racing's Anna Radcliffe out in front. That's Retro Racing, Smiley Maloney in there in 2. Preston Pirates, Annabelle Charlton in 3. Craig BMX Coaching in 4. That is, of course, Molly Simpson on the 10 plate, being chased down by the Brunsey Crews. Charlotte Stanley in and out of that final corner they go. It is going to be Radcliffe picking up that B final win.
19 to 29-year-old females in and out of turn number 1. Remy Godfrey of Stay Strong leading it out. Tilly McCrum in there in 2. Amy Willits in 3. That looks like the 16 of Alicia Linscott going through in 4. Megan Kirby rounding out the 5. Stay Strong colours out in front. Remy Godfrey. Tilly McCrum safe in that 2, I think. Willits might get some pressure from Linscott down the final straight. Remy's going to take the win. Tilly's going to get the 2. Amy for the 3.
15-year-old boys B final in and out of that first corner. This B final is absolutely stacked with talent. Evan Bartley's in 3, Oscar Jules in 2, and your race leader is Toby Lynch out of sorted race gear. Brody Geddes out of Astar Racing inside the top 4. Keeping Bartley honest into that final corner. Bartley's going to hang on. Oh, Geddes, what a move that was. Teed that up beautifully through the dummy, and he's going to go from 4 to 2. Max's move of the day contention.
Right, in and out we go. Freddie Entwistle leading out the 16-year-old B final, being tracked down by the 13 and the 26. Henry Radcliffe, David Furley doing it for the home fans. Harry Taylor's in there on that 114, and we're looking for the BMX Widow photography rider Eric McSwitty in there as well. But it's going to be Entwistle in and out of the turn, taking the B final win in the 16s.
17 to 18-year-old B final hits turn number 1. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching leading the pack out. That is Jaden Fawcett on the 4 plate, going 1 and 2 with a 149 of Malachi O'Reilly, repping the French jersey. In and out of that second corner they go. SAS race team have got Sam Hamling inside the top 3, being chased down by Zach Twitchen. Out of Team Mine and Bournemouth BMX Club into that final turn they go. Williams in there in 5. Lewis Collins Nemo in 6. Fawcett though picking up that B final win.
19 to 29-year-olds the B final. Che Young out in front, Jaden Seward in there in 3. Dexter Gambe in between them as they go into turn number 2. Kean Brown looking like he had a problem going into that second corner, just got it slightly wrong. Here comes Ben Fitzsimmons as well. Fluent Bicycle Motocross though out in front. Che Young bringing it to the line. Young, Gambe, Seward in that order. Right, first of the A finals, we have the 6 and unders lining up. This has been one of the most entertaining age groups of the weekend. We have got Grace Snell, Theodore Purdue-Hurst, Rupert Garnett, Victor Anderson, Milo Ryder Bays, Milo Jering, Ellis Dowsing, it's been a long weekend, and Maxim Krasoziak. Six and unders bringing the thunder. Let's have a look. Taking to the skies. Milo Jering and Maxim Krasoziak. These 2 young men have been absolutely at it all weekend long. I don't think Milo could have pedalled any harder around that turn, apart from the fact that Maxim was matching him pedal for pedal, and he's chasing him into turn number 2. Rupert Garnett in there in 3. Dowson in 4. My eyes are on the front 2. Here comes Maxim having a go at Milo. They are going to be elbow to elbow into the turn. Milo in 1, Maxim in 2, Rupert in 3. Braintree's rider in there in 5 is Milo Ryder Bays. But it's going to be Milo Jering taking it to the line. Maxim for 2, Rupert for 3. I think Theodore had a roll round on the floor. He's all right. He'll go off now, have a kebab on the way home. He'll be absolutely bob on.
7-year-old A final lining up on the gate. We've got Billy Late, Amari Bamford Burr, Alejandro Crudo Estevez, Parker Gray, Jensen Dyke, Jack Byrne, Owen Wheater and Luke Barron. Luke Barron out of lane number 1 has had a blinding gate, but Jensen Dyke, look at these front 2 lads go, ladies and gents, into turn number 1. Rustin Racing going at it with Allen's Factory Supercross. It's going to be Dyke leading it from Barron into the 490. Here's Parker Gray in there in 3. Looks like we've got a rider out of Preston in 4. Owen Wheater aboard the 456 bike. In and out of turn number 2, Alejandro Crudo Estevez has slipped a pedal and dies under pressure as Barron brings the race to him into the final corner. Barron throws in a high-low, drag race down the final straight. Oh, they're elbow to elbow, wheel to wheel, bar end to bar, and Die hangs on. Barron Gray 2 and 3.
8-year-old boys, the A final. We have Sandy Sounds, Oliver Bridle. Where are we up to? Oh, girls, right, okay, sorry. Young ladies up next, 8-year-olds. Moto number 4, so Grand Prix. Alice Laurie, Sophia Rees, Erin Thoros, Erin Doney, Hattie McGoldrick, and Maria Gibson, Esme Anderson, and Noah Kerr. Gate drops on the 4th Moto for the 8-year-old girls. This is a Grand Prix final, and the front 3 are out front in the points as well. Esme, Sophia, and Hattie. They are your 1, 2, 3 right now. It is Moto 1, Muck-Off Racing leading it through. Cranker in 2. Here comes Hattie McGoldrick in there in 3. Doing it for Alan's BMX Super. For Mid-Lancs in there in 5. Noah Kerr, Retro Racing in 6. Gibson in 7. Rose in 8. In and out of the turn. Sophia, Esme, Hattie's having a go for the 2. Sophia's going to get it on the line. Hattie takes the 2. Esme takes the 3.
9-year-old boys up on the gate. Let's get you introduced. We've got Atlas Lewis Field, Petter Bunchik, Arlo Payne, Joseph Claydon, Connor Grant, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Logan Acito, and Archie Fisher.
I'll do 8 boys, then you go to 9 girls. Yeah.
9-year-old boys hit the track. Claydon's out of lane number 1, but you're 0-1. British champion, check this guy out. Archie Fisher, Crucial BMX, in and out of that first corner. Absolute rocket ship speed. So it is going to be Fisher leading it from Acito in 2. Joey Claydon's up to about 3, putting the pressure on Acito as they bring it into that second corner. Atlas Lewis Field in the mix in about 4. RDP is in there as well, making moves, heading for the final corner, but it's all out front with Archie Fisher. No one can catch him. Absolutely flying all weekend long. Crucial BMX, Moto 1 and Muck-Off, PCR. That's your 1, 2, 3.
Moving back to race number 43. These are the 8-year-old boys. Sandys Ounds, Oliver Bridle, Roberts Cactins, Isaac Tomlinson, Charlie Bromilo, Shelby Yates, Jasper Eels, and Ruben Lamb. It's going to be an eagerly anticipated 8-year-old final. Shelby Yates in the middle, but the first to rise is Ruben Lamb from Merseyside BMX Club. Tomlinson in there in 3. Here comes Jasper Eels as well. Robert Cactins threading the needle at the bottom of turn number 1. But it's Merseyside BMX's Ruben Lamb who is the man in control at the moment. Charlie Bromilo in there in 5. Cactins in 6. Ounce in 7. O'Brien in there in 8. In and out of the turn we go. It is Ruben Lamb on the 820. Long track at Merseyside BMX. Very reminiscent to this one in terms of length. He's clearly got the power in his legs. Lamb, Yates, Eels. That is your 1, 2, 3. Wow.
9-year-old girls are lining up on the gate for their final. We've got Flick Brentnall, Madeline Malloy, Ola Dewis, Abigail Henning, Mabel Pine, Maggie Devine, Tilly Hewitt, and Izzy Moore. Female 9s are going crazy down the hill. Tilly Hewitt goes airborne through the first jump. Pro stop BMX already with about 4 or 5 bike lengths into turn number 1. Tilly Hewitt leads it out. Who's there with a BRE Racing? That's Izzy Moore on the 104. The 938 is Flick Brentnell. She's rounding out the podium spots, but Maggie Devine's getting involved in the top 3 action. Throws bows in turn 2 and works her way into a podium spot. Hewitt now under pressure as Moores brings it back into the final turn. Devine up to 3, looks on the inside. Oh! Devine's getting busy in another corner. Tilly Hewitt leads it out. Here comes Maggie Devine putting the pressure onto the line. Hewitt, Devine, Moore, 1, 2, 3.
Right. Case, can you just turn my microphone up a touch, please? I've had multiple people saying they can't hear. Just turn it up a little bit. That's brilliant. Thank you very much. Right. 10-year-old boys. That's way better. 10-year-old boys, the final. Leo Britz, Dominic Zapanos, Jake Avis, Charlie Blakeburn, Oakley Hill, Callum Wood, Antek Perebny and Henry Sullivan. Go, go, go. The hill, Henry Sullivan, Oakley Hill, absolutely on it. Antek Perebny on the inside. And we've got Jake Avis in there as well. Big Hens, has he left the door open for Perebny? Not quite, Oakley Hill's not out of it yet. That looks like Blakeburn in there in 5. Zapanos in 6, Wood in 7. Brits in there in 8. Business as usual though for Henry Sullivan. Crucial BMX. There's only Antek Perebny who's close enough to make a difference. I don't think it's going to matter. Henry Sullivan bringing it down to the line. Sullivan, Perebny, Oakley Hill with a cracking top 3. And doesn't he know it? 10-year-old boys. 10-year-old girls. Layla Dixon, Alice Barron, Maisie Dyson, Lauren Snell, Alton Moore, Emika Gibson, Ella Grant and Phoebe Miller. Girls, 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 heading down the hill. Phoebe Miller first to rise. Ella Grant's right there with her, and we know she's not afraid to send it. Alton Moore in there in 3. Ella Grant absolutely flew around that first turn, almost blew it going down the second straight, and she's holding on. But as she left the door open for Phoebe Miller, we are about to find out. In turn number 2, she's right there on the back of her. Who's got that 4 spot? Looks like Dyson out of Bradford. Gibson in there in 5. Grant's left the door open. Millar's gone underneath, stolen it away in the final turn. Looks like Phoebe Millar's going to take the win from Ella Grant. Miller, Grant, Moore, Gibson and Dyson.
11-year-old boys up on the gate for the final. We've got Ethan Shaw, Dougie Johnson, Tobias Groves, Aston John Lee, Seth Kacharik, Jack Haynes, Charlie Dowson and Aidan Baptiste. The 11-year-old boys are heading through the first straight. Look at Aidan Baptiste out of lane number 1. He's got an elbow from Shaw into the first corner. Shaw leads it then. Baptiste in there in 2. Where's your British champion Charlie Dowson? He's up to 3. Repping the BMX Hype colours. Heading for turn number 2. Seth Kacharik's worked his way into a top 4 spot for Radco Racing. But Pro Star BMX, can anyone catch this kid? I think not. Up to yet into the final turn and back out for Ethan Shaw. Looks like he's going to run away with it. Baptiste doing all he can to keep him close. He's not going to get close enough to Kacharik. Late ditch at the line. Transponders of terror, do your thing. 11-year-old girls are lining up on the gate. We have got Rosie Geddes, Arabella Denton, Molly Tomlinson, Puyet Lamb, Florence Dyson, Maya Kolazaj, Eliza Powell and Holly Bishop. The 11-year-old girls are going berserk. Bishop out of lane number 1. He's lucky to pick up the whole shot. Oh my word. They were 3 or 4 abreast through that first straight. And it's going to be fluent. Bicycle, motocross, Marley Tomlinson battling it out with your world number 8. That's going to be Holly Bishop in there in 2. Maya Kolazaj in 3. Here comes Powell in 4. That looks like Dyson in 5. Lamb in 6. Third straight action. It's all about fluent at the moment. The 5 plate of Molly Tomlinson. Here comes Bishop. Last third action. Oh, she's managed to squeeze her moving. Bishop going down the final straight, neck and neck with Tomlinson. Here comes Kolazaj at the line. Bishop picks it up. Kolazaj for 3, Tomlinson in 2.
12-year-old boys, the final. Edward Cordery, Arthur Claydon, Kylan Gordon, Benny Jackson, Ronnie the Landshark Wood, and Connor Hemphill. "12-year-old boys leaving the gate. 8 of the fastest 12-year-olds you will ever see. Hemphill and Monroe. Anderson carving that corner like a Christmas turkey, working his way into 2. That's Edward Cordery in there in 3. Kylan Gordon's lap is over. Ronnie Wood's in there in 7 at the moment, but it's all about the sorted race gear rider Connor Hemphill. The only person close is Jacob Anderson, but Finley looks like he's lining a move up, in and out of the turn. Oh, Hemphill and Anderson, elbow to elbow, bar end to bar end, taking it to the line. Hemphill, I've got a feeling Munro might have nicked the 2. Anderson in 3, but we'll leave it to the transponders. 12-year-old girls up next. We've got Ellie B, Amelia Rowe, Neve France Brotherton, Bonnie Dudley, Grace Hudak, Freya Monforte, Maisie Eagle, and Trixie Trays. "12-year-old ladies leaving the gate. That looks like the 2 plate of Trixie Trays. Egan slotting into that 2 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Sorted race gear, Freya Monforte in there in 3. Grace Hudak in 4. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross going through in 5 with Amelia Rowe. But meanwhile, Trixie Trays opening up the turbocharger, heading down the straight towards the final corner. It's Trays, Egan, Monforte. Monforte's looking for more in the final turn. Trixie's going to take the win. Maisie's under pressure for the 2. Can she hold it on? Monforte and Hudak. Maisie got the 2. Argue amongst yourselves for the 3.
13-year-old boys are locked and loaded and ready to go for their final. We've got Marcus Mullen, Isaac Smith, Archie Bell, Zach Everly, Ronnie Payne, Archie Croker White, Harry Swales and James Bibby. Open 13s hit the track. Bibby, last year's national champion, had an insane season. He wants to do the same again this year. He's going to hold shot in and out of that first corner. Who's there with him? Looks like the 3 plate of Archie Croker White. He's being chased down by Ronnie Payne for Jump Club S&M Source, who is the fast signatures rider. That's Harry Swales. He's up to 4 with Zach Everly in 5. Third straight action, Pro Star BMX, James Bibby. This kid is absolutely rapid in and out of the final corner. He's going to wrap himself up another national win to add to his millions in collection. Who's going to get the 2 and 3? Archie Croker White and Ronnie Payne. 13-year-old girls up on the start. We have got Millie Ross, Samaya Hughes, Grace Gerard, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Poppy Bishop, Brooke Fawcett, Freya Harris, and Iris Ida. Final number 54, your 13-year-old girls are battling it out down the first straight. Look at ELP, she's on the outside of the front three. It's going to be a W7. Oh, ELP throws it under in the corner. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is going to be Harry's leading it from Brooke Fast Fawcett in there in 2. ELP's in 3. Who's in 4? That is Samaya Hughes. Turn 2 action. Check out Brooke Fast Fawcett. She is hunting down Freya Harris like a predator on prey. But Harris is up to the challenge as of yet. Last turn action. Harris, Fawcett, Elizabeth Lola Poole. That's going to be how your front three take it across the line.
Right, moving on to the 14-year-old boys. The final mark, Twazadilo, Max Vass, Freddie Parkinson, JP, Jack Perkins, Joe Douglas, Ethan Howell, Charlie Wilcox, and James Miller. "14-year-old boys, what an age group this has been." James Miller, Crucial BMX, took the win yesterday and the whole shot, and he's back for more today. Freddie Parkinson in there in 5 at the moment. Twazadilo having a cracking lap, he's in there in 3. Ethan Howell having a go at Miller, though he's right on the back wheel. He's ready to strike at the slightest moment. Got more momentum going down the straight and into the turn. Howell, Miller, Twazadilo, 1, 2, 3. Parkinson in 4. Howell's bringing it home. He's going to take it. Miller, Twazadilo, Parkinson. You're 1, 2, 3, 4. 14-year-old girls, Molly Fumey Carroll, Naya O'Connell, Isabella Gerard, Esme Ward, Anushka Jones, Holly Diver, Martha Cottam, and Ruby Warren. "14-year-old girls, Ruby Warren in front of the home fans here in Scotland, looking for an early charge into the first turn, and she's got it, bringing that pure bicycle down the second straight. Esme's in there in 2, Holly in 3, that is Anushka in 4, Bella's rounding out the top 5 right now. But Ruby Warren out in front, she wears that number 1 on her plate for a reason. Leading it into the final turn. The Scottish fans are going to go absolutely wild as she crosses the line. Ruby Warren to the stripe. Esme in there in 2. Holly Diver for the 3.
Grant Vets up on the gate for their final. We've got Craig Bryan, Christos Chorkos, Neil Waddington, Dominic Elliott, Brett Knight, Stu Little, Ian Archibald, and Alan Hill. It was a long old pause for the gate, but the Grand Vets are on track. Hillier smooth as you like through that first jump, looking to pick up the whole shot. Who's that there with him? Got to be Ian Archibald picking up the 2 spot for Astar Racing. Pure Bikes leading the way at the moment. Brett Knight's in there in 4, chasing down Stu Little as they go in and out of turn number 2. Nice looking for a high-low. Chorkos is in there in 5, but it's out front at the moment. Last year's national champion, Alan Hill, looking good. He's going to bring it down that final straight. That's going to be Archibald rounding out the top 2 spots, and it's going to be Stu Little in 3.
Right, veterans time, the 40-plus riders, Adam Boudet, Grant Yerbury, Dylan Dixon, Mark Moore, Matt Eaton, Zoltan Boudet, Matt Barnard, and Scotty Boom Boom Bourbons. Don't sweat, because here come the vets. Beaumont and Barnard scrapping it out into the turn. Beaumont, Barnard, Boudet, 1, 2, 3. Mark Moore, shades of 1998. He's in there in 4 at the moment. Hot shots, Dylan Dixon going through in 5. Yerbury in 6. But meanwhile, Scott Beaumont, Mr. 96 podcast, heading down towards that final corner. Barnard's going to have a go if he can possibly get there. Scott Beaumont brings it to the stripe. Barnard for the 2, Boudet for the 3, Mark Moore, wow, picking up the 4.
Masters up on the gate for their final. We've got Mitchell Smith, George Higley, Connor Hudson, Sean Issett, Neil Bruniez, Tom Palmer, Billy Luckhurst and Adam Brazil. Masters all go. Issett's first pedal was incredible, but he's just been swallowed up in the middle of the pack heading for that first turn. Bruniez is on the inside, but out of Brazil, no mistakes made today. He is charging out the front of the pack. Luckhurst in 2, the original Tom Palmer's in 3, Bruniez in 4. Here comes Issett in 5, looking for moves in the turn. Brazil, Luckhurst checked out from the pack, heading into the final corner. Them 2 riders looking to pick up the 1 and 2 spots. Bruniez made his move to pick up the top 3 finish. Palmer for 4, Issett's going to get 5, Hudson for 6, Smith for 7, and Higley in 8.
15-year-old girls up there on the gate. Final number 60, Libby Coffin, A for Pick, Emily Grimm, Sidoni Cleve, Rina Serafina Gianolino, Jalaya Patel, Ellie Moore, and Emily Eaton. It's the 15-year-old girls' final. Emily Eaton doing it for Pro Start. Took the whole shot and the money yesterday. Looking like she's going to do it again. Just minus the cash. In there in 1. Gianolino in 2. Patel having a great weekend. In there in 3. Sidoni Cleve looking to round out the top 4 right now. But it's Pro Start. Emily Eaton in control of the 15-year-old girls' final. Rin Serafina Gianolino doing it for the Evolve Collective. Out of that turn in 2. No stopping Emily Eaton. 2 days, 2 wins. Taking the cash on day 1. Whoop-de-doo, that's how you get it done.
16-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We've got Summer Glynn, Jessie Leasley, Ruby Walford, Grace Burge, Eliza French, Lucy Gardner, Ailey Watson and Lottie Brown. Gate goes down and the 16-year-old girls are a go. She can't stop. She won't stop. She's on the inside, but it's going to be Burge into turn number 1. Oh, the move came from T. Brown, last year's national champion. She leads it out. Burge in there in 2. Summer Glynn's up to about 3. That looks like we have got Ailey Watson in 4. Watson through the bows under Glynn in the turn. Didn't quite make it pull off. So it is Glynn hanging on to the 3. In and out of the final corner. Absolute bicycle motocross. Lottie can't stop, won't stop. Brown takes the win in the 16-year-old girls. Grace Burge in 2.
17 to 18-year-old girls lining up on the gate. We have got Eleanor Curtis, Amelia, the real deal Everly, Alexis McCartney, Rosie O'Brien, Sophie Kynaston, Esme Brooke, Sabina Ashman, and Sophie Elwood. The gate has dropped on the 17 and 18-year-old girls final. Sophie Elwood picked up the Maxis move of the day yesterday on Saturday, and she's picking it up with a whole shot again here on Sunday. Alexis McCartney sorted race gear, trying to do it for the Scottish fans. She's in there in 2, Sabina in 3. Rosie O'Brien's having an absolutely cracking lap. She's in there in 4 right now, being chased out by Amelia Everly. but it's Elwood and McCartney. 1 and 2 into the turn. Sabina trying to dive underneath. Couldn't make it stick. Elwood's going to take the win. Elwood, McCartney. Is Ashman going to get over hold of the line? No. Amelia for the 4. Rosie O'Brien for the 5.
19 to 29-year-old ladies are lining up on the gate. We've got Yetska Hemstock, Izzy Hurry, Imogen Gibson, Megan Gerard, Ava Brown, Hannah Drew, Emily Green, and Annabelle Townsend. Final 63 hits the track. Townsend, your world number 5, elbow to elbow with Emily Green into turn number 1. Where's Ava Brown? She's worked her way into 3, in and out of that first corner. Green looked for a way round Townsend in that first turn, couldn't quite make it stick, so it's Savage Racing leading it from Green Machine Tribe. Into that second corner they go. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in 3, that's Megan Gerard in 4 for Rab Racing. Pro Star BMX in 5 with Hannah Drew and Izzy Hurry out of Mayweather Factory Team in 6. In and out of the final corner, your world number 5, ladies and gents, Annabelle Townsend gonna pick up the win. 1 and 2 with Emily Green, tight on the line for 3. I think Brown might have just hung on.
15-year-old boys, the final. Heath Osborne, Newton Hindley, Oliver Tyers, Isaac Shaw, James Cottrell, Nate Hamilton, Kobe Rayford, and Ned Guppy. Hamilton, Guppy and Cotty were gates 1, 2 and 3. Cotty got a flyer yesterday. Looks like he's got another one today, but here comes Kobe Rayford. Oh! Guppy threaded the needle. That might be the maxi move of the day, but there's more to come just yet. Because Kobe Rayford is right there on his back wheel. He is chasing him down the straight. Hamilton's in there in 3, Shaw in 4, Tyres in 5. Guppy into the last turn. Has Rayford got anything for him? Ned Guppy, what a move in turn number 1. Takes the win. Rayford, Hamilton, Hindley.
Open 16 lining up on the gate for the final. We have got Logan Widdowson, Freddie Franklin, Cooper McCrum, Oliver James, Ollie Turblanche, Bradley James, Lucas Osborne, and Lucas Seeley. The 16-year-old Bortara go. Looks like Osborne had a great start, but it's all about Lucas Seeley out of lane number 1. Oh, look at Rustin on it, turn number 1. That was Freddie Franklin. What a move. He's worked his way into that 2 spot. That's Osborne in 3. Bradley James in 4. Oliver James in 5. But Lucas Seeley, can he do the quad? He's looking more and more likely with every pedal stroke. Last turn action. Osborne's getting involved, wants a piece of the top 2 pie. Here comes Bradley James, Seeley, Franklin. Here comes Osborne with a late ditch for the 2. Not quite close enough.
17 to 18-year-old boys. 17 to 18-year-old boys are up next. We have got Max Burgess, Eli Smith, Ollie Coppin, Jaden Green, Thomas Miller, Lewis Cook, Henry and Amos Guppy. "17 to 18-year-old boys, can Amos Guppy just repeat what Ned's done in the 15-year-old final? He's having a go, he's pinched the whole shot, in and out of the turn we go! 8-5-9, that belongs, oh, it's Henry sorry Henry, he's in there in 1. Thomas Miller in 2, Guppy in 3. Eli Smith bringing the biff, he's in there in 4. Lewis Cook in 5. But it's going to be Henry doing it for absolute bicycle motocross. Another win, Miller in 2.
19 to 29-year-olds lining up on the gate. Let's get you introduced. We've got Luke Davies Hayes, Ollie Cope, George Gerard, Daniel Kay, Cal Strickland, Theodore Peterkin, Charlie Roy and Tyrese Bradshaw. To 29-year-old Orago, Carl Strickland's been shot out of a cannon. He's neck and neck with the world number 4. Bradshaw, Strickland, that's your 1 and 2. George Gerrard's up to 3. Dan Kay is having an absolutely blinding lap in 4. Mabo Factory Team UK going 1 and 4 at the moment. Gerrard's not done yet. He is hunting down Strickland through that 3rd straight. Bradshaw's checked out from the rest of the pack. He's going to take it in and out of that final corner. Oh! Gerrard looked under Strickland in the final turn. Wasn't quite close enough. Bradshaw, Strickland, Gerrard, Kay. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, eyes to the sky, people. Top of the 8-metre hill. 3 finals left of this weekend here in Glasgow. The first of them being the Junior Open. We have got for the Evolve Collective, Henry Rayner. For Stay Strong, Harvey Tomlinson. For Pure Bicycles, Ben Larkins. For Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Lucas Webster. For Stay Strong, Kai Bowen. For Pro Start, Heath Thomas. For Pure Bicycles, Cody Coker. And for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Chase Bicycles, James Clitheroe. Junior Open, here we go. Clitheroe and Bowen, they fought it out yesterday, and Bowen took the best of it. But going out front right now is James Clitheroe. Bowen right there next to him, though, trying to work his way in. Tags the pro section, can't make it happen. 2 riders hitting the deck, including Henry Rayner. But checking out like Lou Littler on a 9-dart finish. James Clitheroe doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching and Chase Bicycles. He takes the win. Clitheroe for the 1, Bowen for the 2. And I wouldn't like to say who got the 3. Next up, Championship Women, the 17 plus final of the 511 out of Blackpool BMX Club, Emmy Seawards. For Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bound. For Halo Wheels, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. For Savage Racing, Jess Marriott. For Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Evie Webster. For Moto 1 Muck-Off, Taya Gaynor. For Stay Strong, Elsa Rendle Todd. And for Mabo Continental Team and Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Freya Chalice. Championship Women are go Elsa Rendle, Todd and Freya Chalice, the first 2 to rise, but it ain't over till it's over. The Maple Rider out in front at the minute, Chalice in 1, but look at Elsa Rendle, Todd right there on the back wheel. That is Taya Gaynor in there in 3, Jess Marriott in 4. If anyone's capable of throwing a last turn move, it's Elsa Rendle, Todd. Freya's holding it on, keeping that speed around the final turn. Chalice, Todd out in front, checked out and gone. 1 and 2. Gaynor for the 3, Marriott for the 4. Emmy Seaward rounding out the 5. All right, people. The last final of the weekend is lining up on the gates. And before we let them go, we will do the traditional thank yous. First up, the guys and the girls in the green. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, send you off to A&E. They've been very, very busy this weekend. Please, 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 we can't do this without them. Make some noise, show your appreciation for our medical team. Next up, the guys and girls in the blue. Again, a very, very difficult job that they do. Amazingly well, sometimes in difficult conditions, making difficult decisions. We cannot run a race without them. Please make some noise, show your appreciation for our commissars and admin team. Alrighty, now we are done with that. We can move on to the final of rounds 3 and 4. of the British Cycling BMX National Series here in Glasgow. Lining up on top of the 8-metre hill for Pro Star BMX, Gabe Simpson. For Birmingham BMX Club on the 546, Bradley Russell. On the 212, competed in the Olympics in Paris out of Brixton BMX Club, Dean Reeves. On the 323, out of Peckham, Xander Mavelvani Wright. On the 51 play for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, one of the most exciting prospects in British BMX, it's Ben Cornish. For the LCC BMX race team, he's already had a win this season. All action, all of the time, it's George Hunt. On the 262, out of Birmingham BMX Club, quietly goes about his super fast business, Callum Russell. And last but not least, on the 22 play, part of the Mabo World Team, Ross Cullen. Absolute silence for the Superglass final, please. Thank you. It's go, go, go time. Reeves has blown a pedal. Look at Ross Cullen turning it on into the turn. You can almost smell the burning. Russell's off. Oh! Ben Cornish takes Gabe Simpson at the same time. Oh my words. George Hunt in there in 3. Xander Mavelvani right in 4. Meanwhile, Ross Cullen bringing it down the final straight, taking the win. Russell in 2, Hunt in 3. Cornish, I said all action all of the time about George Hunt. It applies to Ben Cornish as well. Gabe Simpson got collected by the flying bike. Let's hope these boys are okay. Wow, wow, wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Gabe Simpson is getting up off the floor. Ben's all right as well. Light the blue touch paper and stand back because the action is all explosive. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up rounds 3 and 4. Next time we're going to be at Gosport on the south coast. Wherever you are headed, have a safe journey home. Take your time. Watch out for the speed cameras on the M74 because Police Scotland are a little bit sneaky with that kind of thing. We'll see you soon. Cheers, thanks, see you later.